I think most women know that on average, I mean, this social media conversations, clubhouse talk, man, this whole like black men typically with these model chicks, man, that's bull. Like, I don't, so I don't actually agree with that premise. I don't think, yeah, I don't think so. That's just my, I mean, on Clubhouse, when you hear
But he's not talking about black men's preferences. Black women, though.
So I hear you. What I'm saying is, he's saying if we're saying it's unfair that black men have this preference, like that they shouldn't hold us to whatever standard. I don't actually agree with that. I don't agree that they do that. That's what.
But you ran around that real sweet. Well, the point is that the general point is that, you know what I'm saying. The point he's making is that black women want to hold black men's feet to the fire for these, Eurocentric beauty preferences, right? In women, but black women don't want their feet to be held to the fire for doing the same thing on the other side. Isn't that your point, Mumia?
It's clear as day in the numbers. The numbers bear it out.
I agree with it. That's all I'm saying is I don't agree that happens. Like, I don't agree.
I'm not with the Eurocentric anything. For me, being tall, I want somebody my size. I mean, I'm 6'3", and across this planet, it is really hard on average. The numbers bear out. It's very hard to find somebody that's 6'3", somebody that's 5'7". I'm jumping right over that like a hurdle. I need somebody that's my size.
I'm just saying. See, I think. Do you see what's going on here, Letitia? I think that academics. I think that academics, that black academics, because a lot of them now are immersed in social media, right? Because I to be fair, I don't know all black academics, obviously, but I'm talking about the ones, to be fair, the ones that have bigger name recognition, right? Glenn Lowry, John McWhorter, Tressie McMillan Cottom, etc., etc., etc. They kind of have a finger on the pulse of what's going on here. I think they see what you see. Maybe not to the degree that you do, or, the ins and outs of it, because they're not matchmakers like you. But I think they see what's going on here. I don't think they're going to touch this, because it's just too explosive. Look at what's going on right now. If you're a sister talking about you got to have a tall man, you realize that's a Eurocentric thing.
Yeah, you do
there's no version of this where you get around that.
Yeah, where does that thinking come from? Like, where did black women start desiring or thinking that they needed to have a significantly tall partner?
Family, I tell y'all the truth. I mean, if you're tall, I mean, my brother is 6'8", my grandmother is 6'1". Everybody in my family is tall, as far as maybe higher than the average. The shortest person in my family is 5'11". So I don't know if 5'11" is short. Sorry, I don't know.
No, that's tall. The average height of a woman is 5'3".
Oh, okay. Well, then that is way off of what I was thinking, because my family had thought the average height of a woman was, I guess they were going off of our heights. They said they thought 5'6". That is tall then, because that's most of my life.
It used to be at some point, but it seems as if women are shrinking. Because it used to be 5'6", 5'4", around there, but now it's like 5'3".
Because the men are shrinking.
I want you to know, madam, I'm very flattered by your attention, but I'm already taken. I promised my heart to another, so I'm already taken. And she happens to be 5'10".
Don't give up. Yeah. Don't give up, girl.
But you know, but my thinking is that what you're saying, Letitia, I think it's a bombshell. I think it's very important. I think it's something that studied, and I think it likely won't because it's too explosive.
I don't think it'll be like it won't be really talked about maybe in the mainstream because of female aggression. Like just the female aggression.
What did she say that's a bombshell?
I don't hardly have any women as friends. I'm with you on that one. I had to live with a dude. I don't got no women as friends because they not all, but some women can be very, very mean. That's why I told a woman, I said, sister, if I never saw another woman in my life, I told that lady it wouldn't mean a damn thing to me. I said, you see that dude sitting over there? I said, pow, boom, that's all I needed. I live with a dude and I don't got no problems, no arguing, no yelling and screaming. They listen. And dudes are very simple. Y'all are simple. Y'all the greatest thing that God ever made. If I told a dude, hey, I want to play video games and race cars, they don't give a damn. That's why I live with a man, because I get to play video games and race cars. I ain't too bad, man.
Actually, how would female aggression get in the way? I'm just curious. How would female aggression get in the way?
They'd be trying to cancel whoever's talking about it publicly. They would cancel that person. If that person is prominent,
you mean to tell me that the mere act, what would they try to cancel?
Because they're listening to something that they don't like, that they don't agree with. They have not accepted nor agreed that their mating strategy is based in sexual desire and physical desire, that is at the forefront of their mate selection. They still believe that they're being practical in their choices. They believe that they're choosing off of character and compatibility as far as character traits. So talking about that in the mainstream and having a very prominent voice or a prominent platform and discussing that and getting people to agree to that is going to cause women to want to cancel that person. And no one wants to be canceled in this day and age.
Yeah, but I think a lot of people just don't agree with it. That's your opinion. I don't agree with that.
So just because you don't agree with something, does that mean you simply try to cancel someone? You just simply don't agree. But the thing is, it's not that they don't agree with it.
So why would, if you were to say that most women are picking their partners based on sexual attraction, why would women want to cancel you?
Because women don't believe that. They don't believe that they're doing that.
Because but I don't think that they are. Not when it comes to their husbands. No. Because I mean, listen, when Soledad O'Brien did a thing on CNN, and it was the State of Black America, and it was about a 4, 5, 6 night special, and they talked about the issues in Black America. Talked about male incarceration, single parent households, I don't know, a whole bunch of different shit. But what stuck with me was one of the nights was dedicated to professional black educated women not being able to find their professional and intellectual equals. And they're talking about some of the biggest issues in the black community. And that was one of the issues. And they interviewed women, professional, pretty women all over the country. And they were saying how I have a master's degree, I have a PhD. I'm professional, I do well. And I can't find, my equal. And they talked about the numbers in terms of education, post-education. And they were just interviewing all these women. And when you hear...
I saw that interview.
So whether you're on social media or in the world or just out in the wild around women, right? Or when you read books, or you read Essence, when you hear women complaining about black men, even on Clubhouse, I don't hear women saying, these men are ugly, these men don't have charisma, these men are unattractive, where are the fine men? I can't find a good-looking man. I don't hear that.
You're not going to hear that. I didn't hear that either until I started investigating why they were perpetually struggling.
what I'm saying is I'm not saying that look, we'd be a fool to say that women like handsome men just like we like pretty women. But I think a lot of the women in the room said as well. When it comes down to who they're going to marry or who they're going to have a long-term future, and when they're looking long-term, they start looking for stability, and especially in this expensive-ass society we're living in, you better, male or female, honestly, you better choose I tell men, nigga, this ain't the 80s. You better choose your mate, even as men, you better choose your mate just a woman that's pretty with a childbearing hips. Because nowadays in most of society, everybody's got to work. We did the study, I think it was 55 or 60% in all black marriages in America, the women make as much or more than their husbands. 60%. So I just think that when I hear women complaining and single women and, hey, I'm having a hard time out here dating, I don't hear women say, man, I can't find no fine men.
So
Man, I can't find no. And so if it was just, I'm gonna land right here. If it was just about chemistry and charisma and handsome man, I think women could change their dating criteria.
so
Let me find a man that looks good,
so
and I'll be happy. And they're just there's a shortage. And let me last thing. In black race, one of the reasons why black men are in demand for women from all over the world, black men have so many women who like them, is because black men are charismatic. I think there's a general consensus that black men are good lovers, black men are handsome, black men have rhythm, and just all these things that reason why women are drawn to black men. So I just don't see, now if you're an unattractive woman, if you're a woman that the men don't like, sure, it might be hard for you to get attractive men because they don't like you. But for most women, you get hit on, most women that I know, my friends get hit on 3, 4, 5 times a day and twice on Sunday. And they never have told me, I can't find no handsome guys. It's always quite the opposite.
Okay.
It's always quite the opposite. He's handsome, but he's dumb as fuck. He's handsome, but he's broke. Now, they'll give him a chance because he's handsome. And then they're sitting across the dinner table, and what happened? There's no chemistry. Yeah, he's dumb. That motherfucker ain't got nothing going on. And so I just think that...
So are they choosing the lesser attractive men then?
I think that
the men that they find lesser attractive?
Yeah, I think
or
a lot of them...
Or they keep trying to give the attractive men a chance?
No, I think a lot of them, like they don't get me wrong, they don't want a man that's ugly. But for a lot of them, especially the ones that are serious, it's about the intangibles. It's about, it's about the intangibles. Right. Now, that doesn't mean an ugly man stands a chance.
Can I make a real quick point, and then I'm going to go back to solitaire and let you finish? The one part that's missing in all of this is a lot of women aren't aware that this is the lens in which they are choosing. They're picking. They're not aware of it. That's why they're not saying it. And they're not aware of it until when I ask them what their criteria is. I go down their list of what they're looking for. Ask them, have they ever met a guy who met that list, that criteria, right? If you, who ended it? Usually it's her. Why did you end it? And it's usually, lack of chemistry. Okay, what do you mean by lack of chemistry? It usually comes in and asks, is he attractive? I remember when Nicole, Michelle, and I always did rooms. When women would complain and talk about how they couldn't find a man on their level, they just couldn't find a good man out here. They talk about their ex. We always talked about the men that they're dating and how attractive he was. And for the most part, these women were stuck on an ex in their past who they found very attractive, very intriguing, and subconsciously they were vetting and they were choosing and going through the dating process through that. So a lot of this is unconscious or subconscious. They're just not aware of it. That's why you're not hearing it. But the way that you find it out is through investigation with an observation investigation, what I've been doing over the years.
Yeah, but here's where I disagree with that. Because if it was just that simple, like for men, we're very simple creatures. What you're essentially saying is that men and women date the same. Most men have no qualms to say that their top three criteria, 1, 2, and 3, looks, and looks, right? I'm being a little bit facetious, but you understand what I'm saying. So you're saying essentially that men and women are dating the same. I've never heard men that have anything to offer say, I can't find good-looking women. All the women I meet are ugly. Right? If it's just about finding a good-looking woman, you can throw a stick and hit a good-looking woman. Now, you gotta hope that she likes you too, right? But in every major city, it's 1 o'clock here in LA, so it's late probably in the East Coast. But the point is, tomorrow is Tuesday, and every major city in this country, we can get off work and go to a Taco Tuesday or a happy hour and see beautiful black women all over this country. Dressed nice, look good, after work, nice clothes, smelling good. Bam. Or we could go to any professional gym in this country, right? And there's a ton of women after work or in Pilates class and step class and all them goddamn aerobic and spin class and all this goddamn shit, right? So there's no shortage of attractive women. I would say the same thing for the sisters. If you're not worried about the intangibles, we go to happy hours, there's attractive men, all in the happy hours, all in the gyms, all at AAU on the weekends. There's a ton of attractive men. If you're just like, you know something, Letitia, I need a handsome man. That's my thing. I think that there's no shortage of handsome men. But somehow, when all these women are single, if it was just about the handsomeness, they shouldn't have to come to you.
Well, it's not just about that.
Why do I need a matchmaker? Like, why do I need a matchmaker?
I don't matchmake for women. I don't matchmake for women. I matchmake for men.
Okay. All right.
But I also said that another factor is attachment style. So.
Real quick, if I'm a woman and men are the aggressors, right? Like, men are the, what's the word? Initiators. All I have to do is say yes to a handsome man. I just don't think it's that simple. For some women it is, right? I have friends that's their thing. And they keep a handsome nigga, right? I got a friend that's a doctor, and that's her thing. I don't care how much money you got. If your ass ain't handsome, she ain't fucking with you. That motherfucker keep a handsome nigga, right? She's about 44. She's a Delta. She owns 3 clinics in LA, and she has a $3-4 million house in Palos Verdes. We've been friends since she was 20 years old. I met her like her sophomore year in college. She was going to junior college in the summer to take a class. I met her because I was dropping off a girl. And I dropped off the girl and then saw her. And we've been friends ever since. But the point is, she like really handsome dudes. I never hear her complain, Jonathan, all these men are ugly. It's never the complaint. You know what I'm saying? The complaint, the men can't keep up. And really, she dates successful dudes. Her biggest complaint, the niggas got kids. And she like highly educated. Well, the problem is, if you like, I guess in her world, she dates really highly educated men. and a lot of the men, they were going to school. They were going to med school. They were going to law school. So a lot of them delayed having kids. Now, you don't finish residency in your early 30s. So a lot of the men had kids late because they got married late, right? So if you're talking to doctors, a lot of these niggas, didn't have kids in their 20s. So if you're dating men 42 and a dude got married at 33 and had his first kid at 35, then this nigga got a 7-year-old. Like maybe he's divorced, right? Obviously she's not dating married men. And so she meets men who have small children. And invariably, she's single, successful. She likes to travel. And she can go anywhere in the world at the drop of a dime. So, she wants to be with a man that can travel. And let's go, and she, let's go to Paris Fashion Week. Let's go to Paris Fashion Week. Let's go to South of France. Let's go, it's spring break. Let's go here. Let's go there. And men that are divorced, what happens in spring break? A lot of them have their kids. So, she was dating a banker, and I told her, he's vice president of this big bank out here, owns a lot of real estate. Guy's very, very, very successful. He's a Kappa, all that good shit. She told me about him, right? She gave me his IG. I go through his IG. He's got nothing but his kids. He's got like 2 or 3 kids. Like he's got a kid, like 11, 7, and like 5. And he's a really good father. You can tell he's a really good father. I'm like, this ain't gonna work. Why? I said, that nigga got small kids. Well, he doesn't have, he's free during the, I said, it ain't gonna work. I said, on the holidays, some weekends, some other stuff, he's gonna be with the kids. He's gonna have to, because he doesn't have his kids during the week, he's busy. And on the holidays, he's gonna be with his kids. And you're gonna wanna go do all kind of, let's go to the Capitol Jazz Festival. Let's go to, Sheila Johnson does something in D.C. That old bougie ass thing, the Salamander Farms. You guys know what I'm talking about. All that, she wants to go to all that shit. I told her, he can't do all that. Nigga got kids. No. Okay. Talked to her yesterday. How's the dude? I told you that's what happened. Man, you remember 3 weeks ago, it was Martin Luther King weekend. Yep. She said, man, I booked, what she said she wanted to do. I think she wanted to go to Cabo or some shit for the 3-day weekend. She called the dude. She said, Jay, I made the reservations. I even paid. It's a 3-day weekend, and he has his kids every other weekend. So it's not his weekend. So she said, I just knew we were going. I made the reservations. Yada. She called him. Hey, so look, it's 3-day weekend. Let's go to, that was some shit. This nigga said, I can't come. My daughter has like a recital or some shit. He had a recital. He couldn't go. He didn't call her. I don't know, man. She was a little pissed. The way he handled it, though. Like, he didn't call her. They got into it. And then she said, Jonathan, I went to call the nigga. The nigga blocked me. He said, the nigga blocked me like a bitch. I said, what'd you say to him? And she said, I was like, woo. I said, nah, I know you. You said more than that. She said, I know you did. She said, the nigga blocked me. So, it's been about, 3 weeks since MLK weekend. And she still hasn't talked to him. So, she's a pretty girl. She'd be fine. She has other men. But the point is, I'll never hear her, hey, I can't find no handsome men. Hey, there's a million fine niggas running around.
Okay, so I'm not talking about all women. So she could be the exception to the rule. Like these women that you're meeting, considering LA, that could just be the exception to the rule. But again, you're not going to hear women. Again, you're not going to hear women say it directly because my theory is they're simply not aware of that's how they're choosing and picking. So if you're not aware that at the subconscious and unconscious level that sexual desire and physical attraction are just as important, all these other traits, then yeah, you're not going to be able to tell somebody that. You're just going to be seeking that, but not be aware that you're seeking that.
No, I get what you're saying. But if that's if one of your main criteria, man or female, is sexual attraction.
But they don't know it's one of their main criteria. They believe, their belief is their main criteria is a good man based on his character traits, right? Someone who is going to commit to them, be loyal, good communicator, emotional intelligence, all these other things, right? They're not aware of that. Along with all these other things, is going to be the physical attraction and the sexual desire. When she's getting to know him, and when she starts rejecting him, I'm trying to get women to see why you're really rejecting a man who has all these traits that you say you like. For any other reason, if he has all these good character traits, why are you and you still don't like him? Why is that?
So I push back on the argument that black women don't know that they are looking for these things as well as physical attraction. I don't even agree with that.
Right.
Because if you sit in these rooms, like, so for a long time, right, well, I mean, I'm still in the group, they just don't have rooms anymore. It's a relationship talk room with 140,000 members, right? They used to hold 24-hour rooms on nothing but relationship subjects all day long, every day. I would venture to guess 99% of the people coming in and out of that room were black. You know, so I ain't never heard this theory. Black women, we sit and
Of
talk
course
about
you
it.
never heard the theory.
What I'm saying is the notion that black women don't know that they also look for physical, like, attributes. Come on, man. Like, are we serious right now? Like,
No,
they don't know
I
that
am
they're also
saying-
taking into consideration if they're physically attracted. I hear women say it all the time.
So you're saying that you hear women say all the time that physical attraction matters to them.
Yes, like,
okay.
They may not say it's number one. Let me be clear. They may not say it's the top priority. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that they all say it's the very top priority, but they absolutely know that's a part of the equation.
But I'm not talking about those women. See, I'm not saying all women. Jonathan is saying, well, wouldn't they know? Jonathan's saying they don't mention that they can't find an attractive man. I'm saying for those women, they're probably not aware that they're vetting, that they're looking also for a physically attractive, sexually desirable man. But yes, I agree that there are a lot of black women who are aware, because I've had these conversations where I spoke to women about character and personality and compatibility in that regard and your values. And a lot of those women pushed back and said, I gotta be physically attracted to him. I've also heard women speak on the sexual desire. They have to be sexually compatible. But what I'm saying is, while there are women out there like that, they may be the exception, because when a woman meets a man, and I've come across too many women, more than not, who have dated men who met the criteria that they want. He's committed. He wants marriage. He wants a family. He has all the good, positive traits. And when it comes to why didn't it work? Why didn't you want him? So there's something else there to investigate. And all I'm saying is my theory, after investigation, collecting the data, my theories led to me that these women, that sexual desire and physical attraction are very important to their mate selection, that they are choosing. When women are so independent, today, women don't need to survive.
They don't realize it.
A lot of women are unaware. It's the subconscious. Subconscious.
But here's the other fallacy. You say that women are so independent and successful that they don't need men to survive. I'm not going to dispute that. But when you look at the world that we're living in, most of us live in big cities. Now, if you live in a small city, maybe the materialism hadn't hit your city, right?
No, people are very materialistic in small cities, just not on the LA level. It just looks different.
I'm not trying to like no shots. I'm just saying. But if you live like in a Miami, an Atlanta, a DC, a Houston, Chicago, Philly, New Orleans, LA, San Francisco, you know what I'm saying, the big cities. I think that even if the women have their own money, I think most professional women would realize that if you want to have a family and you want to live a good life, I still think that they would like to have a husband that's bringing in some money too, because it's going to be hard to do. I think it's hard for most professional black women to live the life that they would like with a family, just their salary.
So women who are choosing based on...
You know what I'm saying? So,
but women who are choosing based on values, compatibility, character, personality, those women usually get into relationships, right? Yeah. Unless there's attachment style issue, that's another factor that's missing. I said there's two reasons why perpetually single women are single. And I'm talking about perpetually single women. And that is, it could be either attachment style issue, or it could be that they are, their mate selection, they're not, that they want a man who is physically attractive and sexually desirable to them. A woman who is independent and taking care of herself, and I don't like to say this because then you're going to be like, well, that's like a man. She's not going to want to wake up to a man that she doesn't find physically appealing and she doesn't want to have sex with.
I agree with that. Of course. Yeah.
No, see, here's the thing. I agree with you. See, I'm not saying, and I'm a man, so I'm just saying my opinion. You women know better than me, but I'm, as a man who has a lot of women friends, and in the business I am, where I see what women, because I see men. I'm in the lounge. I see men approaching women. I see what they're looking for, and I see what gets their attention. And I dare say, now I'm not talking about some ugly men. I ain't talking about no hideous men. And I'm not talking about some old ass niggas that could be their daddies. Okay, right? But if we have. If we're in a lounge or a club or a bar, and we have one group of men are very, very, very handsome, swagged out, look good, handsome. The next group of guys are decent looking brothers, not as handsome, but clearly very successful. Pull up in the nice cars, got the nice watches. Maybe they got a little bit of notoriety in their city. They got a whole bunch of bottles. The niggas with the money, if the women are over the age of 25, and let's say they're like late 20s, early to mid 30s, the dudes with the money will get way more attention than the handsome guys. Way more. It's not even close.
Think about it. Of course, you got to think of the context in which you're looking at them. They're in a place where those women have an expectation that the men should be looking out for them, buying them drinks, pursuing them. So, of course, in that situation, that scenario, the men with the money are going to get the most attention. But that, if you take it out of that, that may not translate the same.
But hold on, no. In rooms on this app with black women, I hear black women say all the time, man, I'm cool with the medium ugly dude. Have y'all heard that?
Yeah, all the
that's
time.
what I'm saying. Like, I do not, like, black women in mass are not complaining about black men. Universally, black men are fine.
And studies show that typically sometimes what women say is not what they actually do and choose. So you also got to look at who, when they have, the majority of women have children, and majority of women have children with a minority of men. They're not having majority of children with the majority of men. And when you look at
hold
why
on,
they
real quick.
chose this man,
That's a
had
misconstrued
nothing
statement
to
that I
do-
wish people would stop using.
Go ahead.
which statement?
Well, hold on,
The
hold on.
majority of women are having the majority of kids by the minority of men.
Okay, so under a certain age, so like 40. I don't. So when you, because at
said a
round one
minority
to
of
man,
men.
we just certain like 40.
you
They,
mean- But you mean basically that women are having babies with men who don't have their shit together.
they're
Is that
having
what you mean?
babies with men who have, for the most part, they're having babies with men who don't, or not commitment minded, don't want to be fathers, right? So why are you choosing such men? What are these men offering that makes you want to deal with them? It's usually a physical attraction thing or a sexual attraction thing.
But hold on, so let me answer that. And you ladies know better than me. Most of the women that I've found that have had the babies with the Pookies and Ray Rays, I would not argue that there was some whatever you're saying. But what I found is a lot of times those women were young. And it was the first love, it was puppy love. They were inexperienced and they were just young and they were in love. So not to say that the sex was all of us. Some of the times it was their first or second man, and they were young. I found that when they matured, they realized this nigga's a bum, and it is a bitch raising this kid on my own without proper child support and all that. And so when those women are out in the dating world, and you're 32 with a 5-year-old. I find those women are definitely, second time around, I'm gonna make sure I get a provider. No, I'm not saying they're looking for an ugly provider. But that provider better be somewhere in there because it's expensive as fuck in these major cities trying to raise a kid on your own. Right? And so I just think like Lady Luck, I don't.
Y'all gonna make me lose my solitary game because I keep having to walk away from it to come into it. So there was one woman who she dated.
Does that make sense what I'm saying now?
I hear what you're saying, but there was one woman that I had a conversation with. She met this one guy when she was younger. She wasn't really into him because he was a dud. I'm just gonna use the word dud, and I'm not trying to put men down, but that's the easiest way I can sum it all up, right? She went on to have a baby by a true dud, like a dusty. Like he walked away, he wasn't in a child's life or anything. So I was like, well, why did you choose him? Of course you know how it is. I was young, I was dumb. I was like, he was sexy. He put it down. Yeah, okay. So then the child is like, I think the child was 5 years old. The guy came back around. She had an opportunity with him. So she's thinking, I got with the dusty. I had a kid with this guy. All the men I'm dating are dusties. They don't want to commit. This guy liked me back in the day. He's back in my life. He wants to, he wants to marry me, take on my child and everything. We're thinking, I'm like, girl, okay, you hit the jackpot. You recovered good.
So what happened?
6 months later, she come back and was like, I couldn't do it. Why couldn't you do it? She was like, I just really wasn't attracted to him like I thought I was. And you know what got her to realize that? These conversations on Clubhouse. Yeah, the sex, she said the sex was mediocre, wasn't anything, but she thought she could deal with it. She was like, it wasn't the best I ever had. I was like, who is the best you ever had? Your baby daddy? Yep. So she's like, the sex was mediocre, but she wasn't physically attracted to him either.
My thing is teach the nigga shit.
Hold on, but that wasn't the only. That wasn't the only
Get
one.
that nigga to some classes.
There was another woman, educated woman. Well, both of these women were educated. Educated woman wanted an educated man. She met an educated man. This guy made she made like a little over 100. He made a little over 200.
Okay.
You know why she rejected him? Because whenever she tried to talk about freaky stuff, he wasn't interested. And this is a woman who kept saying, "I just want a good man. I just want a good man," and there's no good men out here, Letitia. But then in all these conversations, it was like, so this guy that she would talk to me about and say, he has this, he has this, but you want to talk about freaky stuff.
But look, I'll give you that. But for every woman like that, there's an opposite one.
I know that. That's why I'm not talking about.
No, but what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, I know women that would say the same thing. Basically, I'm looking for a good man, loves his mother, God-fearing, hardworking, protector, provider. Meet a guy. He's handsome, loves her dirty drawings, does well. Well, so we're old boy. I can't do it. He's not ambitious enough. He's complacent. He's not charismatic.
But why would you give that guy a chance anyway?
He wants. But listen, no. But I'm saying, dude's a good dude. Dude might make.
Good dude, or is he attractive or sexy? Because that's part of my thing. That's what I'm saying, Jonathan. Like, why would you give that man a chance when you know he is not good for marriage?
No, the nigga is attractive.
That's what I'm saying. If he wasn't attractive, do you think she would have given that man the time of day?
But see, this is where I differ from you. I think women are. A lot of women are leading with their picker is picking the handsome, attractive guy. I think a lot of women are out giving the guy a chance because he is attractive. And then when they go out with the guy, and I'm not talking about women that are trying to get their back blown out. I'm talking about women who are intentionally dating for marriage or family or long term. And then they give a guy the opportunity, he's handsome. That's how he got the number in the first place.
So you're proving my point. That's what I'm talking about.
But listen, but once they go out with the guy, and the nigga is not intelligent, not ambitious, doesn't really have any money, wants to go 50-50, not generous, they're not going to have the lifestyle that they want. I see them walking away from these dudes.
Yeah, okay. I'm not saying that they don't.
Hold on, let me finish. And that's where the complaint comes in. I don't hear my homegirls complaining, Jonathan, man, what's up? Where's your buddies? Where's the good-looking dudes? I can't find no good-looking niggas. Jonathan, I keep going out with these old balding men with pot bellies. I don't hear that.
Well, I didn't say I didn't say it's just about them not being able to find a good-looking man. I'm saying they're vetting based on, they're choosing based on physical attraction and sexual desire, whether it's there for them or not.
No, but what you're missing is when they're weeding the men out, they're not weeding them out because the men aren't attractive. They're weeding the men out because the men don't have the other factors. The attractive factor is never the issue.
Again.
The attractiveness, listen to what I'm saying. The attractiveness is not the issue. The issue is the other shit. And I dare say that a lot of women, the lifestyle is more important than the other. Because if I'm gonna grow old with this man, I'm gonna be with this man 45 years. And we're gonna have a family. And we're gonna live in DC. Or we live in LA. Or we live in Houston. How are we gonna buy a house? How are we gonna put a kid in private school? I think the women that I know are very analytical. They have a certain kind of wedding that they want. They have a certain kind of wedding dress that they want. They have some of my friends, they didn't even know what kind of ring they want. None of this shit is cheap. They know where they want to go on vacation. They know where they want to go on their honeymoon. They know that some of them even know the damn DJ, videographer, and the location of the wedding. And so I want my kids to go to the school. I want my son to go to Morehouse. I want my daughter to go to Spelman. Or I want my kids to go to Howard. Howard's $60,000 a year. Morehouse and Spelman's $50,000 a year. Private school up the street, it's $15,000 a year. The house that you're looking at in Sienna Plantation is $800,000. The Range Rover is $150,000. The Yukon, your husband wants a $75,000. This nigga makes $70,000 a year, but he's handsome. That's the conversation that I get from my homeboys. It's never where the handsome nigga's at. It's that, man, he's nice, but I don't think he's ambitious. I ask him what his 5-year plan is, and he doesn't seem to be too driven. Or, oh, he's complacent. I mean, a man, he makes 125 and he thinks he's made it. And she's like, I want to be able to go to St. Bart's for New Year's. I don't think I'm going to be able to get there with him. So, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Lady Luck, I think you understand what I'm saying.
No, you kind of made my argument that I said from the beginning. I said this the other day when I heard the same viewpoint, and actually the other day when it was brought up, there was like maybe 6 or 7 other black women on the stage, and they disagreed with it. But I mean, hey, feel free to, dig into this, and you come back with some other data that some that you have, some studies you've done, whatever. I'm open to being wrong, but I just don't agree. As a matter of fact, I'm even going into in 6 years now, going into, this is year 6 of Clubhouse. I've not heard I've not women in mass arguing. I mean, having issues with or saying that they don't find in their dating scenarios black men that are attractive to not.
Yeah, I think y'all, this is what y'all do. Y'all take a small sector of folks and y'all's personal experiences and then try to make that like a general thing among folks. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these sisters, man, just like a lot of these brothers, are shallow as fuck and don't know whether they're coming and going. These folks don't know what the fuck they want. All these folks know is how the fuck they feel. And that's most people. And most people are going to make decisions not based off of what they necessarily need in their lives, but based on how the fuck they feel. And y'all give these motherfucking women too much credit. It's like, a lot of these brothers, on this side, give these motherfucking men too much credit. A lot of these folks, man, ain't thinking like that. If a group of friends may be thinking like that, a lot of these sisters following dick and feelings, man. That's why it ain't difficult to motherfucker run a game on one of these sisters, man. It just ain't difficult. Because this is in there. I'm not saying that works for all women, but the segment of women these women, man, these women jam the fuck up, man. They jam the fuck up. A lot of these motherfuckers sexually frustrated. A lot of these motherfuckers shallow as fuck. They just want to feel good. That's why they spend all their goddamn time talking about dating and shit. Where's the man taking me for dinner? That's a vetting technique, a vetting mechanism. How the fuck is that? Y'all don't listen to the details of what a lot of these women be saying. Hell, these women, man, you run, man, come on, man. I'll give you, I'm not saying all sisters, right? A lot of these sisters, man, jammed up just like a lot of these brothers jammed up. Y'all give these motherfuckers too much credit, man. That doesn't mean that Sister Lady Luck is going. A lot of women, but check this out. If you notice, I'll say this about Lady Luck. Now, Lady Luck is one on this whole app, right? For instance, Lady Luck is one of the sisters with the most balanced perspectives. A lot of things that Lady Luck says, that's not the case for a lot of these crazy ass women. A lot of these women crazy as fuck, man.
And here's the only point, and I'm not disagreeing with you. See, I'm not disagreeing with you. The pushback that I have is not even what you're saying is not true. I'm talking about the women that are single, right?
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing, right? I'm not disagreeing that A lot of women aren't making choices based on their feelings and who stimulates them in any way. My point is, I'm only going to talk about the subsection of these single black professional women who claim they can't find no man. That group.
But that's not.
You know the type always. Hold on, let me finish real quick. The type that's always complaining. The type that all black men are bad fathers and they're not gentlemen and they're baby daddies and they're not providers and the white man is those these professional sisters that are chronically single and chronically dating. Where I push back to Letitia is if it was just about let me find me a handsome man that's gonna dick me down, then all them complaining ass brides need to get out of Clubhouse, go to your local gym, go to your boxing gym, go to AAU, go on Saturdays to the AAU.
Wherever these dudes are, wherever they are.
But I didn't say it's just about that.
But I think
Hold on real quick.
I didn't say it was just about. I didn't say it was just about that. I said that's what's at the.
Are you a handsome man?
But see, this is the part that you're missing, though, Jonathan. This is the part that you're missing. It ain't okay, and I'm saying just considering that these women are attractive, right? We'll just say they're attractive, right? Because some of these women are busted. You know what I'm saying? But check this out. This is the game to it. It's all good until the dude drags him through the mud. That's what the problem is. The problem ain't that the dude don't. The problem is not that they can't be with the dude and this and that. The problem is that once the dude fucks the lining out of him and then starts dragging him through the mud, that's when the complaints start. You get what I'm saying, motherfucker? Dragging their ass through the mud. Hell, he was a good dude, right? Until that motherfucker said, man, hey man, what the fuck you calling my? Why you always calling my motherfucking phone? But I thought we were in love. Hey man, get the fuck off my phone. Yeah, I got something to do. I ain't fucking with you. Or some version of that. That was a sister, man. Listen, man. A sister called me for some advice. Me and the sister talked to this so crazy. Let me look in the room first before I say anything. Let me look in the room. You feel me? Man, this sister, man, this is a professional sister, highly educated sister, man, and this sister is lost in the goddamn weeds, man, when it comes to dealing with them. And the problem is, man, one of the main problems is that she led with her pussy. You get what I'm saying? She didn't, you know what I'm saying? She didn't really lead with she led with the way she leading with the way she feeling and the way the dude makes her feel. And so the whole relationship is contextualized in that way. And so as the dude, now the dude, ain't telling her he loves her. Now the dude ain't telling her this and ain't telling her that. And now is something wrong with the dude. Hell, sister, as long as she, what she didn't understand is that hell, she keep on nagging the dude about her fucking feelings. I told her, sister, hey, sister, you ruining the fucking relationship. But now the dude, he's the goddamn villain now. You know what I'm saying? And she keep nagging this dude do you love me? Do you really love me? Love. And all the motherfucking man want to hear that shit. And I told the sister, and she don't get it. She straight don't get it. Now the dude is doing something too. But a lot of these women, man, operate like that with different versions of it because they all fucked up. You know what I'm saying? It feels good when it feels good, and as soon as it doesn't feel good anymore, now all of a sudden the dude ain't shit. That's what come on, man. A lot of these women, man, because they like that, they don't understand. Man, listen, I've said this before, right? A lot of these women, man, view those women that operate like that, view relationships, man, the relationships to them is kind of like taking drugs, man. They want to be high. They don't want to really deal with the reality of a relationship. They have a quick-sighted view of these things, right? It's completely unrealistic. And so whenever their feelings aren't, hell, man, the dude is doing something to them, that's what ends these relationships. That's what these sisters are complaining about. I wasn't happy. He didn't make me happy. He started changing. What the fuck does that mean, he started changing? Oh, I get it. The dude was going through some shit or whatever the fuck it was, and the shit, the honeymoon phase of the relationship, you moved past the honeymoon phase, and you didn't want to deal with the reality of how relationships go. So now all of a sudden, because you feeling a certain way or not feeling a certain way, now he changed and all this old bullshit, and he wasn't what I thought he was. He wasn't here for me. There's a lot of these women are crazy. And I'm not saying that's the case in every single case, but in general, that's what it is, man. A lot of these women have fairy book fantasy views of marriage and in relationships. The dude whining down, these motherfuckers watch too much of that How Did I Get Married and all this bullshit, you know what I'm saying, with a dude is sweeping them off their fucking feet and taking them to goddamn to Bali and all this old bullshit, buying them a motherfucking $50,000 ring and all this old punk shit, and they have a storybook wedding. Man, that shit ain't realistic. Man, my partner, one of my partners, he, brother, I told you he spent a little over $100,000 on his wedding, right? That brother, right? He told me not too long ago that his wife, they have a beautiful home, all of this stuff, all of the things that. Man, he said, man, the woman came to him one day, sister came to him one day. It was his wife, right? And like she gained a little weight or whatever through the course of marriage. He said, man, he ain't tripping on that shit. She came to him, you know what I'm saying, and motherfucking argued him down that her gaining a little bit of weight was an issue for him, and he told me, he said, man, I ain't even really noticed, man. Woman arguing this man down about no, you care, and you're treating me different. And, he said, man, what the fuck is she talking about, man? He said, man, I'm building this goddamn, this new business I got, man. I'm not tripping on it. Ain't got nothing to do with her. And he said, he said, man, hey, man, that shit is making me sick and tired of man. He said, sometimes I don't even want to come in the motherfucking house. Now, just say, they're not getting a divorce or anything, but just say, for instance, he was to leave his sister because of the progression of that shit. Hell, in her mind, he did her wrong, and the reason why, you know what I'm saying, he wasn't a good man, he's this and that, but she's the one who destroyed the goddamn relationship. By talking all that shit and not shutting the fuck up. Cause he called me, he said, man, I don't have no problem with my wife. Yeah, man, he said, man, I don't have one problem with my wife, man. He said, but let her tell it, man, I got an issue with her. It's that kind of shit. He's not a good man. He's not there. He's this and that and this. We're not going, we're not going, hell, he's building another business, man. Putting a lot of, resources into that, something they agreed on, but now that she's going through all these goddamn emotional changes, man, she wants him to take her around the goddamn world to make her feel better. Now, come on, Jonathan, tell me that ain't a thing. Oh, Jonathan's on the phone. And when you center your goddamn feelings, man, you can't be functional in a relationship. And a lot of these folks do that kind of shit.
And I'm not saying every woman. I'm like, of course
I'm
there's
not-
going to be exceptions. No, I'm not talking to you. I'm like,
Hey, Jonathan's on the phone.
yeah, I'm just saying, like, I'm not, my theory isn't based on every single woman. So, of course, there's always going to be exceptions. But I do agree with you, Biggie, that's what I'm seeing. It's like a lot of you focused on wanting to be thrilled, right? Wanting to be excited. And that thrill and excitement, like, I was shocked myself when I started to realize this because I didn't believe it either. I did not believe it. I'm like, I felt like I was like arguing back and then investigating. It was like I couldn't deny the truth of it that women are going. Like they just like I know for me it's not me, but they're really going, and it's not as complex and as difficult as people like women. 62% of profess to have sex and be in relationships.
Man, look,
like,
sister, I'm just telling you, the homegirls, man. Hell, she in a whole marriage, and she said one day, you know, she just felt differently about the dude, and she wanted to be single. She wants the thrill of that, you know, that initial period of dealing, and that's what she did. She was fucking with another dude. She just separated from her husband. And then she said that her and the dude, I don't know about the dude, man. I'm gonna see in 30 days, man. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna go down there and see my husband and you know, if he acting right. I'm like, oh, that old bullshit. Man, a lot of these, you know, and there's levels to that. A lot of these women, man, just want. Man, listen, it's all the feelings, man. Leading with all the goddamn feelings, man. All the fucking feelings.
Wait.
And I'm not saying all women.
I got a question, because maybe I was on another screen, so maybe didn't hear it correctly. Did you say somebody said they wanted to leave their husband to feel how, what?
No, I didn't say the woman wanted to. She did.
Wait, what?
Man, yeah, she left the dude. Now they're still married, but she separated from the dude. They moved. You know, he got a house down there. They got a country house or whatever. He lives in the country house. She lives in the house in the city, and she fucking with another dude.
Wow.
You know, a new relationship and the thrill of that. Yeah, all that old bullshit. Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to tell you something.
Wow.
This shit, man. I'm trying to tell you, man. And she blamed it on the dude. I mean, you know, he did this and he did that. Man, you just ain't shit.
Yeah, wow.
I was having a conversation with a man who said, like, this man he admitted he made $9,000 in 1 year, y'all. He said his life, he used to be a prominent figure in his hometown. Life got turned upside down by some false allegations, whatever. He moved to Washington, D.C. to start over. And he was like, I don't have no problems meeting women. Now, he could be lying, but he was like, I have no problems meeting women. He said that he was currently dealing with a married woman. And I was like, and she had her husband was doing well, very prominent and all this other stuff. And I'm like, he living in somebody's basement, right? So I Kevin Samuels him. I said, because I looked at his PTR, not really conventionally attractive. So I'm like, do women complain about sex with you, or do they keep coming back? Do they seem to go crazy, like lose it a little bit, get anxious and attached very quickly after you have sex with them? He's like, yeah, how did you know? I was like, because you broke and you're not, conventionally attractive. I'm not trying to be funny, but I'm just trying to figure out how all these men talk about they having problems with women, and you seem to not be having any problems. So then I asked him, I said, listen, we're grown. Do you know you have a big penis, and do women tell you have a big penis? Like, do they tell you you're good in bed? And he started laughing. He was like, yeah, I don't want to talk about my penis size. I'm like, listen, we're grown. I have to understand why a married woman is willing to risk her marriage with a man who has nothing to offer her.
Man, let me tell you something, man. I'm gonna tell you something. There's a lot of people in here, but man, I'm gonna give you the game to it, man. And a lot of times, man, motherfuckers do not understand, man, how a lot of folks don't get it, but the sex part, man, that's a very layered thing. Let me say it like that, right? Okay, to check this out, I'll give you an example. Like there is just, everybody's adults in here. There is fucking, like just fucking, right? Like people just have sex with one another, the woman may climax, may not, the dude, gets off, and then that's one thing, right? That's just, but then there is, what's a good name?
There's that mind-blowing body shaking, whole body.
It's not just about the fucking.
It's about during sex. It's about the passion.
But it's not just about that either. Okay, check this out. I'll give you this, right? I'll put it to you like this, right? A lot of these women, they don't really even know fully what turns them on. You get what I'm saying? They know in a basic way,
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, that's true.
But check this out. When you are a certain level of attentive, you pay a certain attention to the details of women, and you're really in that. And I'm trying to say it because I don't even like having these kind of conversations on the motherfucker. But the real, man, a lot of these dudes ain't never turned a woman out, man. I mean, that's just what it is, man. When you turn one of these women out, man, hey, man, a lot of these sisters, I'm gonna say all of them, hey, man, they gonna chase that shit till the world blow.
And that's what I'm saying.
And it doesn't matter, all that other shit will fly out the motherfucking window, man. Because check this out. Because a woman because you have turned her on to something and you have introduced her to something that she can't get anywhere else. And I'm gonna tell you this, it's not just that part of it. Man, but when you like see that like when you interact with a woman, right? Or this is just doesn't really. This can go into the sexual part, but it doesn't have to be. When you give this woman something that materially changes the way she thinks and operates, man, hey man, you gonna live in her mind forever. And women, and there are many women that have a hard time shaking that. That have a hard time shaking that shit, man. You get what I'm saying? And that's just what it is, man. Because
they try.
No, because every dude just, a lot of dudes are not going to fulfill that part of that woman. And every time that woman, when she operates just in her daily life, man, hey, you have become intertwined with the very way she thinks. You get what I'm saying, man? It's man, listen, man, I'm trying to tell you. I'm not just saying that. I told her, man, there was a sister, you know what I'm saying, that I messed with, that dealt with in 2006. Man, I saw this woman at the goddamn funeral 2 weeks ago. Hey, man, and when I told her that the homie had passed, right, I sent her a message on Facebook. Man, it wasn't Facebook or Instagram, one of them. The homie passed. When I told her, when he was in the hospital, I said, hey, you need to go see the homie because I don't know how long that will be possible. And that's all I sent her. And she tried to make, hey, how you been? Shit. Hey, sister, I'm engaged. Man, I ain't messed with this woman, man, since 2006. Man, that mother was mean mugging at the funeral.
What you trying to tell us, Biggie?
No, I'm just telling you what's real.
Put it on her, huh?
Man, but it was the whole goddamn thing. You get what I'm saying? It wasn't just one. You know, I'm not talking about, man, it was, man, listen, man, 20 years, man. This woman been married and everything. She been married twice.
And that's what I'm
20.
saying. I'm saying
on, man.
people don't realize how much that means to a woman when she gets that, when she feels that way. Like you said, it's hard to shake it. And you're going to subconsciously be choosing men based on that experience, that feeling. And she may not even be able to vocalize it or recognize that's what she's doing. But that's what she's doing.
Man, motherfuckers be, and a lot of dudes don't even understand that. And a lot of women ain't never, man, listen, man, I know women right now. I mess with like that sister, for instance. Man, hey, man, any dude she fuck with always gonna be runner up. Always. I don't deal with the woman, don't communicate with the woman, don't nothing. I have a fiance, man, and I don't deal with none of that. I don't do that kind of shit. But man, any dude that woman deals with is gonna be runner up. I mean, that's just the reality of it. God forbid me and the sister ever part ways, which with that, I don't see that happening. But just say hypothetically, hey, man, ain't no dude gonna be able to come behind me and do shit. Nothing. Motherfucker, if that ever happened, man, anybody dealing with that sister, man, gonna be runner up. Because I'm a part of the way she thinks. And I'm not saying that to be, I'm not saying it like that. What I'm saying is, hell, man, that sister, the whole, the journey that we've taken, hell, has materially changed the way she views the world. She ain't gonna never go through that shit with anybody else. Never. Ever. There's a sister I dealt with in the 90s, right? For instance, right? Hell, when I met the sister, her government name, she had a European name. When me and that sister were together 6 years. After that 6 years, hell, man, she had a Swahili name as her government name. She ain't wear no more perms in her head. I didn't make her do anything. But that's the influence. What I'm saying is, how she gonna shake that when, hell, what is this? Man, me and that sister's relationship was over in 2000. This is 2026. And she's still the same sister.
So can I chime in and say, so what you're saying, so I definitely hear what you're saying. What you're saying is not about sex or just sex. It's way bigger than that.
It's way bigger than that.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. I don't want anybody to think.
But it doesn't have anything to do with money, though. But the physical part of it it manifests itself in the physical part too.
Yeah.
But
it's not just that.
And I want to clarify, I'm not saying that it's just about sex. I've said that people don't realize how important and how much sexual desire and physical attraction plays a part in mate selection.
Oh no, I understand what your argument is. I just my premise is that I think that they do know. I think that they absolutely do know the physical part is important.
No, I'm saying that some women aren't aware that really is playing a part. They really think that they're choosing based on character and personality. So when they have a guy who is in front of them that has all these traits and these character traits and stuff that they want, but they're rejecting him, okay, why are you what is the real reason? What is the root? Why are you rejecting him? And they can't tell you why. So now it's my job to help unpack that why for you. And what I've uncovered with a lot of women is that they weren't sexually attracted to the guy.
Hold on, right? This is what I'm gonna do. Y'all play this song. This is the only time y'all ever hear me rap anything. But I wrote this song, right? You know what I'm saying? This is kind of explaining in verse. You feel me? Hold on. This is what this shit be, man. This is what goes on for listen to this. Hold on. It's a big
You know, I hate you. I don't even want to see you again. Well, I really think I do. I don't know how to make it through the day without you. So, I hate you. Come on. I hate you. Come on. Nigga, I hate you. Come on. I hate you. Come on. Nigga, I hate you.
So you hate me now, your motivation leaking out. Lost in emotion, not thinking before you make it left. Attraction waning cause you spinning out of gravitation. Still that discovered, couldn't fight your savage craving. At first it looked like you ain't ready to reflect the pain. I was your bridge over troubled waters, give me speed. I'm not gonna fight you to defy you, that's not how I shine. Cause if it's meant to be an automatic time. Lost in the sauce, can't even see the further ground. The only hope we have is building on the map of fact. I know I'm fly, possessor of the mind supreme. Keep on rising, cause my understanding be the cream. Love hella like degree, system between you and me. Rejected you was queen, cause you just couldn't 17. Romantic love's no actual fact, it's just a tree. Just like I showed you, everything out here ain't what it seems.
I hate you. Come on. Nigga, I hate you. Come on. I hate you. Come on. Nigga, I hate you. I don't want to see you again. No, I love you. Maybe I just don't know what I do without you. You can tell me everything I want. I think it's all of me. No, I hate you. I hate you. No, I think I love you. Nigga, I hate you.
Yeah, that's how it goes. That's how what is it though?
Okay, Biggie, I was feeling that. Okay. You got a nice flow. Okay.
Yeah, I was actually.
I'm multi-talented.
I'm like, damn, he actually got a nice flow.
What I'm saying is that's how it goes. You know,
But that's like the cliche, thin line between love and hate. That's the same type of thing.
Man, that's the way that. And I can't speak for how it is, the dynamic from women to men, when men be, but a lot of times, man, it's the woman is hurt, man, because she's not necessarily hurt. She's hurt because, because the proximity of the relationship, her proximity to the dude has been cut off. And I'm saying, I'm not talking about in abusive situations and that, even though those dynamics can play out in abusive situations too. But I'm talking about, it's like, the proximity to the dude is cut off or it changes. And that feeling, and she can't get that feeling anywhere else. She keeps, like chasing that feeling. You know what I'm saying? That connection. Because
that's there you go. That's
you know what I'm saying? But there's a feeling attached to that connection. You know what I mean? It's a thing like, man, I have a saying, right? I said, man, you gotta reach her, you gotta have to reach her to teach her, you gotta teach her to keep her. You know what I mean? That means you have to resonate. Something about that brother has to resonate with that sister to make that sister even want to be in his sphere of influence, man. And once that happens, man, it's hard for women to shake that shit, man. It's difficult, man. That shit has nothing to do with the money, because you can't buy that. You just can't. A lot of folks, they're saying they focus on the money because, and I'm not saying, but people focus on the money because they don't have that particular ability with women. And I'm not saying it's, but then because that shit kind of has to be in you. You really can't learn that shit. Well, I'm saying you learn it, but if you don't, you can't fake it. Like I'm sure, like I can say this, right? And I, believe it or not, but like I can listen to Mumia, right? Mumia has that kind of ability with women. Because, I'm going to tell you what, because first of all, and he may not even exercise it, right? And I'm going to tell you the main thing, because he is convicted. He is steadfast, rooted in his perspective. That's the first thing, right? The second thing is he is an intelligent dude, right? The third thing, right, is not only is he intelligent, but he has a lot of information. The dude reads and he studies and he researches. You know what I mean? And he can, and even whether someone agrees with him or not, but the shit makes sense. So in that way, you know what I'm saying? You can tell, like I told, like a sister way back in the day, right? I dealt with, she had a daughter when I met a young daughter, right? And when I told this sister, I said, and I sat this sister down and I said, you have to educate this baby. I said, the school is not to teach your child how to read. I said, you have to teach this child how to read and push education in the home. You start educating this baby now. That's the basic gist, but I really instilled that in this sister. And her child now is 20 years old and 19. She's 19, right? She's in a well-known university, doing well. That sister, even though all these years, hey man, that shit was instilled in her. The importance and the value of education. And educating her child, man, that became a part of her whole outlook on life. You get what I'm saying to you? That's it, man. And put it like this, and I'm just saying like this. Man, when we're not, connected, I don't have any dealings with this woman. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, man, but that woman can't shake that. She continues to look for that. And it's not just in that aspect, but this woman dry called me, man, about 3 or 4 years ago, just dry called me out the blue. Right, and this is years after and she just said it just dry. I guess she had a little something to drink or whatever. I don't know what was with her. And she said, I love you with every fiber of my being, and you never cared. You left that. I'm talking about just going through it. Man, I ain't touched this woman in years, man. Don't talk, man, I told this, I'm talking years, was in another relationship, I think, but she was married. And they told me, I said, sister, you married, sister. She said, I love him, but I don't love him like I love you. You feel me? She can't shake it. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, man, a lot of these sisters, man, listen, man, I'm not saying that's different for all, man, but listen, I'm trying to tell you, man, when you really resonate in somebody's mind, man, hey, man, it's hard for them to shake that shit, and you can't really fake that part of it. Am I lying, Lady Luck?
Oh, no,
you get what I'm saying?
Not at all. No, I agree with you 100% on that one. Yeah, that's why, and I think people don't. That's why when people say certain stuff, and I'm like, maybe, I don't know, maybe some of these things are issues in other communities, but I'm like, well, overall, like I hear what people say online, but I know what women say, like they say, shot, man, let a man be the man who taught a woman some shit. Man, like everybody think it's all about money. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's not a factor, but man, that's not, people is go. It be that guy. Let him be charismatic. Let him teach her something. Like, why do you think women get all like enamored when they talk about a man who can do certain things? Like, women get excited about a man that can change today. I'm talking about in 2026. Like, women get like, what? You can change a tire. Oh my God, you can build something. Like man, I definitely agree with what you said. That guy that teach that woman something, man, it hit the.
Man, I'm telling you, a lot of dudes don't understand that. That's why, dudes be leading with their wallet, man. Any motherfucker can pay a woman or, give a woman some money. Any motherfucker can do that. You get what I'm saying? Any motherfucker can just, have just regular, sex with the same man can do that. You know what I'm saying? But when when you tap into the depths of that woman and what she really values and what she holds important and what she wants to do and what she desires for herself and touch that part and shine light on that part, and shit.
So DB literally I was thinking that, but thinking this. Would you compare that to like the guy who can't who always remembers the woman who when he was let's just say something happened, who was there for him when he was down and out, like.
But it has to be. It can be, but it's deeper than that. See, I'm gonna give y'all the game on a lot of these dudes like that you hear on Clubhouse, right? And I'm just talking about the talking points you hear, right? See, you have a lot of dudes out here that are used to the bare minimum. Like, because you hear like these kind of things, like they talk about a woman that cooks and cleans, and all this kind of stuff, or that has sex, she's not, trying to hold the sex for ransom. See, all that shit is the price of entry, man. But see, a lot of these dudes, that shit is luxurious to them. That's an extra thing because they accepted the bare minimum from women. And so when a woman comes into their lives and she's not like that, you know what I'm saying? Like, stingy and greedy and talking shit, man, a lot of those dudes, man, they worship at her altar, man. And so that's something that like say if a sister, like that's why what happens, right, is if a sister, a lot of brothers don't even expect a woman to listen to them and care about how they think or whatever they have going on. They don't really expect that, right? So when a woman does that and she can't fake it, that's just naturally how that woman is. A lot of these dudes can't shake that. They can't shake it. Because it's like that woman is giving them something that a lot of these women don't even know how to give. But that's a reflection of two, that they've been settling for the bare minimum from women. You get what I'm saying? And that's what, women too. A lot of women, like check this out. Now to speak about the sexual part again, there's a lot of women out here, right, that are used to, right, a dude basically, and I'll say this, just basically jacking off in their vagina. And what I mean by that, a lot of these women are used to not being pleased and fully fulfilled, but the dude just kind of wham bam, thank you, ma'am. A lot of women, that's the default for them. Like they may get off in a certain kind of way, but a lot of women just used to that. A lot of women are not used to a dude being attentive to their needs in that way, or being attentive to their needs in general. A lot of women are just used to a dude, trying to use money, trying to throw money at everything. You want to go on a vacation, the woman is going through something, well, shit, I'll take you on a vacation, I'll buy you something, this and that. A lot of women not even used to dudes even listening to them or even giving a fuck about what they think. And that's the same thing with a lot of these dudes with women. So a dude that's generally, that's genuinely in support of the sister and that genuinely cares about the sister and what she's going through and what her life, with you know what I'm saying? Like that's a lot of women are not used to that. So it's hard to shake a dude like that. And I'm not talking about a dude that the woman is put in a friend zone, but I'm talking about a dude that she's with and a dude she's attracted to. Well, a lot of women can't, that's, most dudes are not going to do that. Like that genuinely rather, respects the woman's womanhood. A lot of women ain't used to that kind of respect. A lot of women are not used to a dude that genuinely wants and desires for the woman to be free. A lot of women are not used to that. Like a dude that's not hung up. You know what I'm saying? On all this little petty bullshit that a lot of these dudes are hung up on. And I'm gonna tell y'all something, man. Like, and have told a few brothers this, right? Like, I think a lot of that stuff, not all of it, but many of these concepts are embodied in the Aretha Franklin song, "Ain't No Way." A lot of these dudes really don't listen to women, right? And don't understand where they're coming from. And that song, "Ain't No Way," Aretha Franklin tells the dude, "Ain't no way for me to love you if you won't let me." A lot of dudes in their, you know what I'm saying, the ego and insecurities get in the way of allowing the sister to truly love them and truly care for them. And when you handicap a woman like that, you know what I mean? You're not allowing the woman to be fully free to be who she wants to be and who she needs to be. You putting a woman in a box, and dudes don't even understand that. And so when you deal with a woman in that capacity, just that, for instance, and I think kind of thing goes both ways, right? Hell, a woman will chase, if the relationship for whatever reason comes apart, man, a woman will chase that all her life, man. And because that is hard to find, man. And even though a woman will be in another relationship and certain things will maybe on the surface, compensate for that or seemingly compensate for that, a woman is never truly satisfied. Especially like even when you sit when a woman, like this is what women will do, right? And a lot of brothers don't get this. Like women will first gauge the level of safety or that they feel in a relationship. When in a relationship dynamic, they'll gauge that. And women will never really articulate this, but the telltale sign that a woman feels safe with you and protected with you is she'll begin to reveal all of her wounds and bullet holes. She'll lay that shit at your feet, man. And you know what I'm saying? And it takes a lot for some women to get there, for many women to get there where they'll do it. You know what I'm saying? And they'll do it in a way that they're saying that this is me, and I trust you enough to give this to you because I know that you love me for me, in spite of what I've been through, or in spite of what I've done, in spite of where I fucked up in life, and in spite of everything, that you love me and care about me for me. And when women do that, man, depending on it, if you fuck that up, then it's hard to come back from that. And the woman will stay with you. Many women will stay with you, but you'll never see her in that. You'll never see her fully like that again, because she'll never allow you to see that again. And see, a lot of dudes don't understand that shit about women. Because women, it's not that women are weaker by nature or anything like that, but women know that they live in a world where women understand that they live in a world where their dynamic to men and just in the physical sense. You know what I'm saying? Just in the physical sense, hell, they are not as they are not as dominant in that way as men are. And so a woman knows that in that way that she always has to have some degree of protection for a self-protection, you know what I'm saying? Because she knows that, hey man, that if push comes to shove, hell man, this man tries to dominate me, shit, I can't do shit about it. Even though, but that plays in the subconscious mind just from the difference in physical strength. And so when that belief is in the subconscious way of thinking, when that's an underlying belief, many actions and many other behaviors that speak to the or that frame, relationship dynamics are a reflection of that. Even though that may or may not really actually be the case, but if someone believes that's the case, that's how they're going to show up. A lot of dudes don't understand that about women, and so they don't, they like you just listen to what these women are saying. So and I'm just saying, I'm saying in a relationship where both folks care for one another and all that kind of shit, man. And so when women find that in a dude, right? When women really find that type of acceptance and quote unquote safety in the dude, hey man, many other women ain't. It's even though the relationship may not work out for whatever reason, man, women are always, boy, that dude is always gonna be the champion in that woman's mind.
Yeah, I agree with that. I actually agree with that. I was gonna say, I have a friend right now. Like, well, they've been together for quite a while, but it's some areas of the marriage that aren't the greatest. But she's never going anywhere because he fully accepts her. She, feels completely safe with him. She knows that man will go to the end of the earth for her and her kids. She's never ever worried about cheating or had any type of thought that he's ever cheated. He'll work 20 jobs if that's what it takes to take care of his family. Like those things is like, you're not, like in her mind, you're not gonna go outside and find that kind of man every day, all day. So, even though some other areas may not be the greatest, I think y'all can kind of read between the lines there. Yeah, she ain't never going nowhere, ever. It's like she's not. It's just like, it's all these other things about him. It's just, I'm not gonna find that. Like, so, just, so he's a great father, like all of that stuff. So, I get what you.
And people want to be accepted, man. And I think, like, you hear these dudes, man, that their whole talking point, the Pookie Ray Ray talking point, the street dude, right? I'm going to tell you what happens with the dynamic between a lot of women and dudes in the street. You know what I'm saying? See, and a lot of dudes don't get this. That, like, a lot of dudes, and I'm not saying every dude, because there's levels to it. But hell, man, all this, a lot of his fuck ups. Yeah, man, that shit is part of public record. And so, so one thing about it, the sister ain't got to figure out where the dude's coming from. She knows where he's coming from. And then many times, right, hell, the dude ain't judging her either. The dude ain't judging her. How you gonna judge her? Yeah, she know. At least I was telling the sister, right, at when we was at the homie's funeral 2 Saturdays ago. I said, look, cause I said, look, cause it was, the homie was a gangster, stone cold, right? And but I said, look here, man. I said, look, everybody in here, probably not everybody, but I said most folks in here, there's gangsters in here. It's all the homies, right? And I said, look, I said, nobody's hiding and putting on fronts and airs about that kind of shit. You know how like people like some people are, I'm a good dude. You know, that's always a red flag when people say that. Because everybody that did dirt at various levels, right? And so it's like the old adage, you know what I'm saying? Let he who was without sin cast the first stone. But see, a lot of motherfuckers like to cast stones because, you know, on somebody whose dirt is on the table, just because their dirt's not on the table. You got dirt too. We just don't know what the fuck you did.
Yeah, but I find that to be a gender thing. Like
No.
I don't think.
What do you mean? What part of
whether a woman is a good woman or not? But we'll only question it when it comes to a good man.
No, I don't think so. That's not because like check this out, right? I'll give you an example, right? Like say a sister, like this is one thing that I picked up on. I'm not saying this is good, bad. I'm not making that kind of judgment, right? But like when you like say you in the neighborhood, right? And I'm talking about a black neighborhood, like the hood as they say, right? Like you say a sister, she won't. And this doesn't necessarily have to be any type of promiscuous sister in that way. But everybody in the hood that grew up with the sister know who the sister that fucked with over the years. But that's not a deterrent for a dude fucking with her. Because, you know, everybody knows that's just the way that shit kind of goes, right? And so, like what I'm saying is when you're in an environment when people have when everybody's shit, when a lot of people's shit is on the table, man, you know, that's kind of really like a no judgment zone, really. So relative, you get what I'm saying?
I don't have a problem with judgments. I have a problem when it turns around. So I don't have a problem with black women's preferences. That's cool. But a lot of black women have a problem with black men's preferences.
But I don't. But
and we hear it all the time.
But you hear this shit in environments, man, where people can hide though.
Hide what?
Hide what the fuck they've done. Nobody know these motherfuckers. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like for instance, like put it like this, like you know, I'm saying it without saying it. Like when you come up in the neighborhood, man, everybody know who done killed motherfuckers. Everybody know who done robbed motherfuckers. Everybody know what the fuck motherfuckers done did. Everybody know what dude this sister used to fuck with, that sister used to fuck with. Everybody knows. I'm not saying people know all of the dirt, but people know a lot of the dirt. And that goes without saying, especially, you know what I'm saying? Like hell, people know. It's like par for the course. So when you are in an environment like that, hell man, nobody's really judging anybody in that regard. Because everybody's dirty.
I got a question. Well, maybe an example. So
but
when you were saying this, I was thinking, would Nicki Minaj be an example? Like when people question like why she got with the dude she got with, would that fit that scenario?
Yeah, probably so, because you know they don't really judge each other. You can tell that off the rip. Hell, she, you know, I don't know, you know, they stand of his dirt, stand of her dirt. I know she, but yeah, how you gonna shit? He ain't judging her. You don't give a fuck. Imagine that dude. What's your body count?
Right.
How many that ain't how that shit go, man. A lot of folks don't operate how to like my well, I mean dead and gone. So I say it now, right? Imagine my partner that passed judging the sister he was with for having, you know, some babies of a baby. She had a baby when he met her one. And still, motherfucker, you know, and the homie, hell, they killed motherfuckers before.
I don't see what the big deal with it all is. If somebody asks something you don't like, that's a signal for you to move around.
No, I don't think you're not catching what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I was explaining why that some sisters gravitate toward street dudes.
I get it.
Because it ain't a lot of judgment. It ain't a lot of judgment.
Brothers, this is what I would say to those brothers. Because I know who you're talking about. I'm kind of their champion. Sis, brother, that's not the woman for you, man. That's all. That's all.
No, but that's not what I'm saying.
She likes the street dude. God
what you're saying is that's why women find safety. That's why when men are questioning,
I'm saying
it's because the woman found safety.
I get it. I get it. I understand.
So why are you making the point you make? Because it seems
I'm saying to those brothers. I'm saying to those brothers, she's not the one for you. Let her go.
But that's not the point. The point is these dudes that she like the street dudes. I'm explaining that. But it is because what I'm explaining is to you, because a lot of these other folks, and then this thing is a real prevalent thing, like on Clubhouse, because nobody really knows one another. Like a dude like the virtue signal. You know what I'm saying? That really doesn't happen. You know what I'm saying? In real life, in the quote unquote hood, and I'm just saying the hood because everybody understands that shit really doesn't happen. Ain't nobody walking around there righteous because everybody know the dirt.
Okay, so what I would say on the other side, I hear what you're saying. I'm good with it, brother. If you righteous, why you want to be with somebody that's not righteous? That's my question.
But the point is that
why do you want to do that, man?
The point is that they're not righteous. Letitia, I don't know, maybe.
I think he's just branching off. He just heard something and he just has a thought. No. He's not countering. He's just making a point to one of the points Biggie made. But it's taking us off track. I think we all can understand.
I don't have a problem with that.
I think we all can understand.
I am a highly judgmental man. I make no mistake for it. And every sister can't get down with that. That's good. But that's a signal that she's not for me.
I get that, but that's not the point I'm making.
He's making it.
He's not
he gets what Biggie's saying. No, he's not. He understands what Biggie is saying. He just heard something that Biggie said, and he's making a whole completely separate point. That's it. So we can just acknowledge that you are right, Amia, that they should recognize that and move on.
Yeah, but that's the solution.
So
recognize that that's Biggie, not the system for you.
Right. So Biggie, speaking of going back to the part where, the woman can't shake. She just can't shake. Going back to the part where it's like they getting with a man, because as a woman, I'm going to admit it, I'm just being free to be yourself. I think if every woman gains that level of self-awareness and understanding that, man, when you're free to be your relationship, there's no judgment, there's no critiques, there's no criticism, there's no make you feel like that you're less than or potentially less than, you're just free to be yourself. That's a whole other level of feeling. And I think a lot of men would do well to understand that. But then that does go to Mamia's point where it's like, choose a woman that you're okay with who she is and how she is.
She's okay with that. Find a sister that is okay with that.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying find a woman that you are okay with who she is and how she's being.
Oh, no, I'm going to have critiques no matter what. So she can't handle it.
That's crazy.
He's going to have to move on.
Well, see, like the thing is,
that's that's just my inherent.
I get that, but then that's a two-way street, and it's not really. It's not even a problem.
They can't handle that being critiqued.
But my argument is that black men. What other group of men have handled more critique than black men?
Y'all can't handle critique about the penis size and the sex game.
We hear it all the time.
No, y'all hear it in general, but you don't hear it.
No. I'm talking about in general. Hang on.
No?
I'm talking about in general all the time.
Okay, what I'm saying is, if a
We
woman
hearing
is,
7 ways
what
to
I'm
Sunday.
saying is, if a woman, you're in a relationship with a woman, and she is like, you know what? Yeah, you like the best I had. The sex just does it for me. It's gonna crush that man's
That's
soul.
fine. Because my thinking is this. Well, what are we doing? At this point,
But
there's
I love
no
you,
point
though.
in continuing.
Nah, I love you though. But you know,
Yeah, I get that. Fair enough.
It
But we don't need to
doesn't
continue, though.
so
If that's where you at with it, okay.
Yeah, but I think that
You need to be with a man that does it for you. Stop
but
getting
you
with men that
just-
don't do it for you.
but even as a man, if you've had any kind of experiences, different women physically are different without being too crass. And not new woman might not be as good as the old woman. But when maybe it's just me, but I think when you're mature, you realize that good sex does not make a relationship.
That's true.
Now,
That's a lot. Oh, yes.
now, because to me, if it's all about the sex, then I have you as sneaky link or side chick or a situationship, right? I've had women that I enjoy the physical part, and we don't go too far, right? But if you're dating, to me, a grown woman with some self-esteem, you're not going to be able to bullshit your way through the relationship. Okay. You're not going to be able to fuck your way through the relationship.
Okay.
Because you're going to have to spend time with the woman. You're going to have to go places with the woman. You're going to have to talk to the woman. And to me, you're going to generally have to really like the woman. I think any of us that have spent time with someone that we really don't like, that's really draining. To have to, like, you can have a woman at its surface level, and you come by it, you think, watch some TV, or whatever, and leave. That we all can do that. But a lot of these women, if you're their man, quote unquote, then, there's date nights, and there's activities, and there's trips, and there's just quality time. How was your day? And she's going to tell you about her day, and she's going to want to vent, and she's maybe want a sounding board, and she's want some advice. And if you really don't like a woman, you're gonna it's gonna make it hard. So my point is, I've had women that maybe the sex wasn't as good as a prior woman, but I like the woman more because the relationship's not just based on the physical. Honestly, there's so many more important things than the physical. It's not even, I don't think it's ever been top 3 with me, but at this age, it's definitely, probably even not even top 4, top 5. There's so many more important things. Like, good sex is not hard to find. All the other things are harder to find. You can always find a woman that you can have good sex with. At least I can. I meet a lot of women, and I have several in my phone. But the other things, the compatibility and the mental stimulation, that shit's so much more important. I think people, and maybe it's just me, but I think at a certain age, if you're still focusing on the physical, I think most of the time that doesn't lead to anything substantial. A few people maybe are, long-term marriage and you still fucking as much as you used to in the beginning, but not getting into too much of my friends' sexual lives. Most of my friends tell me that after you get married and have kids, it's not near as frequent or as important as it used to be. this is for men and women, and they have both of them. They have attractive spouses, but you know they say that just real life happens, especially after you have kids. So not to say that they're not connecting, but I think that if you, men or women, you pick your spouse based on good sex, and I just think you're going to end up unhappy after a few years. If that's the prevailing thing and the other stuff's not together, because you're going to spend a lot more time with this person than you do in the bed. So,
I don't think
maybe that's just me, but I've never, you know, honestly, the way I connect with a woman mentally, and if I can talk to you, and if I can have a good time with you, and I'm a little like you, I'm maybe not as intellect as you, but having a woman that I have mental stimulation with has always been really important to me, right? And we might not read them crazy books, but for me, just being able to enjoy your space, that's always been priceless. You know, that connection where when I'm not with you, I'm thinking about sexual way, but thinking about you like, man, I can't really wait to see her. I can't wait to see her Friday night. Or I can't wait till she gets off work and calls me. And then, you know, maybe I'm just crazy. But back in our day, you'd be on the phone with a woman talking for 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, talking all night, not wanting to hang up the phone because you enjoy talking to her.
Yeah,
I actually sleep on the phone.
Right. You hang up. No, you hang up. On 3, hang up. Like, that shit is priceless, man. The other shit, you know, man,
Why you quoting song lyrics? Tyrese of all people. I don't think I wouldn't catch that.
Okay, Jonathan, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Okay, when the physical run out, like, what do men and women really have, like, to be compatible with today? Because I don't think men and women can be together without having sex. Like when the physical, like, is not involved, men and women really don't know. They don't really have nothing in common. Am I tripping or not?
See, and see, that's where I think that if you're in a situation like that, see, here's the thing with me, for our people, because of the business I'm in, and I've been in the business I've been in since 20. When I go to work, especially before, there's a lot of people come in the restaurant, but not the way the clubs were, right? I go to work, I see women 5 nights a week for 30 years. I go to work, there's women. There's always women. And so, you can always, without just keep it 100, you can always get your dick sucked. That's not hard, right? But if you're in a relationship, and so for me, I would get tired of having sex with a woman very fast. Right? I get tired. Like, I get bored because when I was younger, I like new pussy. Let's keep it 100. That's what I like. I like to thrill the chase. I like new pussy because I'm constantly seeing women. So I like new chick. And so if I'm with you, and I would imagine, especially when we were younger, if you're gonna get tired, you know, what's the saying, Fry? You show me a fine woman and I'll show you a nigga that's tired of fucking her. Right? That's the saying we used to say. If you find that, okay, the sex is, okay, the newness of the sex is worn off, and we have nothing else, then that probably was the wrong woman for you. Right? We can't spend a relationship in bed. There's gotta be more to it. And oftentimes, I don't know about you, Fry, that's how I knew I really liked the woman. I never judged, and even still don't, I never judge how I feel about a woman on the sex, right? I judge how I feel about a woman taking the sex off the table. That's how, to me, that's how you know, right? I always tell my homegirls, you know what you have with a man when it's not about the sex. Because you take the sex off, whether you're not having sex with the woman or whether the newness of it has worn off, right? We're 4 months in and we done had sex everywhere and done everything. So it's no longer new. It's okay.
I'm gonna be honest.
Hold on, let me finish the last part. And so you still like seeing her. You still like hanging out with her. You still planning something new for her. You look forward, it's Friday night, you can go out with your boys and you say, hey, what are you doing? Well, nothing much. I'm gonna come over, okay. And you cook dinner, she cooks dinner, you watch TV, you go for a walk, you hang out, you play video games, you play card games, you talk. She tells you about stuff she's working on. You tell her about your business that you're starting and how you had a good week, and it was a good week. And you laugh, and you talk, and you go to sleep. Maybe you have sex, maybe you don't. And you wake up, and it's Saturday, and she cooks breakfast, and you guys go do something. Who knows? Go to the lake. And you enjoy spending time with the woman. I think that's when you know you have something. If all you want to do is screw the woman, I don't know if that's a relationship. And I damn sure don't know if that's sustainable. Because sooner or later, the sex is not going to be generally, the sex is not going to be what it was in the beginning. And I think that's what happened in COVID. People had to be together. You couldn't go anywhere. You couldn't run. And people realized they didn't really like each other. And I think that's really a bad relationship when you don't want to talk to the person, don't want to spend quality time, right? I mean, I know that said a lot, but does that make any sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree with you, Jonathan. And I think majority of men and women have physical intelligence today, but they don't have emotional intelligence today. And so, they base everything off of what you can perform, how you perform in bed. And that's the sad reality that we live in. People base their emotions and how they like a person by how they perform in the bedroom. You know what I'm saying? And that's where I think a lot of people go wrong, because at the end of the day, we're not building family. We're not staying together, because at the end of the day, after we physically done with each other, we don't know how to deal with each other emotions. We don't know how to deal with them. Men don't really know how to deal with women emotions like that. You know what I'm saying? We want to do it and toss and turn these women in the bedroom, and then we get mad at the women when they express their emotions or how they feel or their feelings, and then we want to run away from it, like, oh, we don't want to deal with that part of a woman. But we just gotta be real, man. That's part of a woman, dog. Right? Man up, nigga.
Well, let
me say this last part. Let me say this last part. And the thing is, like, when you're young, you're moving around, young, dumb, and full of cum. But as we get older as men, life be lifing, man. Life be lifing. Your mama might get sick. Your father might get sick. You have ups and downs in life. You're trying to start a business. Maybe you're dealing with trials and tribulations at your job. Maybe you're going back to school. Maybe you're trying to start a business and you're trying to hold down a full-time job, and you try to make your side business the main business, but in the meantime, you got to keep working until you can do it. There's so many things that are more important than getting your dick sucked, and there's so many ways a woman can improve your life besides the physical. There's so many ways a good black woman can help you and motivate you and be there for you and pour into you, and hopefully you're doing the same thing with her too, right? And I think that's why God made women, right? God made Adam and God made Eve to be together and to work together and grow together and accomplish things together and maybe have children together and build a family together and build a life together and grow old together. And so I just think for every man, look, there's a time when every man is young and silly, but at some point, most of us need to grow up and find and realize that a woman is more than just there to pleasure you, and vice versa. And if you haven't really got that point, then you probably need to grow up a little bit. If that makes any sense, what I'm saying.
It doesn't, because while I get what you're saying. I mean, okay, but it's up to each man to decide for himself. Like in my case, my parents died relatively early in my life. My parents died relatively early in my life. I'm a self-made man. I don't anyone to do anything for me, and I have a particular. I'm an eccentric.
Yes, you are.
A lot of black women cannot deal with eccentric guys.
I'm with one. You have one.
But I'm giving my response to what you said. Okay, I'm okay with that. But personally, I can't relate. Well, my parents died early.
Okay.
That part of my life is well behind me. I'm a self-made man. Don't really need women to do anything for me. I'm a big boy. I can take care of myself.
What about companionship, though?
I can take it or leave it.
But I mean, okay, like case in point, you're writing these books. You're an intellect. You write these good books. It's not nice to have a woman.
Nah, I'm calling Cap on a companionship because he likes a woman that he could like even though we're friends, right? We have a companionship, and me and you care about our connection and the fact that you could talk to me about things, and I have a curiosity, and I try to understand you. So it is.
I'm starting to see that a lot of men, because the questions that are asked are really stupid, and that's the only thing I can call it. It is, Mr. Jonathan, dumb. Y'all don't know what a relationship is beyond physical intimacy. Y'all don't know that it stretches like Mr. Jonathan wasn't here. You don't know that it goes deeper than that. You don't know how to sustain a relationship without physical attraction. You don't know how to do that. You don't know what it takes. Can you list? You don't know what it takes to keep that going. I'm asking some of y'all men. I heard y'all talking on stage, and I'm like, wait a second. Some of y'all don't know how to sustain a relationship without physical, not without, but beyond physical attraction.
Okay.
Mr. Marie, you got your lady, so you got to move. I mean, you could talk about it, but you got your lady. It's men who don't have anyone, and then they're asking these questions. And I'm like, if you don't know how to sustain a relationship beyond physical attraction, then what is it? Because that's what I'm looking for. The sex, I'm not. Trust me, I'm not worried about that.
Well, it sounds like to me. I mean, I'm
like, y'all too old.
I'm good either way.
And I don't do ageism at all. But we grown. You didn't say it, Mr. Jonathan. I want to let you know. So you didn't say it. So why don't y'all know how to sustain a relationship that's beyond physical attraction?
Well, I can't speak for those guys, but I can say this. That,
Mr. Big E, no. Mr. Jonathan, I'm assuming, I know you know. I've been in this room. Like, what's going on?
My thinking is this. I think that we put, I'm speaking about black men now, and particularly a certain type, because Big E was talking about the brothers who hold a dim view of the street dude. So I'm going to step into that role for a moment. So my thinking is this. You have a dim view of the street guys. You're kind of upset that the ladies choose them. Big E laid out the reasons why. And you just need to just accept that this is what it is and find a woman that aligns with you. Maybe she's not black.
Well, you would have to know alignment. So, Ms. Mumia,
maybe she's not here.
Ms. Mumia, that's not true.
Just move along and find a woman that aligns with you.
But Mr. Mumia, you gave a key word You know what you said? That because people who know that you can sustain a relationship beyond physical attraction would understand the word alignment. So it's like we haven't talked about intangibles for the last 3 years. But I don't know how to. I don't like Mr. Jonathan. This is crazy.
I mean, I agree. I just.
Yes,
I think Mamiya is being willfully obtuse.
About
because I think because
you can't change Mr. Mamiya. This is who he is.
Yeah, but I think Mamiya is in denial.
About what?
Because,
What am I in denial about?
Well, I think that you try to act like you're just hard, tough exterior, but I think
I never said I was hard and tough.
But you listen to the stuff you say. I'm not saying it insultingly. You're not letting
I don't take it as
no, but you're not letting me finish. I think you're an intellect, and I think you're a little bit more complicated. Not complicated. I think you're a little bit more complicated is probably the word than some of us. But I think that like you and Letitia have a good friendship, and she seems to understand you, and she understands the books that you read, and you and her speak the same language. And I think that whether you have a woman like that as your woman, or a woman like that as your friend, to me, that's still a relationship.
Okay.
Like, I have a best friend that's a woman. She's an attorney, and she's married. So obviously, there's no physical there. But I cherish that woman, right? In some ways, I cherish her more than the girlfriends I've had.
Okay.
Right? Because I enjoy just talking to her. I can talk to her about anything. I can talk to her about vulnerable stuff. I know it won't be repeated. I know I won't be judged. I know that she'll give me advice. I know that she cares about me, and that whatever she tells me is coming from a place of love. Hey, man, man, a good black woman, whether it's your mother, whether it's your sister, whether it's your girlfriend, whether it's your wife, or whether it is just your friend, that shit is invaluable. There is nurturing that you get from a woman that your homeboy just can't give you. There's a relationship that you have, that I have with black women in my life that I can't get from men. That just, man, you know, there's a saying that men have said, successful men have said, do you know how many prayers black women have prayed on us for us to be where we are? Do you know how many black women have prayed for us, have prayed on us, have prayed when we were in need, prayed when things were going bad? You know what I'm saying? I have so much respect for black women.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm don't get me wrong, I'm normal. I like to look at a little booty too. But besides all that, man, there is nobody that's gonna have our back like black women. And so I think that I tell all men, you need to find you a good black woman in your life, whether it's your girlfriend, whether it's your wife, or whether it's just a friend. Because as black men, we go through so much. And we got to put on the strong face. As a black man in this society, especially if you're a black man that doesn't want to be the status quo, and you're trying to make moves in business and to better your family and better generations and to undo some family curses and to move out of where you grew up and be somebody. And you can't do that alone. No man is an island. No man is a rock. You need people there along the way. And I think, I said this earlier, I think that's why God made a woman. God did not make life for you to go through the life alone. Right? God made women as a companion. And I think that a lot of us as black men would do a lot better when we learn to embrace our women realize that they're not in competition with us, and that when we elevate our women, when you pour into a woman, 9 times out of 10, when you pour into a good woman, it always comes back to you fivefold.
Well, Mr. Jonathan, I was looking
That's very beautiful, sentimental.
I know I was talking, but okay, go ahead. You can finish, Mr. Movie. Well, this is the thing, though, and this is something I've learned in my 3 years, because I done bumped my head a couple times, and then I said, no more, right? No more, no more, no more, no more. And I like what you said in there.
Well, I mean, like I said, I'm not moved by sentiment. I'm just not.
What happened to the woman?
Oh, she said be right back.
But you described why you enjoyed talking to me, right? Like you enjoyed
That's
why.
not sentiment, though.
I've rather been feeling any
That's
emotion.
not what Jonathan just said.
Well, this is the thing here. In the 3 years I've learned, and I done bumped my head too, right? We've all bumped our heads before, but y'all are not really enjoying yourselves before y'all get to the physical intimacy part. Y'all don't know each other. Y'all just know that y'all are physically attracted to each other and you want to hump. And I think that we skip those steps. This was the comments in the chat, but this goes along with what we're talking about on stage. You know, shout out to one. He's been in conversations. We said respectfully, they tend to function better as friends than romantic partners. I think we function better as family, lovers, mothers, wives, when we go through the right channels, right? So just like Mr. Jonathan was describing someone that he's really close to and he's really grown to love, and it's beyond that sexual intimacy. He has emotional intimacy. Physical intimacy is natural. Emotional is intentional. So those for y'all that want a real relationship, right? So you would get to know this person to see if you see how they are, how do they handle conflict? Do y'all align? Is this what's going on? Can you handle them when you're mad? Can they handle you when they're mad, when they're sad, when they're this and that? I don't think that a lot of people go through that channel. Now I'm going through that channel, and my God, it's so peaceful. I'm not about to do the what are we. You know what I'm saying? And that to me, when people ask questions like that, they're getting too physical too soon. But Mr. Jonathan, you described a great relationship with a woman that you absolutely have admiration and respect for. And I don't think a lot of people have experienced what I just described. I just don't. Even at y'all grown ages, even young people, I don't think that a lot of people have taken the time to do that. We just like to hump each other. Could that be a thing? And to hear that they don't have any compatibility, well, how would they know if they didn't take the right channels when vetting a person? We're really getting to know the person. And women don't lose out on nothing by not fucking y'all. Excuse my language. Excuse my language. I don't know if I like you. I have phone calls, the way you act, how you handle conflict, if you know how to converse. Do we align? Are we compatible? Do we see our lives together? A lot of people have not done that. They have not followed that channel. So of course you would say, and this is not to the person in the chat, but just in general, oh, they don't make good lovers, partners, friends. They don't do this. Oh, no, that's because you didn't do what you needed to do to see if that person aligned with you. You just wanted to put your pole somewhere. You know what I'm saying? And some of y'all good at sex, so why y'all rushing it? Some of y'all are amazing at sex. Why are you rushing the sex? Get to know the person first. You already know you're gonna put it down, so what you rushing the sex part for?
I'm sorry. A lot of women just aren't that interesting. They just aren't.
They are. There's a lot of amazing women on here.
No. A lot of women it's Dunning-Kruger. It's Dunning-Kruger. They're just not that interesting. A lot of guys are fake. I hate to be the bearer of the bad news, ladies. A lot of guys kind of faking it and telling you what you want to hear. I don't. I just don't find most women all that interesting, to tell you the truth. Beyond the pleasantries, and you kind of have to do the open nod, but there's nothing like earth-shatteringly profound. No. And if you want to tell me that, a lot of you ladies don't experience guys to be all that impressive, I won't disagree with you. I won't disagree. See how easy that was?
Okay.
Anybody else done with the Mumia show yet? We done yet? Okay, let's move on.
Don't hate on the short king energy.
I definitely don't hate on the short king energy. I'm just I feel like we've been on the Mumia show for the last 5 hours. I'm just like,
I mean, I love Mumia. I think Mumia is brilliant, but I think there's such a thing as too smart. I think that might be Mumia.
I mean, he telling the truth in a certain, point. I know it don't feel good, but a lot of people not that interesting like that. Like, that's just real talk, man. It's just real, Jonathan. Like, men and women, they don't know how to converse. They not really that interested, and he's not lying. Like, he's not lying.
But this is the thing. Everything's not for everybody. Right.
I think sometimes people need to look in the mirror, because I'm willing to bet that you, Jonathan, can say that you have met many interesting people throughout the years. I know.
I meet interesting women all the time.
Me too. I meet interesting people.
I meet interesting white women.
Yeah, but you haven't dated them. I'm saying, we meet I meet interesting people all the time. I just met 4, 5 interesting people out of the country. But for like dating a person, like,
but it's not at this age. I think as you get older, here's the thing. If you're not marriage minded, I think it's how do I say this? If you're not
marriage minded, Jonathan? What is that? What is marriage minded? I hear that all the time. I'm trying to get some clarity. I don't understand. What is marriage minded?
Here's my point. If you're a man, I can only speak for men. No, I can't speak for women. But as a black man, major city, if you're not, a lot of men our age already have children, have been married and are divorced, and really, living life, making money, doing their thing. So if you're not out here looking for a wife, and if it comes, it comes. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I think it's easy to date as you get older. It's easier to date now than it ever was when you're young. The women are more mature. They don't play games the way they did when they were young. A lot of the women aren't going to waste your time if they're not interested in you. When you're young, a lot of girls like to be coy, and you don't really know that she like me. She loves me, she loves me not. She loves me, she loves you not. You date a 40-year-old woman, 40-year-old black women generally, if they like you, they'll come around. If they don't like you, you won't hear from them.
Oh, that's BS.
Well, I'm just telling you my experiences. I don't find that as women get older, they don't play as many games. And I find that a lot of the grown women, they like companionship. So if you're fun, you guys can have a great time. You can go play miniature golf. You can go to the art exhibit. We can go to lunch. We can go to brunch. We can go listen to live jazz. We can have drinks. We can watch the game. There's so many things you can do with a woman and just have fun. And we just have fun. All this men from Mars and women are from Venus, and we're constantly two ships passing in the night. I just don't see that. I don't see that. I got a new lounge that's I'm in the middle of construction, so whenever I finish this shit. But the goal is to be open before Memorial Day. I got brand new lounge, brand new. We're building it out, stage, video wall, TVs everywhere. Brand new construction. Right. Nigga, there is going to be a shit load of fucking women there. I have an ex. We still are close. She's, I don't know what you call an influencer, whatever the hell you want to call, pretty girl. Real successful, got 1 million pretty friends. She called me yesterday. Hey, your place is opening soon, right? Yes, yeah. She says, cool, look, I want to do an influencer night for you. I'm going to invite all my friends. I have a publicist for you. And we're going to bring all the influencers and make your spot hot before you really get open. I'm going to have everybody come. And she was telling me, because, you know, she gets invited to all these events. And STK will have some, and Jordan will have some, and all these brands have stuff, and they invite the influencers, and they have food, they have drinks, and they all make content, and they post it, and that's the new thing. So she was going over it with me and telling me, hey, I'm going to do this, that's what we're going to do. Give me a little bit of lead time. Do you have a PR person? I'm like, yeah, not really. She was, okay, you can use my publicist. And it's going to be 1 million, right? It's going to be 1 million beautiful black women there. And my spot's going to be open, I think, 7 days a week. And VIP spots and VIP booths and video walls and 100-inch TVs. And we're right across the street from the stadium that they're having the Olympics in 28. And the Super Bowl next year, we're right across the street. They just had the All-Star game. We're right across, so, like there's 3 entertainment complexes, a stadium. Lady Gaga was across the street tonight. There's so many fucking women looking to go out, looking to do stuff, looking for companionship, looking just to have fun. Just simple boy and girl having a good time. And at this age, I think that it's just easier. I think women have a better appreciation. I think high school can be brutal, right? Because girls are young, and there's a certain kind of guy that gets all the attention. And if you are a little bit different, you're not fully appreciated. But now, as an adult, if you're the intellectual guy, if you're the science guy, if you're the techie guy, if you're the STEM guy, if you're the quiet guy, there's women that are looking for you. There are women that are looking for a smart guy to go to Barnes & Noble, get some coffee, and read books. Right? There are like so many single women out here and that are looking just for companionship, someone to talk to. At the end of the day, a lot of people don't want to go home to an empty house and cook dinner for yourself and watch the fucking, YouTube. It's good to get on the phone or have someone come over and bring takeout. And just a simple, how was your day? How's work? Oh, it's going good. I think I'm going to get promoted. I'm waiting for my quarterly review. I'm hoping to get the new executive job, the new director job. Oh, that's good. How about you? Yeah, man, my company, I think we're starting to turn the corner. I got some new clients. Hey, I was reading this new thing called Claude. AI, it's a little better than ChatGPT. I saw some prompts that can help your business. I saw that today. I saved it here. Maybe you can use this and it'll help you grow. Oh, thank you, babe. And I don't know, man. I just don't think it's doom and gloom the way you make it seem, man.
How am I making doom and gloom? I never said that.
My ass is old. I'm about to have a good ass time. Okay? I'm about to have a good time, nigga. I'm about to open up. We about to have a motherfucking ball. Okay? I'm gonna have the influencers. I'm gonna have.
You didn't invite none of your clubhouse friends. I see how you really think about us.
Man, I got real friends in real life.
We just a bunch of nobodies, but we here entertaining you day in, day out. We keep your life going. We keep the lights on upstairs for you, okay?
Well, that means you guys are welcome to come.
I don't think I'm doom and gloom at all. I think I'm very optimistic with the guys I represent and I rep for. I think those guys are barking up the wrong tree. Instead of, don't be upset that those ladies like a certain type of guy. That God bless them.
But for me, I don't
be okay with the. But here's what I'm doing.
I just don't think that's true. I don't think that women. This isn't high school. I think there's all good black men are appreciated.
But here's where I fall on that. Listen to what you said.
So Leticia, what do you think?
I have a strong.
You think the women out here are only looking for one kind of guy?
I never said that.
I don't think they're into the men that Mimi represent and talks about.
My thing is, my personal.
No, because they wouldn't be having the conversations that they're having. They wouldn't be considering going overseas if they could find women that were wife material who wanted to marry them.
What I would say is, personally, I'm not a fair weather friend type, and I'm not interested in the whole spin the block thing. That's not me. You got one shot at me, and one shot you got today and today only, as Denzel said in Training Day. If it don't happen today, don't worry about coming back. That's where I'm at with it. Especially if I'm getting real successful. No, stay over there. I'll work it out. Stay over there.
Wait, did I miss something? Wait, I got a question. Did I miss something? Because, wait, where did the spinning the block come from? Did I miss?
Where Jonathan made the point that their women are older and they have different, views on life and so on and so forth. So the guy that they might have passed over in college or high school, whatever the case was, younger adults or what have you, they have a second look. My position, and I only speak for myself, I statement. I don't do fair weather friends.
But hold on, wait, I have a question. But if maybe I missed something because I didn't take it that way. I took it as him saying women are older now. The person he's talking to is older, right? So the assumption is you not checking for a 20-year-old, 25-year-old, but whatever. Okay. But so the women that you're dating would be a bit older, a bit wiser. They're looking for certain things, so I took it as it shouldn't be that difficult. I don't play games like that. They're older. It's not like you're dealing with a 25-year-old who's still outside playing games. Now, obviously, we're not saying all of this way, but that's how I took it. Maybe I meant.
I mean, that was my point. I think that my point wasn't to get with Shirley, who ignored you as a senior, and now you get with her later, 4 kids later. That really wasn't my point. My point that for a lot of us that are black, especially men our age, black neighborhood when we grew up, if you were a little bit different as a man, I can see that it probably was a little bit challenging, right? There was the charismatic, well-dressed, athletic, funny, cool, hip guy seemed to get a lot of the attention. Or the street dude that was making money that had a little degree of the bad boys. And if you were a little bit scholastic, a little bit of an intellect, a little bit socially awkward, or just a little, just not your stereotypical black guy in the 80s and 90s, I can definitely see how you could feel you might have got overlooked a little bit. But I found that when you went to college, and especially after you graduated from college, and when you got in the workforce, that it kind of evened itself out. And so you might not have been the homecoming king in high school, but when you graduated from college with that degree from DePaul, or you graduated from college from that degree from Howard, all of a sudden it's your time to shine. Hey, what's up with Steven? Girl, he's an electrical engineer. He went to Howard. Okay, yeah, what's up? Got a nice condo overlooking the harbor. You know, it's your time, right? So I just found that, now that we're older, I think that a lot of women are mature enough that they understand the bad boy ain't really what you're looking for. The gangster is probably in prison. Street dude's probably been busted. And so, hey man, the tech guy makes a good husband.
And see, it shouldn't be like that though, Jonathan. It shouldn't be like that. Like that's the crazy part. They gotta go through all these fucking fucked up situations, and then they want to get with the guy that they should have been with in the beginning.
But nobody said. But no one said that you got to get with the girl with 4 kids that's now trying to.
Exactly.
No one, y'all are taking it extremely.
Yeah, and the notion that that young black men that en masse are marriage minded and trying to get married at 25, so they, so the girl who's 22 should be, well on her path and acting right and knowing all of this because the 25-year-old, 30-year-old is ready to get married. Now, come on, y'all know this bullshit. Y'all know
we not being raised. If we be honest, man, a lot of people not brought up in a 2-parent household, and a lot of men and women are not brought up to be husbands and wives. If we're gonna be honest about it, a lot of people are brought up on struggle. I know a lot of people on here playing with silver spoons, so if you didn't grow up in the struggle, I'm not talking to you. But a lot of people on this app, they deal with trauma, man. They come from a lot of trauma and shit, like from not having 2 parents in the household, or not coming up with 2 parents' house. But a lot of people get on this motherfucker and fake it. So they make it, and God can't bless who you pretend to be. He only can bless who you are. You know what I'm saying? That's just the fact of the matter. And until we understand we all come from some type of trauma, and your trauma might not be as worse as mine, and it's gonna take for me to help you and for you to help me to get to that next level, then that's the only way we're gonna get somewhere, bro. But we got this crab in the barrel mentality where we like if somebody trying to get out, it's just so negative. We know how to beat each other down, but we don't know how to build each other up. We know how to break shit, but we don't know how to fix shit, and that's the problem.
Yeah, well, my only point was that both the men and the women are not mature and not ready. It's not like there's this overwhelming number of men, 25 and 30, that's screaming, "I'm ready to be married. I'm ready to be married. I want to be married," but the women aren't there yet. Like, people are getting older and older, getting married, especially if they're getting married in our community. It's not, it's not like they're 18 and 20, like, getting married like back in the day. So this whole notion to put it on the women, like, oh, they're waiting until they're older. Y'all doing the same thing. So it's not just the women.
I don't see anything wrong with it personally. I think that I was reading some demographic data recently. Generation Z is waiting later to get married, and studies have shown that people that wait to get married till older have fewer divorces, marriages are more stable, marriages are more happier. So I don't have a problem with it personally. But yeah, I can't speak for other brothers. I don't do fair weather friends, so I wish them well. I think more black men have to be okay with just wishing women well and just keep moving on with your life. I think they'll be better off.
And I hate the whole motion of men going overseas to find wives. Why we just can't go overseas because we successful black men and we like to travel? I hate that whole motion that, because a man like to go overseas. Like, I done went to 3 different countries back in February. I ain't looking for no wife overseas. I'm definitely not looking for. I went to Colombia, Panama, ended in Costa Rica. I ain't looked for now woman in now one of those different countries. And so, I mean, it's just like, why men can't like to travel? It's a beautiful place. It's a beautiful world. I don't see nothing wrong with it either. Like, but we get this. But listen, Mamil, let me say this, because I can PTR with this woman that I was just talking to, but she just went over to Jamaica at 46 years old, and got a newborn baby, and the nigga stuck over in Jamaica. So what the women, we don't never talk about the women. I could PTR my conversation with her. She's pregnant. She just had a baby by a nigga in Jamaica, and the nigga can't come over to America. So what we talking about?
Wait, I'm confused because I don't feel like that's generally the women having those conversations. Like the women aren't generally creating rooms mad about brothers going overseas. I mean, unless I'm missing something, that's usually getting together talking about going overseas.
I know what I'm saying, the women always have say about it, like men just going over there looking for wives or just over there just to fuck women. And they got a website here. You don't even have to go over there. Men just like, you know how many handsome, like, no homo, because I ain't got no type of, you know how many motherfucking handsome niggas be overseas? It ain't these old, crusty niggas that y'all thinking of. These niggas have wives and everything else. Like, man, you should have seen the niggas that was over in Colombia. Okay.
They talking American niggas.
Yeah. Okay.
And them niggas over there. Them niggas over there hoe hopping too. Stop it.
Okay. All right. That's what I'm talking about.
They're not.
No, I ain't saying they need to come to this one dude, that's why I said I meet young people all the time, especially like overseas. I met this one guy, he was married, he didn't sleep with not one woman over there. His homies took some chicks down, but I mean he was married, he's committed.
So what was he doing over there?
I mean he was with his homeboys. And he didn't sleep with no women.
With a bunch of motherfuckers
I'm just saying, I mean,
how you know what the motherfucker did and what the motherfucker didn't do?
Because we stayed together, they my partner. I mean, he didn't cheat on his wife. I mean, his other homie did. I don't think they were married though. I don't think
You can't make this shit up, man.
Biggie,
I want to come up here, nigga. I'm fucking.
What I'm saying is, this is what I'm saying, Fry.
Okay.
Right? I don't know what the homie doing with his motherfucking dick, and ain't interested.
Yeah,
I don't know. Don't give a fuck. I don't know how you know what a motherfucker's doing.
When we was in the club, we bought a section, Biggie. He ain't have no chick.
You with this motherfucker every second of the trip.
Not every second, but we stayed.
So you don't know what he doing, man, or what he ain't doing. You can speak for yourself.
Well, I know what I did. I was going and going, but
come on, man. So when you was hoeing and going, where the fuck was he at? You know what I'm saying? Waiting outside the door, waiting. You don't know what this motherfucker was doing, man.
You're right.
Yeah, but
I'm saying from the club scene,
the women don't put that up. The men, so like you're saying, the women have a problem with it. To focus on that.
No, women keep complaining about the men going overseas getting married. Well, y'all don't want to get married to the niggas over here. Clearly, so they go.
I don't think, listen, man.
I don't care. I don't give a damn what a person.
Listen, man. I don't know why. This is what I don't know. Man, listen, man. You know what I can speak for? You know what I'm saying? When I travel, I can speak for my goddamn self. Man, I don't vouch for these motherfuckers. I don't know what these motherfuckers are doing.
No, she made this statement though, Biggie. She said that the guys, I think it was Letitia, the guys going overseas to get married, and that's not true. All guys.
No, what I'm saying is,
Hold on. But I was speaking of the ones who specifically do go over to get married, and that was in context to the question Jonathan asked me. That wasn't a blanketed statement about men who travel overseas. I was talking about the ones who were saying they want marriage, they can't find what they're looking for here, so they go overseas to find wives.
You know what's crazy, man, to me, right? Because women do the same shit on this app and these conversations,
I was just saying
right?
that, Big man.
No, what I'm saying is this. I'm not talking about the traveling. Man, motherfuckers gotta stop vouching for motherfuckers. You don't know these motherfuckers. And you know what I'm saying? Man, I don't know what these motherfuckers got going on. All these motherfuckers, man, they liable to be doing all kind of shit. I don't know. And these women, like, they vouch for other women. You don't know what these women be doing out here. All these women, man, and some of these women be vouching for be straight up prostitutes, man. And motherfuckers, no, she's an inter, man, she's a hooker, man. And so, motherfuckers gotta stop that, man. Vouching for, I don't know any men to that. Man, I don't know what these motherfuckers got going on, man. And neither do you.
Kyla, you said that you notice men and women like that tend to lack something or have no emotional depth.
Yeah.
They have something going on. So this is what I learned about the black women that like to go to Jamaica. Typically, they're older, they're rounder, yeah. I mean, they
Rounder
this is what they
is
say. I don't
wild.
say it. They say it. Huh?
I mean,
Say what?
it is
Calling
true
them
in the
rounder
sentiments.
is wild, though.
But it's true.
It's true in the sentiments that I wrote in the chat. I don't understand why women are worried about men going overseas when it's tons. Why would you be worried about that and you keep asking for emotional intimacy? I don't understand it. Why are you worried about men you're not interested in going overseas?
Because
I don't care. I don't care that these men are wandering around squirming. I'm going overseas. It doesn't bother me because I'm not interested in those men. I'm interested in the man I like. Y'all be too worried about other people. That's just me. I noticed that, Mr. Mumia. Women want control. Why are you worried about who going overseas? It doesn't bother me at all. Let them go overseas. I don't care if the men or women go. It has nothing to do with the person I'm interested in.
Right. So.
Nothing to do with that. Why are you so concerned?
Yeah. So, and this is based on what I know. This isn't personal opinion. So there's a really good book called The Pursuit of Happiness by Bianca C. Williams. She is a black feminist academic from the City University of New York. She wrote this book back in 2018 that details her travels with a organized group called Girlfriend Tours International. And they do these How Stella Got a Groove Back, trips to Jamaica. And the typical woman is in her late 40s, early 50s. She is inside. She typically is a civil servant type, post office, work jobs in that range or strat. Many of them divorced, not all, but some divorcees in the mix, and there's quite a few spinsters. And they go over there for what's called romance tourism. They don't like to call it sex tourism. They call it romance tourism. It's basically sex tourism with some romance thrown in it, I guess. And that's what it is. As for why they're interested in the passport bros, that's easy because those are the guys that can afford to, go back and forth several times a year. And for a woman like you, Kaya, it makes perfect sense. You're talking about the men that you actually like. You have kind of some optionality in terms of the men that you deal with, but a lot of black women don't have that kind of optionality.
Tough cookie.
Mamiya, this is a perfect example. That's why I say when they be talking that shit. Now this woman, 46 years old. I mean, we was just chopping it up. I was just getting up. Look at my picture. 46 years old, went over to fucking Jamaica and got pregnant by a motherfucker. The baby just turned not even 1 year old. So that's why I be like, motherfuckers that don't travel, I wish they just shut the fuck up. Cause I be like, bro, men and women doing the same thing out here, but nobody never talk about this shit. And everybody not going overseas just to fuck or to find for a husband. Some people just like to travel, man.
So I really think y'all are making an argument that literally no one on the stage made, but I mean, I guess continue down the rabbit hole because nobody made that argument. I don't even know how we got here.
Well, Big Rob brought it up himself.
Yeah, that's why I'm confused. I'm like, who?
Yeah,
But he brought it up out of context. He brought it up out of context.
Yeah, and I think that what I would say to what he's saying.
That was the whole little statement of men are going overseas to find a wife because they can't find it over here. That's what
I literally heard men, right? Even Mamiya has now started telling the men of the conclave, get your passports, because what you find just saying here, you ain't got to deal with what's here. Get your passports. Go find what you're looking for overseas.
Yeah.
Literally heard the Passport Bros movement was literally all about them not being able to find what they want here, so they want to go find wives. So why you got offended by me saying responding to Jonathan about, yeah, a lot of these men are what Mami are saying. They can't find what they want here. They're getting overlooked. They're having these conversations. If they weren't having these conversations, if this wasn't a problem, we wouldn't have the whole conversations about passport bros, about them going overseas to get.
And I don't like
talking about men traveling in general.
I don't
have a problem. Hold on a minute. I don't have a problem with passport bros. I don't have a problem with men. I don't have a problem with these men choosing to do it. Like Kyla, I don't care. I'm not having a problem. I'm enjoying my dating life. So I'm like, no, Kyla, I'm not saying. I'm just saying, me and you are the same mind. We don't care that what these men are doing. I'm just making observations. And I'm gonna, if it comes up, if somebody asks me a question, I'll say, well, some of them are saying that they're going overseas to find wives. You can't sit here and say they're not. I heard it out their own mouths.
Right. And so, what the thing with me is, I like reframing things. It's all about how you frame it. You're not overlooked, brother. You dodged the bullet. You're not overlooked. You dodged the bullet. You're very lucky. You weren't overlooked. No, you dodged the bullet. You dodged the bullet, brother. That's how I like to reframe that. I don't think many brothers have been overlooked. I think they dodged the bullet. There's another reason why I said when Biggie was saying earlier about, a lot of sisters feel safer around street dudes. My man, you just dodged the bullet. Wish her well. You dodged the bullet, brother. You dodged the bullet. That's how you have to reframe it. That's how you have to look at it.
No, I think that Letitia is telling the truth. A lot of the men say that they're going overseas to find a wife. This is or a woman. This is what they say. That's what a passport dude is. A passport brother is not a guy who likes to travel. What is a passport brother? Passport brother is a brother who is going over to date or find a relationship or find love overseas. That's what a passport brother is. Right, that's the term. It's passport brother. Let's not act like that's the term.
Yeah.
Letitia that naked up, that's what they call themselves.
I think
and they're quite proud of it too.
Oh yeah.
They're very high.
And I think the sisters that to the extent that they do care, there are some sisters that do. I think the reason why is because Plan B is leaving the building. A lot of ladies don't want to admit that they have a kind of roster of guys that they kind of have there. And, things fall through with, the first round pick. They kind of go to the second round and, third round, that sort of thing. And these guys know that they're not first draft pick. They know it now. And they're saying, okay, well, since that's the situation, I'm going to go over here. And I think that these ladies are reacting to that.
I think there's a lot of single lonely women. And if you have a little charisma and you're in conversation, you can do well. A lot of motherfuckers is lonely. It's true. A lot of motherfuckers is lonely. Men.
Yeah. These motherfuckers actually paying for the dating experience for the, these motherfuckers, yeah, man, that shit ain't that complex.
Not at all. Motherfuckers are lonely.
Jonathan, I got a question for Big E. When I asked the question about maybe like 4 or 5 hours ago, didn't I say that? I'm like, black women, man, if he, got all those other things, man, these men, even our short kings, that you say are so discriminated against, even they have in their way, man.
Man, I'm trying to tell you, man, and I'm saying this, man, like been saying this for a long time, man, and, motherfuckers on Clubhouse be lying, man. I'm talking about me, check this out. Black women nowadays, man, out here in terms of, man, a lot of these sisters, man, a lot of these sisters are walking through the desert, man, and ain't got a bottle of water, man. I'm talking about, man, it's that bad out here, man. They see a motherfucker. Hey, you got men running around here, man. These motherfuckers are crying. These motherfuckers wearing purses. These motherfuckers painting their fingernails. These motherfuckers arching their eyebrows, wearing motherfucking slides and all that old punk ass shit. Man, with a sister finds a brother that's a man. Hey, man, come on, man. Shit. Man, that's like a cold glass of water in the goddamn desert.
Especially in Atlanta. Especially in Atlanta.
Man, you can't tell.
Weird men out there.
That is a
Too
fact.
many weird men in Atlanta. So all the good, straight, hetero, masculine, normative men need to go to Atlanta. Cause you're gonna clean up. Cause all the men out, most of the men, the men starting to get real weird. Even the straight ones.
Man, years ago, man.
We gotta separate the old Atlanta from a new Atlanta. I'm from old Atlanta where we had.
So you should be having it. You should be having it your way out there in Atlanta.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. See, but the people when they speak on Atlanta and Georgia, it's like people don't know.
Man, listen, man.
I'm just sorry.
The women are the ones who are complaining.
I was in Atlanta, man. I saw a motherfucker. We was staying at, what was his hotel? It was, I want to say it was a W on Street, don't they?
On P Street, yeah. Yeah, the W.
Yeah, man, motherfucker. I went and walked to, they had a restaurant down the street, walked to the restaurant. Man, motherfucker, man, walking down the street, man, with a college cut and some goddamn high heels and some matches on. What the fuck is going on in Atlanta, man?
Yeah.
Weirdos all over that motherfucker, man. So I'm just saying, man. You know what I'm saying? These women, man. Hey, man, these women. Yeah, man. All that old man. These women they have these high standards and all this kind of shit. Man, the sister standard for these motherfuckers today is that a motherfucker, man. The man ain't punk, man. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying.
They be the gangsters ones, though. That's what the women.
But what I'm saying is, I said the sister standard is just the motherfucker who ain't no punk. He ain't no long motherfucker, ain't no digging booty motherfucker. These sisters going, man. I'm telling you. So shit, ain't no version that way. A motherfucking stump down dude ain't having his way out here, man. Ain't no version of it.
And that's all I was trying to say earlier. I was like, man, I was not buying it. I'm like, come on, man. They having a way, man. Dude don't have to have nothing, no job, no nothing. Nothing. He having it, that's fine.
Come on, man. All that shit about all this high, man, that shit. It's too much fugazi shit going on out here, man.
That's a fact. That's why I be laughing when they talk about you gotta have all this and have all that.
Man, dudes that say that that's their problem, they strange, man. They just ain't got no conversation. Cause you gotta have, man, come on, man. Man, listen, man. Listen, and man, this when I move around, I'm in Dallas. I move around. Hey, man, listen, man. Hey, man, women always motherfucking, approaching me. Of course, I don't feed in. Women always approaching me, man. The thirst, man. I'm telling you, man, the thirst. The thirst. It ain't that rough out here. I don't understand. It can't be.
And that's why I said earlier, I was like, man, you telling me this man got this, that, and the third, and you tell me women turning him down because he 5'7"? Bullshit-taki. I don't care what they say.
Man, what it is a lot, Lady Luck, a lot of these motherfuckers be listening to these women talking shit on these social media apps, and a lot of these women be lying and bullshit.
That's what I said in the chat earlier. That is social media talking points. I'm so glad we finally got back here. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, I'll be out the way. I stay at the house, man. If I ain't working with my son, I like to be at the house at my house, man. I be chilling.
I think it's a good thing. I hear sister saying she don't deal with no short dudes. Great. I know exactly who not to bother.
They be lying like a motherfucker.
Man, that's a lot, man. Yeah,
I'm not gonna. I hear you say that. I'm like, he crossed the other side of the street.
I'm in ATL Jeep Life. I'm in a Jeep club here in Atlanta. Man, my partner Turtle, his name is Turtle. Short. That ain't true to me. I'm telling you, it's just a.
No. If they say it and I hear it, that means I'm moving around. I'm not going to find out whether you're lying. Nope. I believe you. Maya Angelou said, when someone shows you who they are, believe them. I believe you. Move around.
I'm gonna tell you, I'll give you a telltale sign of it, man. Look how hard some of these women be advertising on social media, on like Instagram and shit. Man, these women, man, putting their ass out there, man, with the motherfucking workout pants all up in the crack of their ass and all this old type of shit, man, and the goddamn, all that shit, man. Hey, these women out here, man, advertising, man. They trying to catch something, man. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man, I'm telling you. I mean, you have, see you attractive. Why you out of that? Why would a woman did do that? Man, if she having it her way in real life. That motherfucker, man, it's a lot of these women, man, I don't give a damn what these women say. It's a fire sale going on out here. They trying to, hey, man, it's a last ditch effort, man, to try to get up off the goods. Please look at B. Please value B. I'm telling you. Man,
that's the big deal, Biggie. I think women and men need to know the difference between a person liking them and valuing them. I don't want a person to like. I'm too old for that. Like, I want to be valued. I want to be, respected. Like, all that liking me, bro, I'm too old for that shit, bro. Too old for that. And I think women and men don't know how to separate the two. Most of these men that the women I get that like them, most of these niggas ain't shit. I mean, I hang around niggas. I ain't gonna sit in front. I still hang around my old football teammates, and they still ain't grew up. Some of them still ain't grew up, so I don't hang with them often, but we do kick it. And I see like these niggas still be on that high school shit, still want to sleep with multiple women. I don't have the energy, dog. Shit, I don't know.
Why you can't have it all? Why you can't have both?
What you mean by both?
Like, why you can't have a woman who likes you and values you? Like, why you can't?
I mean, you can, but most of the men today, they value women physically. They don't value nothing else. I'm just telling you as a man.
No, I'm saying the other side. Why you can't have a woman? You said you don't care about whatever, but I'm like, why you can't have both? A woman who likes you and values you. I think both are very important.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know. I don't advocate for that might as well thing. I think when people say, I don't care if she like me or he like me, or I don't have to, I'm like, why you want to be somebody's might as well?
Yeah, I just feel like when a person value you, they handle you different. Over a person that just like you. You know what I'm saying? That's how I feel. I just feel like a person that value you, they gonna handle you and care a little bit better than the person that likes you. Cause I like a lot of people. And when I'm done liking them, guess what? I'm on to the next one.
Okay. That's interesting. Yeah, I think that I think a lot of brothers have dodged a lot of bullets and don't know it. They've dodged a lot of bullets and just don't know it. I welcome the ladies speaking their minds, because that makes life a lot easier. You don't have to ferret out that kind of information. They tell you all the time. I think social media is a man's best friend, because you hear exactly what the ladies think. Great.
Yeah, a lot of that shit ain't what they.
Yeah, I don't agree.
A lot of that shit is just a bunch of pain and bullshit. You man, we'll just be talking shit, man. I mean, if I hear you saying, You ain't entertaining that shit, but a lot of these women be, man, lying, coming and going, man. They be coming on these stages, lying, acting like, man, these women shit, man. What do the lonely do at Christmas, man? We'll be sitting up at these holidays crying in they motherfucking eggnog, man. Yeah, lying and shit, talking about they cool with them, man. You motherfuckers be lying, man.
Man, I felt bad for a lot of my lady friends. I'm like, damn, you going, where you going? Like, what you doing for Valentine? I'm gonna be at the house. I'm like, what the fuck? Fine as you will? Dog, that shit is real life, nigga. You ain't lying, dog. That shit is real life. It was so many of them
Chilling.
at home. I was like, I'm in Louisiana. I met Coach Don Staley, man. That was a cool experience, man. Down there in Baton Rouge. But I was talking to my friends on Valentine at the house, no roses. I'm like, oh hell no. Y'all better tighten up.
I don't believe what these motherfuckers be talking about, man. I don't believe that shit.
When people find out they man or woman true colors on Valentine's Day, I swear.
Fuck. Hold on, I gotta hook it up. Hold on. All right, give me a second, John.
Oh, are y'all about to turn this into a music room? Good, I need to go to bed anyway.
Leticia left with the negativity.
No, I'm still on stage.
Yeah, Letitia, Spencer, don't you agree with me that we've kind of mischaracterized that whole Pookie and Ray Ray thing? I think it's been I don't think it's been framed right. I think we misframed it.
Wait, how has it been framed? Yeah, how has it been framed?
Well, like Big E said, it's been characterized as, you know, the sisters are going for a certain type of guy, so on and so forth. I think that's the wrong way of framing it. I think it's wrong.
Okay, how should it be framed?
It should be framed that you dodged a bullet.
That's not the reality for a lot of them, but I get what you're saying.
How's that
Cause
not?
that's because that's not. I get what you're saying that they dodged a bullet, but that's not what they're experiencing. Like some of them are getting rejected. So yeah, in principle, it's like, well, you dodged a bullet, but that's not how they feel. That's not what actually happened. They got rejected.
No, hang on. How you feel, that's one thing. I'm saying, brother, take a step back here. Let's really be rational and masculine for a moment. We're talking about men who are at the very least are kind of dodgy people. They're going to make for a good mate? Seriously? If the sister is heads over heels over a guy like that, she did you a favor.
Well, I've been saying that for years. Every time men would talk about women who would choose such men, I've always said, what does it matter? Like, why would you choose a woman who would be with such men to begin with? Obviously, from the type of man she chose,
right,
there's some type, y'all are misaligned.
Right.
Because something about his personality, his traits, attracted her.
Right.
And you're not exhibiting that personality or those traits, so therefore she may struggle to be with you. So y'all are not compatible. That's telling you for the most part. So,
you're looking at a dodgy individual. This guy, we're not talking about upstanding, pillars of the community here. We're looking at pretty dodgy, sketchy guys.
Yeah, but that ain't necessarily true. And because people try to minimize folks, or just kind of box folks in and like saying that that's the only aspect of someone. And that's just not fucking true.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like for instance, the same case can be taken for the I'm just putting this in air quotes, the nerd dude.
Okay.
You know how people try to say, oh, okay, this dude is a nerd, right? Because of whatever, he may be intellectual dude or whatever, however they, however people, contextualize that. But yeah, man, that ain't the only aspect of the dude. That's not the only, you know what I'm saying? Just because the dude is a studious dude and people say, man, well, he wears, he doesn't have a great sense of style or whatever. That doesn't mean he ain't no cool motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Just like, just because a dude may have operated out in the street doesn't mean that he's not he's not a thinker. He's not a this. He's not a that. People like to reduce folks to one quality. And that just to me that just shows a lack of life experience, man. That shit ain't like that. That shit is just not like that.
I also think
like somebody may say, like you, Mia, for instance, right? Like somebody may say, and this is not the way that somebody might say, oh, Mumia, he talking all that shit and has a certain perspective in the way he may communicate certain things or whatever, right? Because you like to use a lot of not so common words, you know what I'm saying? That a lot of folks don't use. And they may try to say, oh man, this dude here, man, probably can't fight. But that ain't true.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying? Like if somebody tries to say, hey man, because this dude does this or does that or likes this or likes that, whatever that may be, oh man, this dude is oh man, he's a pushover, I can take advantage of. But that ain't true. Ain't nobody out there taking it. You ain't gonna let nobody slap you upside the head.
No.
He said it, but some people may think that.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same thing with, hell, I know dudes in the street, man. They got a persona, rough and tough. Hey man, you slap them in the mouth and they ain't gonna do nothing.
Letitia, let me ask you a question, because you talk to a lot of these guys. So, would it be fair to say that these are the chino and V-neck sweater crowd? Would that be fair to say?
As far as what? The ones who are complaining about.
Right. Would it be fair to say?
No.
No, it would not be fair to say.
It's not. It's a mixture. Some of them are the quarter zip guys, and some of them are not.
Okay, so let's deal with the guys who are not. Who are they? What are we looking at here?
Just regular guys. They dress regular. They wear their uniform for work. When they come home, they're comfortable, and most of the time they just dress regular.
Uniform for work.
Like whether they have an office job or they have a job where they got to wear a uniform or just whatever. When they go to work, they'll dress for their position, whatever. But then when they're at home, they're just comfortable. They're just dressed down, like they're just regular guys.
All right, so I'm gonna go with the quarter zip guys because that's something we can latch on here. So my question for those brothers would be this, and I'm really strong with that. You know this. My question is this: why am I talking about women that like street guys if I'm a quarter zip guy? Why? Why am I not talking about sisters that are male analog to me?
Because they want those women.
Oh, so that's the problem. Oh, okay. See, my thinking is, if you're a quarter zip, I'm going to use that. If you're a quarter zip dude, what do you have in common? I'm being very stereotypical here, but let's roll with me. What do you have in common with the Cardi B knockoff? Seriously.
Well, you can have one.
You're a quarter zip wearing, chino wearing, button down shirt underneath zip, quarter zip, bespectacled. That means you're wearing glasses. Clean cut, loafer wearing guy, and you chasing down Cardi B.
But
Why?
You can have a lot in common with someone, regardless of their outer appearance.
Jazz.
That person could be well versed in politics. If you like politics, you can have something to discuss. She could be an avid racist reader like you.
You hear the laughter, right?
Yeah, I hear the laughter. But the point is that you can't just automatically say they don't have anything in common, because they can have something in common. But there's something about why she likes that dude. So if you know, and for me, it's the guy is looking at that dude and looking down on that dude. So since you're looking down on that dude, you have no respect for that dude. Why would you choose a woman who's dating a type of guy you have no respect for? Because in the end, that will come back. That will come out. You may end up having low respect for her, even if you want to be with her, and it's not going to bode well relationship.
That tells me that they don't have very much in common. That's what that tells me.
Well, they may not have everything in common, but they can have some things in common.
I'll be honest with you. This is the first time I've ever really heard Letitia. I've been in a billion rooms with her, and but Letitia logic is something to behold, bro. Letitia logic is something to behold. This is amazing, yo. I can't even front, man. Letitia, I salute you, queen. I salute you. It's so refreshing to actually stop and hear somebody speak. It's like I just had an epiphany. And I always felt that you were fundamentally a really good person, and you confirmed that this morning. You're really, really a good person. You're delusional, but you're a really good person.
Why I feel like you're being facetious. I don't even understand the delusional part. Because I'm not delusional at all.
I think what he's talking about is what the argument you made with the compatibility of the Courtesan brother and the Cardi B type.
Okay, so you
think that's what he's
so
driving
you can't see it. You haven't seen two people who are complete opposites. You wouldn't think that they would have anything in common, but yet they have some stuff in common.
But a lot of that shit, a lot of those are just superficial observations, man. And people, I don't know why people hang on that, just these general stereotypes, man. Like a motherfucker, yeah, you can have a street dude, man, and wears a motherfucking suit, man. But just let me say this, right? Just because a dude, like say you take a corporate dude, just because he has a suit on, or whatever, and that's his thing, educated dude, that doesn't make this dude a motherfucking green weirdo. Like, he doesn't know what's going on. So you got levels to that shit. I think people have stereotypical views, man, or ideas of what a street dude is and what a corporate, man, all that shit is bullshit. You don't really know someone until you know someone. Can't really, what's the old saying? Don't judge a book by its cover. You don't know what you're dealing with. So just because a dude got on a suit and is articulate means he won't whoop your ass. Come on, man. Where's that old truth? Like, there's probably some folks, right? I guess when, take our good friend Anthony Edwards. When he's at the hospital and doing his MAGA thing, right? And hobnobbing with the whites, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, man, we're gonna know Anthony Edwards, man, used to tote a motherfucking back and whoop your ass. You get what I'm saying? People like, no, that's Anthony. Come on, man. Don't judge a book by its cover. Anthony. Because when you out, yeah, man, Anthony drives a motherfucking Tesla, man. Lives in a middle class, upper middle class, what a community or a mixed community? What do you live in? Predominantly white community? Neighborhood?
It's about 90% white.
Okay, Anthony Edwards drives a Tesla, right? Lives in a predominantly white neighborhood. Him and his wife are professionals, right? The man owns real estate. I fucking don't know, man. Anthony got a whole nother side to him, man.
Big, Big, listen, man, I don't think if somebody, like, just met you, they would have any idea about how well-read you are and, your accomplishments just off time, you know what I'm saying? Yes, absolutely. So, no shade, no question. But here's what's up, Big. I don't necessarily think that you're the norm. I'm like, yeah, I'm a typical guy, whatever. It's not no big deal. But, I think that, like, because of the situations I grew up in, I feel like I could fit in from Yale to jail. Like, I could talk to dudes from anywhere and be able to kick it. So, but I don't necessarily feel like that. These days, man, like, I see a lot of echo chamber type people. Like, they find their tribe, and that's who they rock with. They rock with their tribe.
I'm glad
you know what I'm saying. But Anthony can fit in any environment.
I'll give you a real life example of what I'm talking about, right? You know what I'm saying, man? Because and Anthony, you can relate to this. Some others in here can relate to this, right? Hey, man, I don't ever underestimate someone. Like, for instance, in terms of if somebody's packing a gun. Because I packed weapons before, and no one knew I had one on me. You can't look at a person and tell whether they packing a motherfucking gun or not, or whether they'll pop you, man. If you think you can, hey, man, that's a dangerous way of thinking.
Yeah.
No, what I'm saying, the point is, in case you miss it, you cannot judge a book by its cover, man. You never know. You don't know. You don't know if you're running into people. You don't really know who these people are and what they're capable of. I don't put shit past anybody. So this whole thing about, man, that you can eyeball someone who been in the street, or you can eyeball someone who is weak and docile, or whatever the case may be. Someone who, man, you can't eyeball that shit, man. You can eyeball the stereotypical version of it, but you really can't eyeball that shit. And so in terms of relationships, right? Like if a sister is with a brother and you say, oh man, why is he with that street dude? That's a street dude. And you don't know what the connection between that sister and that brother. You don't know the connection.
I agree.
And I don't even attempt to figure that shit out. I don't give a fuck. Hey man, more power to him.
Okay, right.
Yeah,
So bringing it back to Letitia, my thing is picking up on what Big E is going to be here, and I agree. Picking up on Big E's point, I don't understand why the quarter-zip brothers that you're talking to, why can't they just accept, hey man, that's just not the sister for you. You got to find your tribe. Find the quarter-zip version of you.
Because the line of demarcation when it comes to that is some of these motherfuckers are just pussy and weak as fuck.
But I'm just saying,
you know what I'm saying is, the point I'm making is the what separates these folks is character. You get what I'm saying? You have some brothers that I guess you would consider the quarter zip brothers that do that shit, and some brothers don't. All the brothers that are the so-called quarter zip brothers, and they don't operate like that. Right. Some of them do, but you got dudes that operate in the street like that. Street dudes that operate in the same way, pocket watching it. You know what I'm saying? Bad Mac and Dirty Mac. You know what I'm saying? You have dudes in all walks of life, man, that operate in all those kinds of ways. And when it's not the walk of life they're in, or the path of their path in life, it's their character. You got weak dudes and all, from the top to the bottom. And then you have dudes that are solid dudes from the top to the bottom. And then in whatever aspect of life. Like that, when these motherfuckers coming on stage, I've never, that don't mean you ain't no bullshit motherfucker. A lot of these motherfuckers are bullshit motherfuckers. I'll tell you what it is, and I'm just saying this in a general way, right? I've seen dudes do this, right? I'm talking about dudes that, they have never been anywhere near the street, and they talk to, all of that ain't very articulate. I speak the King's English. Man, I've seen dudes like I've heard. Dudes like that on this app, they'll talk shit about you when you ain't in the room.
Okay.
For instance, and I'm not saying that to say, but you know what I'm saying. Yeah. I'm not talking about like, oh, Mumia was in a room and he said this. I'm not talking about like that, but they'll get around a lot of these women, you know what I'm saying, who may have a negative or a bone to pick with you, and they'll feed right in with these women. Oh, that's right, Mumia. I don't like Mumia. Mumia, hates women. He's a disgrace to black men and all of that. And you have some brothers, you have brothers that don't do that kind of shit. And so what I'm saying, that's a character flaw.
Yeah.
Right? And so it's not, and some of these brothers have quarter zips, and some of these brothers wear Jordans.
Right. So
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So my thing.
Look at it. We got one in the
I
chat.
fuck with Mumia though. Mumia hold his own. Mumia don't back down from nobody.
We got one in the
chat. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Letitia, so now I got two questions.
Y'all some real funny people in this room sometimes. Not you, Big E, but I'm just saying some of you are real funny.
Okay.
I don't. Got me side-eyed.
What?
My first question, Ms. Letitia, is for the guys that Big E just described. It seems to me you just step directly to whoever lady you're interested in and introduce yourself.
That's the man way. These dudes are dirty Macs, man. These dudes don't do that. Some of these dudes gonna try to throw skates up under the next brother to get, thinking that's gonna get them closer to the woman. Oh yeah, I don't like Mumia. I don't like his. I heard him. He hates black women. He's a disgrace. The black men. I was just reading The Second Sex, as a matter of fact. This was the fundamental feminist, work. And I agree. And, I was reading, Simone Beauvoir, Day Beauvoir was saying, and I believe in, I would like to, it's an intersectional, perspective. Yeah? You know what I'm saying? Talking all that, but then when you in the room, they're down with feminism. That old kind of shit. Get these dudes, man. Come on, man.
Yeah, that should be funny as hell.
It just, to me, it just makes more sense. You just go ahead and hey, listen. I saw you in whatever room, what have you, and want to introduce myself. And, take it.
Why they be hating on you? You ain't saying that too off the wall. Sometimes it be a little hard, but it be reality.
Now, come on now, it's Tuesday.
Reality.
I'm lying. Don't you be lying on this one, Tuesday.
I ain't say all I said some of the stuff he say he do be harsh, but he don't be far off from a lot of shit he be saying.
I'm the kid that pointed out that Emperor has no clothes. That's the best way to describe it. And some people don't like that. Some people don't like that I do that. But I guess that's probably to describe it.
A lot of these folks just are not true to themselves, man. They're flapping all over the place, and you see that a lot, man. You see, and brothers don't. That's not just on Clubhouse. You see, brothers do that shit in real life, man. Look at these brothers, man. They feel like they have to cut the next brother down to get closer to the way. Like if a sister says, like a sister may say, I was here with Mumia. Mumia really had a good point. I just don't like some of the things he says about women. Say a sister says that, yes. I just, he's a misogynist, He's very, very, misogyny, he's a misogynoir, right? And he'll start talking, all that shit, man. I've heard this stuff, man. And, man, it's crazy, man. But just because the sister, they'll think that that's going to engender them in some way to women. You know what I mean? Because, they'll say something like this. They'll even do this now. They'll do this with you in the room, right? And I'm sure you heard this kind of stuff. It's like, they'll say some shit like, they'll make a point. They'll say, I really don't agree with much Mumia says, but we don't really see eye to eye. That's pandering, man. You know what I'm saying? That's signifying to the women that I'm not aligned with his way of thinking. Now I might agree with him on this particular point, but I'm not aligned with old Mumia. He hates women. He's a misogynoir. He talks about feminism. He doesn't like Alice Walker or all the other fairy godmothers of black femininity. Feminist move. He doesn't like them. I was reading, the eyes were watching God. I was reading that the other day. I was reading in her, reading, the Mother's Gardens or Womanist Prose. I was reading it. I just think it's so.
I do know brothers like that too, man. They read all that. And I'm like, I can't believe ladies go for this stuff. But
they go for
I
it.
do hate when they switch it up though. They be with you when you're in the room. Then when they get in front of the women, I don't like his perspective. Come on, dog. I ain't doing no weak.
I'm gonna tell you where you hear it. I'm gonna tell you where you can really pin these cats to the wall, right? Is when you bring up like a movie like The Color Purple.
Uh-oh.
And you say, cause The Color Purple is all fucked up. or the book, the book and the movie, right?
Yeah, I couldn't even get through the book.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of man-hating bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
It would never occur to me to do the stuff that the Mr. and Alfonso and all these other people. It's
every depiction of a man in that movie or in that book, rather, it's a stereotypical view in negative stereotypes of black men, right? And then black women too, for that matter. But a lot of sisters can't see that, right? But
Yeah.
but the point is like when you bring a movie out, like man, fuck The Color Purple. I ain't going to see that bullshit. I'm not interested. And then why did you say that? I love the movie. I love the movie the way. Especially the original, the way Oprah just beat on Harpo because Harpo was beating her and she beat him. Oh, that was, that signal, that represented the, black woman raising up from the depths of oppression, taking power, taking charge of her own life, and putting her hands on that evil black man and beating him. Yes, I'm with the sisters on this one. That's how they do it. That's how they do it.
These guys, man. I don't know. Yeah, but I heard about it. I just shake my head. Because my thinking is just to go ahead and contact what they call it, back channel her, and you take from there.
I think it's a character thing, man. This is the brothers that do that and brothers who don't. Man. From all walks of life. I know dudes out in the street, man. Street dudes, man. Pillow talk with the women, bad Mac on other brothers and all that, kind of thing. And, they'll go tell on other brothers, I don't like the way he's treating you, you don't deserve that, I saw him in the club, he was talking to another woman, and I just felt in the pit of my stomach, I just felt sick to my stomach when I saw that, because you're a good woman, you're the archetype, Matter of fact, let me let you hear something. I'm gonna let you hear something. I'm gonna let you hear something Sister Sid B, right? This is one of the homegirls. This dude is a married dude, and he knows she's married. I mean, this all fucked up, but she said, I guess he sent me this trying to say, the dude trying to get at me, this and that and this. That's what she was saying. And she sent me this. Now listen to this level of pandering, Mamiya. You just gotta hear this shit, right? She said, I guess this is a recording of her voicemail. Let me see. She said this dude. Man, I'm talking about, man, this dude. And this is a professional, successful brother pandering like this, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm there begging this woman. This shit is ridiculous, man. Let me do this some more. Text message. This shit. You're gonna have a lot of laughs on this one right here. These dudes, man. This is one of those kind of dudes. He's hey, I don't like the way that guy's joking. Here it goes. Let me switch my. Hey, you ready for this? Yeah, I'm ready for this one. Listen to this level. Okay, here we go. Where is it at?
So what I was going to say to you earlier is that I find myself thinking about you in very special ways. The other day I was just sitting up and I'm like, damn, like she is legitimately perfect from the way she looks, her physical, the way she speaks, the way she cares, the way she cooks, like, damn. And I was like, I wish I would have met her like at 18 or something, or 21, before
motherfucking man said, yeah, come on, man.
Biggie, I feel like that was great pandering. Don't be hating on that brother.
So this is what. Good morning, everybody. So this is what my sisters look forward to. Oh, y'all are getting it, boy.
Now check this out. That the dude is married, right? And she's married too. And so when she said, she said, open the messages trying to show you the convo. I'm getting ready to send you audio from a couple of months ago too, so you can get a picture of what he tries to do. But that's what she said. So man, it's the homegirl. So I said, you foul for entertaining it, and this dude is foul for even doing it. But the point is, right? That's one of those dudes that are bad, Mac. That's the good dude. You are the prototype.
That's a nice guy.
Yeah, that kind of shit.
Guys, yeah.
He's a scumbucket though, man. He got a wife.
Yeah, that is crazy work.
Yeah. So that's what these dudes do. And so, like, if she told me, the dude told her she said,
wait,
you think your husband
in Andre 3000?
Yeah, exactly. She said the dude asked her if she think her husband would be okay with him paying off their house. He could spend some time with her. And I, man, I told her, well, she didn't, of course, because I said, man, your husband killed that dude, man. Like, literally.
He can't be wrapped too tight. He just can't.
Hey, man, as he dudes, dude got a couple of dollars or whatever, that's the kind of shit, it's just crazy, man. And she told me that his wife had some type of ailment, some type of, prolonged ailment. I don't know. I can't remember what she said it was. But, they both ain't shit, though. That's the homegirl from the neighborhood. But, she, yeah. So that's yeah, that man, he's not treating you like a queen, See, you're a queen. You're the prototype, If I had you, I would cherish you like no other, like a jewel, like the rarest jewel. Like that I picked from the earth with my hands. These hands.
he be gonna. That's the type of dude that be on club. And I'm a good man, and I don't know why I can't find no woman.
All this so honorable shit, man. Fake honorable shit.
But Big E, the one thing though, y'all, this man is willing to pay. See what I'm saying?
But he got a wife.
He has to pay.
He got a wife.
I know, but I'm not condoning any of it. We're dissecting it.
We gotta check it. We gotta make sure, we're showing that money, Lisa. we gotta verify what you're talking about.
Y'all have already made up your minds about it, but what I am saying is that a lot of the men do pay. And that's the point I was making, because remember I was saying that season 1, and so and it's a brother too, and you said he does have the coins to do so, and so that's the only point I was bringing up. But
you offered to pay off my house. I said, how much you owe on your house? And she said, I want to say she said 90,000. So yeah, he offered to pay off her house, their house. That's crazy. That's insane. The prototype,
And she was contemplating it.
Yeah, I think she said she wasn't, but I think she was. Yeah.
Yeah, of course she was.
Yeah. Whenever dudes start talking, you are a jewel, when they put the after that, that's the telltale sign of bullshit. You know what I'm saying? You are, and all the what do you call it? All the what do you call it? Kind of the colorful talk. You know, the real, I pick you from the earth with my bare hands. Pull you out of the ground. A rough diamond, and I would chisel you to perfection. All that whole kind of shit. What do they call that kind of writing? When people write like that,
that's purple prose right there.
Yeah,
That's poetic.
But it works though. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
I couldn't say that stuff without laughing, man.
Man,
I couldn't do it without laughing.
Hey man, dude, man, I say, women, a lot of these women buying that shit hook, line, and sinker, man.
I can't believe that they do that stuff, man. Can't believe it.
When I look into your eyes, it's like I'm looking across the savannas of the great continent of Africa. If you were 1,000 years, a millennia past your time. If you were 1,000 years earlier, you would be Nefertiti, Nefertari, Satama, you would be. All that old shit. Let me ask any of these sisters on this stage, have any of you sisters ever been talked out of your drawers? Be honest. Any of you sisters there? Why all the sisters go quiet now? None of you sisters have ever been talked out of your panties.
I plead the fifth.
Letitia been talking rather than you pouring that syrupy butter down here.
Not that syrupy stuff. No.
He said something resonated with you.
They're going for all that nonsense and poetry and all the rest of it.
Hey, man, I'm telling you, man, these women, man, they go for it, booby, I'm telling you. And there's different levels of it for different women. All you gotta do is you gotta hit their specific what do you call it? Their specific vibration, man, and then you can run it. You can run it. What's the wildest? Have you, Lady Luck? I was just saying, that brother ever tried to talk you out of
No, that don't work. But I can definitely point.
I'm not saying it works with you, but has anyone tried?
Yeah, I've had one to try, but I definitely can point out like people who could do that, like guys. Like I've definitely met guys. Yeah, that one could talk you out your drawers. Like you can see it, So
I know. I'm gonna tell you how I know Letitia's going right. A brother coming in with the sweet lady, won't you be mine?
No, that was well.
A lifetime. You know what I'm saying? All that old serenade and all that bullshit.
No, I don't really like men who singing. But you gotta have, you know what it is for me? A man has a really deep baritone.
Oh, okay. So
very deep.
Bear and white would have got you.
Yeah.
The singers, I get singers. I'm talking about rank and file guys like Big E was talking about. That's what I don't get. I get the singers, fine, whatever. I'm talking about the rank and file guys with all that gassing up nonsense. And the poetry stuff. I watch Ace Metal. I'm just shaking my head. Ladies, actually.
Yeah, because this is a couple of singers I would have ran off with them. I would have been a groupie back in the 1970s, from the R&B group from back in the day. I would have ran off. I ain't even lie.
Derek Jackson had a lot of these sisters in a head.
I never understood why they like this big head ass Big E.
Because what he represented, this probably what Derek Jackson's game was, right? Like every time he did one of these videos, right? He probably did about 100 push-ups right before he did the video. You know what I'm saying? He was getting pumped up for it. Then then he come there selling the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Let me put on this old skin tight ass shirt. You know what I'm saying? And you are perfect.
I never understood the appeal of Derek Jackson, but he also looks like my uncle. Maybe they had something to do
because
with it.
Because of the lack of accountability, man. The personal accountability. Women don't, a lot of women, I'm not saying all women, but a lot of women, they don't want to hear they're ever wrong. Like, it's always the dude's fault. And so when a dude comes in there and say, hey, here, take this. Hey, just try you around. What's going on with you? Oh, he left me. Hey, where's he at? Where's that motherfucker at? I'll beat his ass right there. Where's he having you crying out here like that? What Eddie Murphy said it back in the day with the woman walking crying on the beach. You remember what he said he did with the you know what I'm saying? I make love to you constantly. You remember when he was talking about the Dexter St. Jock, you know what I'm saying? The woman walking on the beach, shit, crying and shit. You know what I'm saying? Oh, let me see if I can find that. Eddie Murphy hit the nail right on the head. Did this shit 30 years ago.
I missed the old Eddie. Lord have mercy. I've been thinking about him. You talking about
y'all remember that from Raw?
Yeah, I remember that. Remember Auntie Bunny got a beard? Y'all remember that?
Let's see. Dexter St. Jock. That was the dude's name. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Eddie Murphy Raw, is this the one? Okay, here we go. This is how it goes, right? Hold on. Okay, here we go. Let me rewind it to the beginning.
She's walking on the beach. She laid out all day. Got a tan. Your woman is fine. Got a body looking right. She's walking on the beach crying. In the Bahamas, lovers on the beach making love. She's all by herself walking along, feeling sad, thinking about you, and everybody is real romantic. The ocean is shimmying off the moon is shimmying off the ocean. And your woman's standing there looking at it and crying. And all of a sudden, a dude named Dexter walks up. Dexter St. Jock. He walk up swinging his dick. Then he do that smooth Bahamas shit on your woman. What a beautiful girl like you doing by yourself when you're all alone. This is the item for lovers. You should be being held right now. Girl, what you crying about? I have some problems with my boyfriend, so I came down here to think it over. But you know, don't tell that your man standing me. Go over there and tell that you treat a woman like you like a princess. If you're a white woman, I make love to you constantly. Tell this man standing. Yeah, he's back in New York. It's not right. Well, listen, girl. Won't you come back around my place? We sit down and talk it over. All we gonna do is talk. Take your woman to his house and roll in them big ass Bahama joints. Shit this big and shit. Put some of that Bob Marley music on. Y'all know Bob be preaching, but this shit. Don't let her even try to be a yeah. Could this be love and be love? Yeah, swing. Next thing you know, next is fucking your woman. Well.
There it goes, though. The pandering, man, will reign supreme. Tell you. Okay, there's some motherfuckers. There's some apex panderers on Clubhouse, man. I was getting into these rooms, and these women be going to. Oh, these women be going.
Definitely earlier seasons for sure.
There's some apex panderers on in now. They in certain rooms though, like, and they be going, and the pandering is always going to be some version of provision and protection. That's what they're gonna use. The provider, right? Provide. A woman of mine will never touch a perk to provide. You know what I'm saying? Whenever you start hearing that provision shit, you know what I'm saying? Hey man, all the women's ears perk up. Ding, and provider. He's a provider and a protector. Man, I'm telling you, man. I heard brother, man, yeah, it was yesterday in the room, man. Brother pandering real good. Real good pandering. Let's see if any women in here that were in that room. Let's see. No, Lady Luck was in the room, but she wasn't going, though. You know what room I'm talking about.
I can't think of what you're talking about from yesterday.
Come on, man. What room we be in? You dipping in and out of there, man. But it be pandering going on.
I know.
Yeah, I'm not gonna picture the room.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, I be standing in the goo. I step out there.
Well, it be some pandering going on in that motherfucker, man.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Man.
You invited me on the stage. I was like,
Yeah, exactly. There's some pandering going on.
I just don't understand in 2026 why grown women are going for words. I sit back and look at your actions. You have to make sure that the words and actions of a man line up. If they don't, what are you going for?
You don't feel good.
It doesn't make sense.
You want to feel good, Lisa.
You know, I'm not about all that feel good. You know, I got to get the provision first, you know, and then we'll see. No.
You want to feel good.
My problem with it all is the whack-a-mole game some ladies like to play. So they want some guys to pay and others not so much. Now, if it's going for a flat rate, you know, all the men got to pay the same thing. Okay, cool. All right.
But not all men are equal. Why would?
But that's just it. See that? Thank you. See, that's the game they want to play. So either the dollar is equal or it's not. We're going to do the exchange rate thing. Are we doing British pounds? Are we doing Deutschmarks? Are we doing, Parisian francs? You know, we doing the South, you know, we're doing the Cougaran here. What are we doing? I thought the dollar is the dollar. Now, if that's where it's at, then all the men pay the flat rate.
I don't understand.
Feeling.
Yeah,
Feelings. How they feel. Come on, man.
See, like Lisa, her thing is all the men got to play the flat rate.
Yeah, but Lisa,
I can respect that. I'm like, okay. Lisa's saying it is what it is. This is what it costs for every man. Don't matter how tall you are, what kind of big mind you got, how big your package is. Every man gotta pay the same price. I'm good with that.
Lisa is a
I'm okay with that.
Is a heartless vampire though, so she doesn't. Lisa got fangs, man. She don't give a damn. Lisa is very, direct with that. Lisa don't care about that kind of shit, but most women do. Many women do.
And you know it, Miss Letitia. You know that's how a lot of black women play it. You know that. One brother got to pay one rate. The other brother, he might pay half. Another brother ain't got to pay nothing at all. That's the problem.
I don't see anything wrong with it.
Okay. I'm just telling you, that's the inconsistency there. Don't hit me with the provider stuff with one man, but the other man, now the provider stuff go out the window because he providing them jeans in the form of those little swimmers. Stop it. That's the issue I got there. It's the sliding scale here that we gonna do. Okay, one brother gotta come out all the way out of pocket. The other brother, all he gotta do is wink at you. Stop.
So you see it all as being unfair.
I see it as if we're gonna do the provider thing, which I'm cool with, then it's got to be across the board. All like Lisa does. All the men got to pay the same thing. It don't matter. They all got to pay.
And I hear you. I just, what percentage of black men have a provider? I mean, I hear y'all, but I'm like, man, there's no way that this is
expectation by so many women because so little have it. So I don't know. I hear you.
I read somewhere that it's less than 8%.
I heard 6%, but I always
Yeah, it's not the majority of women.
Well, 6% of African Americans individually make north of 100%. I mean, $100,000.
And I only know one woman that's actually, her husband is the provider, and that's because she got sick, she got cancer, and her husband told her to sit her ass down. She doesn't have to go back to work, so he's been, pulling the weight, since she was sick. And she feels guilty because she don't want that burden on her husband. She's contemplating going back to work, but he told her to go sit her ass down, so that's what she's currently doing.
And I'm not going to, I definitely know some. I think depending on different circumstances, it might be a little bit more prevalent, but that's like specific areas. But across the board, that's just not what it is. So when people say, oh, these women just, you need to be a provider, I'm like, where?
Lady luck, me too, girl. I'm like, what? Honey, what?
According to Pew Research, approximately 6% of individual African American adults earn $100,000 or more annually. This figure reflects personal earning power rather than household income, which is significantly higher due to dual earner households. When you're talking about households, that number rises to about 26 to 28%. But individually, 6%.
See, Letitia, we talked about this already behind in the back chat, so to speak. The brothers are on to the game now. The brothers are on to it. Particularly, let's get right to it. The non-select brothers are on to it. That's okay. So you ain't charging nothing for homeboy to slide on them. You gonna try to hit me with the whole bill? We're not doing that. No. You want to go ahead and do that with homeboy? God bless you. This is what I tell the guys in my dojo. Do not hate on the brothers that's sliding in for free. Don't do that. Congratulate them. Hey, man, you got to just step off. More brothers need to hit the eject button. Too many guys are hanging on too long. Eject. And that's where passport bros come in. Eject. You got to know when to hit the eject button. It's very simple. No business can survive with price discrimination. No business survives with that. Price discrimination is a very real thing, and no business can really survive doing that.
It's a mansion down the street from my house that's for sale for $900,000. The same block, a couple blocks from where Barack and Michelle stay at. Now, would I love to meet a man that would shower me with that big ass mansion? Yeah, but I know it's not gonna happen in my lifetime, so I'm cool.
I don't. You know what? I think my pushback is more so.
My elegance, put on some hot pants.
Right, put my titties out, get that push-up bra and shit, and go out here in these streets and shit. It's like, baby, I want that mansion right there. It needs a lot of work, but once it get hooked up, it will be, fabulous.
Yeah, I think I'll push back to the whole notion that that's what's happening. I just don't agree with it. I don't think that the black women in mass, that's the requirement. I do not. I'm not buying it. I'm just not.
I'm not buying it either. I refuse to buy it because I know what I see with my own two eyes in Chicago is black couples working together in tangent to keep shit going. I don't know no women sitting around, I need me a provider. I only hear this shit when I get online. I don't hear this shit in real life. I don't hear none of this talk, none. And maybe because I'm older, I don't know what amongst the young folks. But even with my daughter and her friends, they'll be talking about that. Her husband is the provider, but guess what? She works too. She works from home as an accountant. All her friends work. They all college educated. They all married, and the women all work. So I don't understand why people be talking about this like black women need this massive gold diggers waiting on this man to take care of them. They'd be waiting a long fucking time.
But think about it though. This is why I don't believe it's what's happening in reality outside. Because, right, so Biggie just said 6%. And that's like, I think Pew Research has the numbers on like sole provider homes or whatever, right? And even if Jonathan he looked up some research a couple of weeks ago, it came out. But one,
I think it's internet talking points, because tell me where most people live in cities where they're coming across these men that can be these sole providers. That most people are coming across these men. You're not. You're like, you don't. You're like, a lot of people don't even come in contact with those type of guys. So like, I'm just like, how is that the standard or the requirement outside where most people aren't coming in contact with those guys in general? They're not. Everybody is not just walking outside and meeting all these, like, that's why I was like, I don't believe that 666 shit. That's on that. I ain't heard that until I came on Clubhouse.
What is 666?
The whole 6 feet, 6 inches, 6 figures or whatever.
Oh, no, I don't believe that, because if all black women wanted 6 men that was over 6 feet tall, there'd be more tall people in the world because they be having babies. Everybody of average height.
It's just not, like, come on, like, I can agree. I will say that I never heard, honestly, I never heard the 6-figure conversation until I got on Clubhouse. Never, like, me and like, if y'all know Elsa, because Elsa went to school here, right? So when we used to be in rooms, and we were like, dang, maybe it's because of where we was, and then she was like, man, me neither. And I'm like, I never heard that conversation until I got on Clubhouse. I was like, here, we don't even talk about stuff like that. It's not even a thing. But where we, the DC area is a higher earning area. Like generally, people not even thinking about that.
I was just about to ask. I was about to say, you in DC, right?
The office probably make 80,000-90,000. The admin, they work at the admin at a government building probably make, like, it's not even a conversation. Like, I never heard it until I got on Clubhouse. And that is why I firmly believe a lot of these conversations are just social media conversations, because when you outside, it's just, I'm just not buying it. I just am not.
For people who complain a lot about social media, y'all still do spend a lot of time on it.
I find it fascinating. I've always found the social media fascinating, because you can live in your own, you can make up your own world on the social media. You can be whoever you want to be. All the things you always wanted to be in life and couldn't become that, you can get online and pretend. That's why I find it fascinating. Remember, I'm a sociology major. I like to study people. So social media is fascinating to me.
I'm glad you said that, because I think that's exactly what's going on. People are saying what they really think that they can't say in the real world. That's why I love it. And that's why I tell brothers, you need to be listening very intently to what the sisters say online, because there they tell the truth. They tell the truth.
Yeah.
But they delusional, Mary.
I think it's the opposite. I think people, do you know how many people on this app alone have been exposed for being frauds? The shit they talk about on this app is not what they live in. Like, do y'all really?
Just because they live it doesn't mean just because they live something. You heard what Elegant said. Just because they live something doesn't mean that that's what they want. That's what it is. They could be online saying something completely different.
Well, I want to be a billionaire, but that don't mean.
I do too, because I want that mansion down the street from my house.
Just saying.
I heard a young lady on here say that $250,000 wasn't enough for her, and I'm just listening like, girl, why is you lying? Now $250,000 ain't enough. What the girl? Get your ass out of here. If you was my daughter, I'd cut your ass up straight up. I'm like, girl, get up.
My thing is, I'm like, okay, I believe you. I tell guys all the time, listen, man, you got to believe these ladies. When they say what they say, believe them. Believe it. Matter of fact, didn't they have that thing, believe all women or something like that? Believe them.
And for me, it's not a complaint for me. It's just that I don't. Wait, you can get online and be whoever you want to be, and it's definitely been proven just on Clubhouse alone. The number of people who have been exposed for not, air quotes, living their raps, it's astonishing. Like, honestly, I'm just saying, I don't. It's quite the opposite. I think people get online and they create whatever persona they, and it's just not the truth.
And most black women will work with a black man. They've been doing it forever, and they go continue to do it.
I think most black women, yes, will work. Let me frame it the other way. I think that now that a lot of guys know the truth, I think that they're now better armed to make better decisions. I think dating apps is wonderful because I think it shows us what actual desires ladies have. I think that's wonderful. I think all this is great. Now you know, do you really want to be second choice, my brother? Do you really want to be like settled for? Seriously? Do you? How much is your dignity worth? Let's ask that question. Let's put that on the table. How much is your dignity worth, black man?
I think dating apps are terrible. I think people need to go outside like they used to do when we was young folks. Because that's why they suffering. They on these damn apps and it's driving them fucking crazy. Take your ass outside.
But at least, the men in our community, I see that they have it good, because a lot of women are willing to work with them, not only with their finances, with all their baby mamas, the drama that comes with that, their low FICO scores, they're big, they're bald, they're up, all these things, missing teeth. Go get your grill done. As soon as you get money, everybody knows that all the money they say they have, go get your mouth worked.
Girl, why you sounding like me now?
Oh my.
Go on with your ball mouth ass. Go on, get your teeth hooked up.
So these men actually have it good because y'all are willing to work with them. I'm not willing to. I don't want to, and I don't have to. But they have it good because you all do come in and save the day for them. Captain Save a Day. So, they should go ahead and shouldn't be so picky, because it's more women out here in our community that will just take them on in. They're big mamas.
Yeah, I saw a woman that literally found the father of her child on the street. It said, you gonna be my new man. And she took that man home, and he never left until the day she died. She picked him up literally off the street while he was drinking a 40-ounce of malt liquor, y'all.
I think Lisa is 100% correct. I think when the brothers level up, hit the dentist, hit the gym, and they leave. That's the goal of the conclave. Once they go into conclave, when they leave, they're gone. They're gone, never to return. That's the goal. Once you come into I liken it to a witness protection program. You can't go back to your old life. Once you enter there, that's it. Brothers is gone. It's like 80% of the brothers have passports or active passport holders. 80. That is an insanely high number for black men. Once they enter in, they're gone. So I agree. You need to level up and then move out. Why would you level up and go back to the same place you've been? Level up and move out. I agree. Lisa, don't you agree that an honest hoe is worthy of her hire?
Yes.
I mean, you said they gone. I want all black people to be happy in 2026. If you're not feeling loved by your people, go find love elsewhere. Just be quiet, though. Just hush.
What?
Miss Lisa has me cracked.
We want to turn on as many brothers as possible to this. We want to spread the good news.
Miss Lisa had me cracked. She said, "Go get your grill fixed." He's making me think of that the movie Vivica Fox. Was it like two can play that game where the lady finds that man and his hair, his teeth all jacked
and
up.
And she hooked him up and he ran off.
He cheats on her and leaves her.
Yeah, it was Bobby Brown.
Yeah, she hit Bobby up.
It was, yeah. Miss Lisa's right.
I agree. Brothers should do the things to level up and then they move out. Level up and move out.
But see, they come and harass women online though and tell us how they leveled up, and we don't want you bitches.
No. The guys that I actually know that do this, you won't hear from them. No, you won't, because they're too busy doing them. I actually know these people. The guys you hear online, they're not really serious.
Me, I just know I'm tired of them whining on Clubhouse every goddamn day of the week, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, every month, every year. It's been 6 years of whining. Look, be quiet. What you say, Winehouse?
I'm talking about. She been there. Letitia knows what I'm talking about. She been there. She's seen it. She knows the guys who are serious about it, really about it. She's seen it.
Stop whining, goddammit. Shit.
Are you gonna be honest and tell him that you actually say, nah, they not the men y'all gonna. You ain't never saying that because we ain't never seen them. Are you gonna be honest?
Am I not going to be honest?
No, I said I'm asking Letitia.
No, Letitia tell you. She been
I'm not gonna be honest about what.
The conclave. Are those the men and women?
No. They should be though. I mean, they're put together. They got some good jobs. They want marriage. They're nice. I didn't get to know them extensively, just over a weekend. But I'm like, I know that the fact that aesthetically they're average looking guys, and they just don't have any sex appeal. They don't have that charm or charisma. Some of them are nerdy types, so no, they're not the typical guys that women would want.
See, these sisters are holding out for the Lance Gross, Morris Chestnut, and I say let them
All
have
we
it.
want is a nice person.
They
For
holding
me,
out.
I need a sense of humor and a personality. Because most black women are not getting up Lance Gross. They're not.
For that.
They really not, sweetie.
That's
They
actually not true.
And I'm cool with it. I'm like, all right, go ahead.
Actually not true because I've heard it 17,000 million times on this app alone. Medium ugly is cool.
Exactly. Exactly.
Medium ugly is cool after they've had all of that.
No.
My daughter talking about leaving her husband for a medium ugly nigga because she got a pretty boy. Talking about I might need a medium ugly dude. I'm like, girl, you better stay with him. Girl, you don't want medium ugly with your superficial ass.
Yeah, but medium ugly can't be broke.
What's medium ugly?
So that's what so hold on.
Medium ugly.
But it's back to what I said. They'll say, and I've heard it in these clubhouse rooms over and over and over again. And these are, the rooms with all the women, a lot of the women, they'll say medium ugly, but he has those other things. He's charismatic, he's this, he's that, he's all those other things. He can be medium ugly. So this notion that black women are holding out for Lance Gross is complete malarkey. I'm so tired of it.
Don't say bullshit. Fuck malarkey. Say bullshit, lady.
But here's the thing. All these other things for what exactly?
You gotta have a personality.
I mean, all these other things to get what?
A woman.
They average ass. No, I don't think
you
so.
gotta have a personality.
No, I don't think so.
A lot of these men are not likable men. That's why they struggling. If you're not likable, nobody is gonna want to be bothered with your ass. Straight up.
Bruh, move around.
Nah, bruh.
You make it 175, 200, something like that after tax, bruh. Move around. Move around.
Hey, are you being delusional? Because we know that's not even what 10%.
I can show you. Well, no, but that's the guys I'm talking about. Letitia tell you, I'm not lying. I live my life.
10% is all on Clubhouse allegedly.
But a lot of these men are making money at the men in the conclave. A lot of these men are engineers and stuff, so they make a lot of money, or they're on their way to make a lot of money because a lot of them are in that that program to get their certifications for engineering. I know one of the first graduates. He's making $175.
As somebody who's been in that field since 2010. I don't see those men around me having problems with women. I've literally.
Again, he's not. He's not.
You know what? I'm gonna stay out of this. I'm literally in that arena.
That's why they talk about getting their passports from me.
They won't have problems.
I don't see them. I mean, I'm not gonna say. See, I got that non-select word shit from Mamiya. I ain't never called nobody that or thought. I literally, hold on, what I'm saying is I literally been in that arena since 2010 and not looked at those guys as how you describe them, right? So let's just use the air quotes tech guy, right? I don't know these things. Most of them dudes be married, bro. Like, I don't know that.
Yes.
Maybe those guys maybe they're in tech. They make the money. Maybe they're just charismatic or whatever. Like, I don't know. Because they don't be complaining about no women. Okay. I literally work with probably 90% men. I don't know. And I just have never heard those tech guys, those engineers, all of them. I work with them. Literally. And I just never never heard they mostly married. I've never heard them married.
We have a similar trend in the conclave. It's similar trend. A lot of the guys wind up getting married. Yeah, they just get married outside the United States. That's all.
Maybe I just live in a bubble.
Yeah, I was gonna say a lot of them are starting to get married outside the United States. Unfortunately, it's unfortunate, and I say it's unfortunate because I'm like, I just remember growing up in the '80s, watching the Huxtables, watching that family dynamic, two educated parents raising their children in upper middle class, not struggling, not having any financial issues or anything, just being married. And I just don't understand why those two people, two educated adults who probably are similar fields or they have some type of commonality based on their educational background, just can't come together in this day and age. Because that is the group that studies show has the highest success for marriage. They're likely to get married. When it comes to education, you're likely to get married. You're educated, meet an educated person, you're likely to get married. But for some reason, these two groups of people aren't meeting each. If they haven't met each other in college and got their person by the time they were in college, they're not meeting each other now. They're not, or if they do meet each other, they're not interested. Like something is always happening. Like I've worked with professional men, and the women who are on my database had degrees. Now I have a high success rate, but that's because that's when I was working with white people, unfortunately. For some reason, the educated black people, and when it comes to coaching, the educated black people, it's just like, it was just a struggle. That's why I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna semi-retire. Like switch gears because something is not right. You have two educated people say they want marriage, they want family. Nobody has any felonies. Nobody has any abuse. Because I'm doing the background, I'm doing the personality assessments. But oh my gosh, you send them on an introduction. Well, Letitia, I don't know. I just don't know. I'm like, okay, all right, whatever.
Yeah. I think, we talked about this, Letitia. I think what it is that freedom happened. We made a number of assumptions, we as a people. But when freedom happened, those assumptions started hitting the skids. It's clear now that freedom has happened that a lot of black women want things that none of us have time thinking about. It's obvious. I mean, that's the basis of your observations, is it not? Hello?
Say it again?
I said, now that freedom has happened for black people, which is roughly going better part of 60 years old at this point. Now that freedom has happened, black women have their own ideas of what that means. And we haven't really spent a lot of time preparing for that. Excuse me. We haven't spent a lot of time preparing for that. So it's kind of taking everybody by surprise. That's been that's what you found in your work. It took you by surprise. You wasn't anticipating.
I wasn't. I was not anticipating that. I just trying to figure out what was happening, what was going on in these, and it was like this can't be real. I had like one of my coaching clients, like just one of the women rejected a guy because of his shoe. The way he tied his shoelaces. Like the stuff that I had to deal with. This is why I did not matchmake for women, because it was just their expectations become unrealistic, unattainable.
But if you can,
and I'm not saying the problem only lies with women, But I'm saying that you do have the studies bear out that majority of men, more, not majority, but more men want relationships and marriage. Women are backing off. And women are backing off because they're saying they're not getting what they want.
Right. Which, according to you, is sexual charisma and chemistry and all that sort of stuff. And exacting physical standards and all that good stuff. Now, of course, obviously, most black men, no matter what they do, are not going to be able to do that. No, even if they pulled out all the stops and did a $6 million man style, top-down restoration, they're not going to be able to do that. Obviously. There's only going to be a small group of men who are going to be able to pull that
But
off.
I will say, when we talked about the 4B movement happening here in America, men laughed and scoffed and said it would never happen because these women want to have sex too much. And while, sex seems like it's readily available, you do have more women, especially amongst Gen Z, pulling out of the dating market. They're not willing to have sex. They're not willing to go on dates. It's not worth their time. And I thought it was just a social media thing, but then I'm hearing it amongst, my daughter said she's hearing it amongst some of her friends or associates, people that she's familiar with. My nieces, some of their friends. Heck, my youngest niece kind of quasi is feeling the same way. Like she's saying it's not worth it. I'm just shocked and appalled that we've gotten to this point. But just remember, I remember when men were laughing and scoffing and saying that 4B movement would never take hold in America and in Western society. And it's curious to see what things are going to be like in the next 5 years. Because I remember 5 years ago, 6 years ago, it was 5 years ago, we were having these conversations. And I remember saying, in the next 5 years, I wonder what things are going to be like. And I predicted that things were going to be worse. And the people who I was telling this told me I was crazy. Everybody wants relationships. Everybody wants marriage. I was like, yeah, but they can't. It's something happening to where even if two people come together, they can't make it work. And the reasons why they're saying they can't make it work is crazy. Shoelaces not being tied, fixable things.
But this is all coming from the women's side.
Are you serious, Letitia?
Yes, I'm dead serious.
Shoe ties, what?
Or is it just only coming from one side? I just want to be clear on this.
The majority of the complaints when it comes to coaching about how men are like these little superficial things came from women.
There it is.
For the men with the coaching side, it was more of women was flaky and playing games. So it was a matter of helping them with the vetting process and figure out if a woman, helping them to navigate which woman likes them.
So the flaky and playing games is just what it is, brother. She's not sexually attracted to you. The end. She just can't bring herself to say it because let's face it, she doesn't want to give up the good times. You're showing her a good time. Listen, the guys who got it like that don't have to show her a good time because he is.
You said she didn't want to give up the good times. I got to use that with me. Thank you.
She don't want to give it up. She don't want to give up the good times. She don't want to give up the nice steak dinner. She don't want to give up the nice nights out and stuff like that. So she don't want to give that up.
I still, yes, you are right there. Because I remember my first coaching client, right? He wanted this woman. He determined this was the woman for him. He said he prayed on it. He wanted this woman. This woman was closed off. She had a wall up from her baby daddy who hurt her. And the way that he described this guy was no good. He wasn't really about nothing. She was younger. She had a baby by him. He was willing to excuse that and give her grace. Now he was an entrepreneur, has own businesses, and they met at church, and he was just enamored. He said, man, she's very kind. She's considerate. Her heart is on fire for God. That's the type of woman I want in my life. I need in my life. I want her, right? I think I worked with him for a month on wooing her. Like he did have to, but I did notice the irony is that he had to work extra hard to woo her. Whereas the first guy probably didn't have to work so hard. Same with another client. He had to, well, most of them did actually, had to work really hard at wooing these women because the men that they wanted, the first man or men in their life, broke their heart. You got to hear the stories that these men tell about what women are telling them about the men that they're with. Like, women tend to tell men about the men who broke their hearts. For some reason, I guess women think that gives them brownie points or something.
Now you see the.
But my gosh, they tell these men these horrendous, like how bad these men treat them and did them.
Mm-hmm.
And they will admit that I've never had this before, because it was like the guy's being real sweet, and like one guy sent the woman flowers to work. I had him send flowers to work. I was like, it's like she's never had this, but you had
You pretty much guaranteed him not ever getting that.
No, he got with the woman. They married. They've been married 3 years now. So the thing is, they want I was helping men who wanted the woman. They just didn't know how to go about getting the woman. So I helped them get a plan to get the woman. They would get the woman. But a lot of men don't want to do that. That's why I was like, a lot of these men just don't want to. They feel like, well, the first guy didn't get it, didn't have to do all that. So why do I have to do all that? Well, you're not him. You have to play a different game. You have to fish with different bait.
But that's
in fishing. You cannot fish you can't fish with shark with the same bait you fish with.
And here's the problem with that. Here's the problem. That bad enough what you're talking about. But here's the real kicker. So let's fast forward, because we know the average black marriage dissolves somewhere on between 5 and 8 years. So we'll split the difference. 6.5 years. 6.5 years later, I'm not feeling it anymore. I'm not he doesn't do it for me in the bedroom anymore. Bruh, if you're putting in, you're working overtime just to get her to go out with you on a date and jump the broom with you, what do you think it's going to be like from here on out? You're going to be John Henrying this thing until you're dead. That's what it is for me.
I get that, Tasayu, but that's not necessarily the case. I can see that, and I see that happening a lot. But it's a matter of the man continuing that behavior. You don't just operate that behavior to get her and then you stop. If you don't continue in that behavior, on long down the road, she's gonna be like, what happened? Like, you're not doing the things that you used to.
You have to do this for the rest of your. If we're going to do the whole biblical thing, the devil is part. Okay, so be clear, brother. Everything that you just described, Letitia, that this one guy they've been married with for 3 years, he's gonna have to do that for the next, let's say, at least 20.
And he does. He checks in. I asked. He sent me a picture of they tried this new restaurant for Valentine's Day that she wanted to try. And I remember I was talking to him and I said, okay, how are you guys doing? He said, the one thing, he talked very much about her being a mom and a great mom and how she cares for the child and stuff. And I was like, well, how does she feel? Is she fulfilled? Is she's happy? You need to have that conversation with her. But I was like, are you still being as romantic as you was in the beginning? And so he said, yeah. He said, we go out, we're both working, we're busy. She doesn't want to go out as much because she's spending a lot of time with the baby, but we still find time for date night and still find time to connect. But I did ask him, I said, listen, you need to ask her at this point, is she fulfilled and happy with you in the marriage and not you just checking to see how you feel about her. But I think they have a pretty solid marriage because those two tend to, he tends to reach out to me when they're having a conflict. If there seems to be a conflict, very well. So I think, but I hear what you're saying. Like, if she doesn't like you and she's settling for you, down the line at some point you likely end up divorced.
It's in today's world. Now, this would have been different if we was talking in the 1950s or whatever. That was different, a different era. But today, in today's world, in the 21st century, yeah, it's pretty quick, brother. it happens quickly. And if it doesn't, you know what? It's the flip side of the marriage piece, right? So you got women that go out with guys in the black community. You got women that go out with guys for years and years and years and years. Now they're engaged now, years and years and years and years and years. And they never get married. They break up. He gets with somebody. They marry within like a year. We all heard stories. I know several of cases like that. So we've all heard of cases like that. Okay. What I say is not that I advise women or nothing like that, but I'm just saying this is what I've observed over many years. Guys that want to marry you, it happens pretty quickly. Somewhere between 90 days and a year or so. Somewhere in there. Some guys quicker, sometimes a little bit later, but it's somewhere between 90 days and a year. That's what I've observed directly in my own life. It happens quickly. And it's the same thing on the flip side with this follows along with the adage that women control sex, men control relationships, right? So flip it around with the women. Dude, if she's sexually attracted to you fairly quickly. If you got to be doing John Henry type stuff for months, 90 days, the whole 90-day rule is for guys she's not sexually attracted to. Let's just be brutally frank. She's trying to
that's not
the
true.
right thing.
That's not true.
Trying to do the right thing and all that.
The 90-day rule is not for guys that she's not attracted to. The 90-day rule is for men that she has high sexual desire for, and it's trying to keep her closed legs. No, that's really a woman doesn't need to play that type of game or engage in that way. She's not gonna really she's not worried about having sex with a guy she's not sexually attracted to. That rule is for men that she's likely to be highly sexually desired for, and she's going to sleep with without getting to know him first. That's what that rule is about. Okay. It's not about men she's not sexually attracted to.
Okay. So here's the thing. On that is what's known as what you just described as on label. I read Harvey's book, talk about it with the guys and the whole all that. So I referenced it in my books. So I sat down and read his book. You know where that 90-day rule comes in? It comes in in the same section of the book where he talks about the 5 different type of men that when he's really talking about black women, that black women really prefer. And we all know what this is. Uber, DoorDash. You know where we're going with this. So that's the on-label use, which you just described. Now I'm going to tell you the off-label use. The off-label use is for the guys that she really not sexually attracted to, but she doesn't want to give up the good times.
That's the abstinence conversation.
That's
I'm abstinent or I'm celibate until marriage. That's that conversation. That's usually for the men she doesn't want to have sex with. She's playing that game. But I get the premise you're trying to make, but the 90-day rule, like I read the book, the 90-day rule really is for a woman to keep her legs closed until she gets to know the guy and know if he's serious, because he even vocally has said you have to keep your legs closed and get to know him, because once you have sex with him, all of that goes out the window.
Somebody wants to say something?
Because I do this in real time. Mr. Lemire, one thing you're correct about is if a man wants you, he don't play no games. He'll let you down. He'll make you exclusive. 2, older women, I hate to use this age thing, older women leveraging, y'all really got to come with some shit, because I really don't see why you would hold out old and unattractive, and I honestly don't. What is it? But to the younger women, Mr. Lemire, I'm telling you, we're not holding out because we don't want to have sex with the man. We're doing it because we need to have emotional intimacy with him. We're more intentional, and I'm talking about intentional women who want marriage and children. So Miss Letitia is correct in a sense as well. But no, it's not because we don't want the man. We have to see if we want to be with him long term. I'm telling you in real time, Mr. Lemire, the person that I'm with, he already knew. As soon as he seen me, he wanted me. He said, no, I want you to be my girl. We're dating exclusively. He knew right then and there. He said, it don't take us long enough. I want you. I like you. And so far, we have never been intimate.
and we have gotten to know each other, and it's like, it's very savoring. I'm savoring. So that is just, I mean, y'all laughing. I'm sorry that y'all have never had a nigga like y'all like that, or y'all some weak ass niggas who just worried about sex. That's tough, you know. But no, it's really good. I really think it's going well. So I don't think neither you nor Miss Letitia is right for holding out. I mean, and to the women, I'm gonna tell you this: what do you lose by fucking these? Like, you lose everything by screwing these niggas. Excuse my. You lose it all. I'm young, Mr. Mamiya, like you said before, no children. So it's a little different for me. But Miss Letitia is not far off, even when we talk about older women. She's not. Because I'm intentional. I'm looking for marriage. I'm not looking to play a game. This is not a game to me. You know what I'm saying? So I guess it's different for people. And he's very attractive. Like, damn, you all the way together. What's going on? So, nah, in a lot of cases, like Miss Letitia said, it's not just about sex. It's not. I gotta see. I'm looking to see if he's gonna be a good father figure. I'm really invested into his intangible assets, because that's what matters more than anything for a long term relationship. The money and stuff, I mean, is there. So, I mean, y'all laughing. Y'all the ones that's baby mamas and baby daddies. So y'all can laugh all y'all want. I think it's very important that young women who are beautiful are strategic. Just like I think young men who are successful, they should protect their seed and be very strategic with the woman that they have children with. For me. Give a damn what y'all do. Y'all already screwed y'all life up.
So, yeah, I think that, yeah, it happens quick. You know, it's unfortunate that there are ladies in the community that, you know, guys kind of, I don't have a problem with a man that makes it be known up front, I'm not interested in getting married. Now, you want to be together with me, that's fine, but if marriage is in the cards for you, I'm not the guy for you. Guy like that, I have no problem with. But I think that they're kind of in the minority. I think there are a lot of guys that like kind of stringing women along, and that's unfortunate. And
in the game, Mr. Mamiya, not at all. I'm studying him like a hawk.
Yeah.
I'm not playing the game. I don't really care.
Yeah.
I don't, and I'm looking at what the man wrote in the chat, saying a woman that is studying the man to see if he'll be a good father or husband has already lost credibility. So should I just screw him and have a child by a random nigga? Is that what you're telling me to do? That sounds asinine. If you think that, and I hope that he is vetting me to see if I'll be a good mother to his children. I really do hope that he's scoping me and really putting a magnifying glass on me to see if I meet the standard. It goes both ways. Because the worst decision that a woman can make, and a man now, and you know this, Mr. Mamiya, is to have a kid by a degenerate. That is that will make or break your life. Could ruin a lot of things, really. So I hope that he's looking at me just as much as I'm looking at him. I hope we looking like two big old owls, just whoo, you know what I'm saying? He checking me out. He's making sure I meet the standard. I hope he is, Mr. Mamiya. My Libra scale is balanced. Successful young black man. Yeah, he needs to be looking at his prospects. He needs to be protecting his seed. Yeah, I do think that he needs to do that, just like I need to be protecting my womb. I hope he is looking at me thoroughly, going through every strand of my hair to see if this is the woman I want to be with. Because it's a serious decision. Miss Letitia is correct. It's not because these women are not attracted. Well, the way I'm doing it's not because I'm not attracted. Oh my gosh. I actually think I hit jackpot. I don't know what, I think he's from Mars. I think he's amazing. But I hope that he is vetting me just as much as I'm going through the steps vetting him. And my mother and father and my sister circle, my elders are all involved. And I hope that whatever he has to do, he has his people involved too, looking at me. That is the proper way to do it. I don't think that a man of high value should be just jumping to have sex with these wombats. Mr. Mamiya, I just don't think that. Because they'll trap him. Man, I don't even want to get into that, and I don't know why any woman would want to trap a man. My God. I don't know. I think if you're of high value, you should be scoping out whoever the prospect is that you want to marry or be in a long relationship with. I think you should be very picky who you tend to engage with, because it'll make or break you. And like Mr. Mumia said, he's very judgy. I'm judgy. I'm judgy when I see who y'all married, who y'all had kids with. I'm looking. I'm like, dang, you had kids with him? And you telling me how to love? You good? That baby slow. I'm judging. Silent.
Eli said businesses do survive with price discrimination all the time. Not with the exact same product at different prices. The exact same thing at different prices. No.
I don't know. Do you think that's wrong? What do y'all think about it, Ms. Letitia and Mr. Mumia? I think that men and women should be vetting and scoping who they see and paying attention to people when they want to build with them long term.
Of course.
They want to get it right. I hope you tell those men at the conclave everything I said. I think if they're men who are successful, no children, and they're looking for women to date, they need to be like hawks. You know what I'm saying? With that process, this goes for women too. It's time to stop playing games.
No argument there. And they often do. So yeah, we haven't had any bad complaints or bad reports or incidents or anything like that so far. Knock on wood. So far, 5 years in, no problems. So we stumbled on a pretty good system that seems to work.
I think women should do it too. I think you should take your time. We complain about emotional intelligence and emotional intimacy, but we don't take the steps to achieve that. And I'm in my 30s now, it's time to stop playing games. I don't want to wake up one day and be 40 something, 50, and just be full of regret. I just don't.
Which studies have shown women experience more than men do. So yeah, that is a concern.
Men have regret too. I think that's why they wait out. Like, this is just some men, Mr. Man. They wait out till they're like 60 and think they're gonna get a really vibrant, pretty 25-year-old to wipe their ass. And it just, like, in reality, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that. They think that this young, fruitful 25-year-old wants to enter their world wiping wrinkly balls. And that's not what's happening in the real world. I see a lot of men do that, especially in the medical field. They think they're going to get some young whippersnapper and they're going to live the dream, and it's a dream unless they have money, a lot of it. So that's the other side.
Oh, I thought it was never going to end. Hey, welcome to the stage, everybody. Is anybody on the stage still?
I'm here, lady.
I was gonna say, do we think this room has run its course? I was so tired of hearing about the what was me dating. I was like, oh my. Still quite a few people here, so I don't know if we're going to change the topic or something. If we're going to come back later. Yeah,
I think y'all should make a room. What have you heard on Clubhouse that you have not heard in real life?
A whole lot of stuff. Hey, Anthony. You still on some bullying?
What did you ask me, Luck?
You still outside bullying black women?
Yo, Luck, I've only been with black women. I'm married to a black woman, but here's the thing, Luck, if you care about the so-called black community, if you really care about
what this got to do with you being outside bullying a black woman?
I'm going to tell you right now. If you care about the black community and you care about black issues, if you care, right, then who holds the key to fixing the problem? Men or women?
Yo. Me.
All right, so I disagree. I think that women hold the key to fixing the problem. I think that if women en masse, they said, yo, listen, we are not having sex without marriage, the marriage rates would go up overnight.
Oh, I agree with you, actually.
Okay, so if we want to talk about a community, right? Family, that's the building blocks of a community. If we have married people procreating and having children, we have a community. We have a functional community. Women can overnight change the narrative. They could unilaterally make a decision and change the narrative. But that's not what's going on. And this is why I put the emphasis on women. Men can't bear children. We can't, it's women, what men typically do. Men want to achieve so they can take care of their families. Otherwise, a man would be cool sitting in the basement, playing video games in his underwear and smoking weed. Men, really, the reason why men try to achieve shit is for their families. Women achieve shit for themselves. Women, unless they have kids and then the dude isn't supporting, then they got to go out and make it happen. But all those elemental P's and all of that stuff, women are doing it for themselves. This is I don't you say I'm hard on black women. I just told the truth. I'm sorry.
I'm not arguing your nonsense this morning, but I hear you.
Nobody ran me out of RPO Deviant One, and I see the name fits you. All right, man, only on Clubhouse. You gotta love it. As you'll notice, Deviant One, I've been modded up in here. I could have been in here the whole time. Sometimes I like to go in spaces that are, I want you to look at the rooms on Clubhouse. There's a pattern, all right? Some of the most popular rooms, they're headed by women, surrounded by gay men and panda. That's the formula on Clubhouse. That formula for successful room on Clubhouse is gonna do numbers. Women helmed, supported by gay men and panda bear men, feminized men that just see the world through a woman's eyes. You're the real MVP, Mama. Mama, you're the real MVP. You're the real one. You sacrificed for us, Mama. You can't make this shit
What
up.
is going on? What happened? What you talking about?
Kyla, Lady Luck, she triggered me this morning. She said that, I come for black women, and so she just she set it off. So this is why I'm saying what I'm saying right
Even
now.
Kyla-
You can blame Lady Luck, Kyla.
Kyla, I got the story that he bullied a black woman parking space. And hold on, let me remember what she was called. Something big burly woman that he was trying to bully for a parking space, or that he.
Sister Envy, why you do that? Why she gotta be all that?
All right, so Kyla, here's what happened, right? Pull up to the cigar bar and looking for a parking space, and you have this woman standing in a parking space saying she's holding a parking space. We don't do that where I'm from, all right? You don't stand in a park. You're not a car. You can't hold a parking space. So at the point, I said, excuse me, ma'am, I'd like to park. She goes, I'm holding it for somebody. I said, respectfully, ma'am, you're not a car. Now, she's on the phone while she's standing in the space, and she starts talking to whoever she's talking to, and she's being real disrespectful. So at that point, I'm like, yo, listen, I'm not going to interact with you. I'll deal with your man when he come. And however he want it is how he's going to get it. He want to be reasonable. He want smoke. I got all the smoke that he want. I got everything he want. So I got out my car and I stood at the front of my car, ready for whatever. Dude comes and he clearly sees the situation.
Wait, you got out your car and stood in the parking?
Yes.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Oh,
no, I didn't stand in the parking spot. I stood next to my car, at the front of my car.
Don't you have a Cybertruck? That's really difficult to...
No, I'm not. I don't have a Cybertruck. I got a Tesla Plaid. I'm about to buy a Cybertruck, but that's a whole other story. Yeah. So here's what's up. Listen, she just caught me on the wrong night. Most times I'd have just let it go, but I'm not dealing with the sass. You know what I'm saying? I'm not dealing with the sass.
I would ignore him. He wouldn't even got a response.
And that would have been cool. Lady, that would have been cool. But, here's the thing, right? And this is real talk, y'all. Women put men in really bad situations all the time. Women do this to men. We eventually ended up in the cigar bar. And I know the whole cigar bar. Eventually we ended up there. Dude, he didn't do anything overt. He knew what time it was. He had sense. You know how long they stayed in the cigar bar? 15 minutes. They ran out of there like their hair was on fire. Because dude felt uncomfortable. He felt uncomfortable in that space.
Who thought you think that was?
I didn't say, honestly, I was going to send him a drink. He was a gentleman. He did not act no way. I was going to send him a drink to turn down the temperature. I was not, he was a gentleman.
Be in the right places, because it wouldn't have went that way in no damn DC, I tell you that much. Not in no black area. Because my thing is, you approached her. I would have.
When you said I approached her, what do you mean?
You said something to her. Okay, you saw a person there today. It's a parking space. Move on. It's a damn parking space.
Okay, so maybe,
right? You would have came with me with that bullshit.
What did you call her? What did you call her? Big Shirley? What did you say to that lady? You ain't have to.
No, I didn't call her anything, Kyla. I said nothing to the woman.
No, he didn't.
I literally said to her, I'm not going to interact with you. I'll deal with your man when he comes. And when he came, he ain't want no smoke. He didn't say anything to me. He said absolutely nothing to me.
That's what I
he's a smart dude. Because here's what's up, right? He couldn't cash that. He really couldn't cash that check. But
no, you don't crazy part. He could have cashed.
Yo, lady, he couldn't. Lady. I'm telling you. I didn't even have to get to the trunk. Just dealing with me right then and there, he couldn't cash that check. But God forbid if he could cash a check, don't let me get to the trunk. Don't let me get to the trunk. That's a whole other situation.
What's in the trunk? What
don't
would
worry
you have
about
to go
Lisa.
to the trunk for?
Don't worry about what's in the trunk, Lisa.
Lisa,
don't worry about what's in the trunk. Whatever needs to be in the trunk is in the trunk. All right? But here's what's up, man. Like, as it relates to that situation, there's countless situations where men are put in bad situations by their women. You know, like, if my wife I would never have my wife go stand in a parking spot and hold it for me. But if she did, I'm telling her, leave the spot. This is what I'm telling my wife. Because real talk, the second somebody tries to handle my wife, there's no going back. You're not handling my wife. So to avoid a situation, don't stand in the park. If the cops came, who's right in the situation? You can't hold a parking spot standing there.
Is there a law that says that? Is there some law?
Absolutely. Lady. Okay, wait. No. You know, and I, you know what? And this is why. I'm going to tell y'all are prototypical black women. This is all I got to say. Y'all are prototypical black women.
Oh,
I don't know. So she was standing in the parking lot, like standing in the parking space.
She was standing in the parking space, Kyla. It's a parking space with lines on either side. It's a well-defined parking space. She is standing in the parking space.
So
she is not a car.
Hold on, Kyla. So let's just say you got, you're going out. You get to the place before your homegirl, she right behind you, and you park and you see a space right beside you, and you just like, okay, my homegirl's coming, and you stand in the space. That's how I picture it, right? Like, so like my thing is, if I drive past and see somebody in a space, I'm gonna keep it moving. It is not that serious.
Okay,
or just put a cone in your trunk. And just put it right
cone in your trunk. Your trunk is wild.
You guys are not gonna park where a cone is at.
Listen,
no, that might be a good idea, so you don't have to stand in the parking lot, because some people will run you over.
They will run your ass over. This idea that it's okay to stand in the parking spot, it's such a foreign concept to me. I wouldn't do it to somebody. If I was standing in a parking spot trying to hold it for my homeboy and somebody pulls up, I am moving. I don't expect them to move.
Now, we weren't saying that we were not saying that it was okay.
That's what lady is saying.
Oh,
she's asking for some law, and this is what lady is saying.
Yes. So what I am saying is, it's not gentlemanlike to do that to a woman. If a man that I was interested in did that to a woman, I think, what would he do to me? I don't like those type of men. Just be a gentleman and keep it moving. It's a parking spot.
Anthony is mad.
Wait, Kyla, I just want to say this really quickly in response to what you just said to me. If the other person that had pulled up wasn't a man, was a woman, I wouldn't have said anything. I would have gotten back in my car and pulled off. We wouldn't have had one word. Nothing would have been said. I would have just left. And it's not it's not to me about being a gentleman and not being a gentleman. I'm just not going to interact with some women like that. What am I going to do? I'm going to beat them up? I'm going to run them over? There's no win there. I'm just going to go about my business. No win there. But here's the thing, right? Women talk about chivalry. Women talk about men being gentlemanlike. This is all a psyop by women. Women want to be equal to men. They want equal rights. They want equal pay. They want equal everything. When it's convenient for them, that women don't they'll be like, yo, I'm not paying half the bills. I don't want 50-50. What kind of man is gonna, that man is arguing with a woman. That's not masculine. It's not masculine for a man to argue with a woman. A woman can say whatever she wants to say to a man. These are psyops. Kevin Samuels, he's feminine because he puts women in their place. This is all a big psyop. And men aren't going for it anymore. Cool, you want equality, you have it. You have it. Disney wants to put on shows where they show women fighting men, full force, toe to toe. That's the world that they want. They want equality. Don't blame men.
Okay, Anthony. Anyway, that's foolishness, man. Oh my goodness. I would have looked at you like you had 6 heads, boy. I wouldn't have said a word. I would have looked at you like, what you gonna do? I would have just gave you a look. Like, I'm not even addressing that. You think you're gonna pull up on me and say something to me and move me through? I would have looked at you like you had 6 heads and
Lady, look, you know, Mr. Anthony is a MAGA maniac. Ain't nobody getting off easy.
I know.
Do you understand me?
What?
Nobody's getting off easy.
Hold on.
It's gonna go down.
I would have stood there waiting for whoever to come to park it there. I would have said nothing. We would have been, matter of fact, I'm hella petty. We would have been standing there all night because I wouldn't have said a word to him. You think you going to pull up and bully me? You got me effed up. Boy, I'm not saying a word to you. I'm going to look at you crazy. What? Harassing somebody over a parking space? What? This is ridiculous.
Did you get your parking spot? Did you get the spot, Mr. Anthony, or no? Like, did you end up having the spot after that?
What ended up happening was when her man pulled up, her man walked over to her and told her to move. At the same time, another couple had came out the cigar bar and they were moving their car. So I took their spot. So that's how it ended up working out. But when her man came over, he told her to move, which is the same thing I would have said to my wife. Move. Don't look. What do you like? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. You're like, if somebody wants the parking spot, if somebody sees me standing in a parking spot and they want the parking spot, I'm going to move. I am not a car. It's not the right thing for me to do to stand in the parking spot. That's not right. That's all. It's not rocket science. You see, so
is that a New York rule? Because I'm like, I don't know.
Okay. So Lisa came off her mic to say, I'm not saying that it's right. And then I'm saying that ladies' stance is that she feels that that's the right thing.
Because I've seen people.
Kyla, who's way more reasonable, says, well, maybe you should just have a cone in your trunk. Listen, lady, I understand, right? And I'm going to tell you right now, listen, I didn't buy the last gun. I'm not the baddest man on the planet. I understand all of these things. Your people, they didn't buy the last gun either, lady. They not the baddest man on the planet. They could be from DC. They not the baddest man on the planet. And we gonna see who's more bad. That's a part of being a man. Because we know how far this shit can go. We know where it can end up. So it's all good. It's all gravy. Because you know what? At the end of the day, lady, you ain't the one that gonna deal with it. Your man gonna have to deal with it. Your brother gonna have to deal with it. Your son gonna have to deal with it. That's who gotta deal with it. The man in your life gotta deal with it.
Listen, let me tell you something. I've seen people do it. Like, I can't imagine riding past somebody standing in the space, whether I like it, whether I don't like it, whether I think it's right, whether I think it's wrong, and thinking it's that serious that I need to start a conflict over a parking space. I'ma say it. I might feel away, whatever. I don't know what I'm feeling at. I probably wouldn't care. I'm gonna keep it moving. I can't even imagine rolling down my window to tell somebody I want that space. I can't even imagine. I'm gonna just keep it moving and find another parking space. It's a freaking parking
So when you have the Walmart app, there's hyper collapsible construction cones that you can put in your trunk and you can make, they're kind of like I think I'm gonna get one. They're like decent price because I'm not gonna play with y'all see a cone. I'm serious. Y'all see a cone. You're gonna move by the cone. You don't know what it's there for. I whip that sucker out. You drive by, you think you got a space. You ain't touching that cone. We don't know where it's come from. Next thing you know, I park.
unless you're like,
And
but I think that's,
go get our car.
I'm so serious. Look on the app. I'm so serious. You get two. Hold on, I'm looking right now. You get two for $16.99. Collapse 18-inch collapsible traffic cones, pop-up orange cones, reflective collars. Oh yeah, it's time. So, yep, that's actually a really good idea. And nobody knows. No one will know. Even the cops won't take the spot because they see it coming. Unless they're hounding out in the parking lot, or I have to go against a MAGA maniac because Mr. Anthony is going to grandstand me, and I don't have to do that. I can just pull out a construction phone.
You just gotta ignore Anthony, because I would have looked at him. I would have just kept it moving. Whatever I was doing in that moment, I would have went right back to it. I wouldn't have said a word to him. Like, if you want to stand there for the park, if you want to sit there for that parking space, go ahead, brother. But I'm standing right here. I'm not even addressing you. Like, what?
Right. Anthony, get those cones. They're $16.99. You get two. They're $16.99. They're 18 inches. They have the reflective light, and you can collapse them. So it's not gonna take up big space in your trunk. Now you don't have to talk to nobody, and no one has to be called Big Shirley. Get them.
I was sitting here laughing because I literally me and my homegirls just did that in San Francisco at a Kendrick Lamar concert. And it's so many, we like circling, and I'm telling you, we missed the meet and greet trying to park. And it was crazy because, I would Uber, I don't even know why I let them convince me to ride with them because I know better. But anyway, we literally, let somebody out the car. To go, find it. So I'm like, it's so regular, and people just pull up and be like, oh, okay, because they know you might have been looking for a park for 35 minutes.
Exactly. I've seen it so many times, especially I've seen people. They on one side of, let's say, the aisle or whatever, and they look through this. Oh my God, there's a space over there. I've seen people do it. So I'm like, I can't even imagine pulling up with somebody because I feel like maybe I don't know. In busy cities where stuff happens, but parking spaces be a commodity. So it's like you normal for people to be like when they see one to go try to grab it. I've had people call me like, hurry up, I'm holding this space, but I don't know how much longer I can hold it or whatever. Like in DC, man, parking is crazy. So it happens it's so normal that I just can't even imagine me addressing somebody about a parking space. I just can't. I wouldn't even say nothing. I might feel like, damn, but I'm gonna keep it moving. Like what? Get into a confrontation over a parking space is diabolical. Maybe it's just because it's normal. I see people do that all the time, and nobody you might feel the way, but nobody gets into no argument over that. No.
Mr. Anthony, I put the two collapsible construction cones. They're $16.99 there. You can just whoop right after you get your parking space. Nobody will know. $16.99. I'm gonna order it. Just get you out the way. You'll be getting just like you need. You getting in the concert before the artists do. They moving out the way. They don't know who you are because you got the construction cone. It's in the chat, y'all.
I'm literally on this right now.
I am so serious. That is a good idea. Ain't nobody gonna question. Who's gonna question a construction cone? Who's gonna question?
That's actually true. That's funny as all.
Nobody's gonna question it.
I don't know. Maybe that's just how it. But Kyla, you said you see it in your city too. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I just ordered these two construction cones. I'm not playing games because I'm not getting into it with nobody. I'm not doing none of that. I'm gonna pull the cones out. They're gonna think maybe the pavement needs to be done over. And next thing you know, my car's pulling into a spot. Nobody will know. Nobody's gonna know. I'm just saying. Get your cones, Mr. Anthony. You hear me? Now he going away from the phone. Get the cones, Mr. Anthony.
Maybe women just do this. Is this a woman's thing? Maybe only the women.
He must be away from the phone because I'm so serious about him getting cones. He doesn't have to disrespect black women or anyone, MAGA crazy. Just put the cones down. He's got to be away from the cones. There's no way. It's only $17. You can't beat it.
You know what? This is hilarious. Oh, I had a good laugh. Hey, Mimi.
Hey, Miss Mimi, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, Mr. Anthony about to attack a black woman over a parking space.
Oh yeah, he told us about he was about to shoot her over the parking space. He told us about it was about to use his blinky.
Oh, that's what he was gonna go get out of the trunk. Oh,
And he-
okay, I didn't hear
And
that.
the only reason why he picked on her is because she was a big, black, burly black woman. Big, he called her big, black, burly.
You left the shooting part out because we didn't. Me and Miss Lady Luck didn't hear nothing
No,
about that.
I knew about it. Mimi told me.
Oh my gosh!
I just wasn't going. I wasn't gonna call him.
Well, he wasn't gonna shoot her. He if her man would have got out of the pocket, you know, he had the blinky on the, is it called blinky or something?
You was gonna pull the blicky out.
The blicky.
Wow.
The blicky out. Like last night, I couldn't be up in here. I don't see how y'all be listening to that shit. I said, okay.
What happened, lady? Who was in here? Because I fell asleep. So they took me off stage. I woke up this early this morning.
These damn fucking relationship experts. I just can't. I don't want to hear that shit. Change the channel. I'm like, as soon as they talk, I'm out of here. I ain't sitting for that.
Maybe it took like 6 hours to get back to what I said at the very beginning when they started with that whole looks thing with black men. I'm like, oh,
yeah. I'm telling you, like it's like they get tunnel vision, and it's like you can tell it's like social awkward issue, like autism or something, because they can't like change the subject. Like they are stuck on this, and so for days and days and days and days they keep talking about black man looks. Like they can't move on. I don't understand it. I just don't think that that's a problem. I really don't hear so many people saying, "Ooh, the reason why I don't date a black man because he's ugly." Like I don't think that's black man issue. I just don't think that's. I really don't hear that. It's because he's ugly, yo. Nothing else.
oh, that'd be the least of the things. Because I feel like the women know, black women know that's like an ongoing joke or whatever in the room.
Now, I can say, now, I think nowadays people will call men ugly because men have so much podcasts. Men are calling us ugly, black women ugly every day. So, of course, women gonna hit you back. Oh, you ugly. But I don't think they really mean it like that, because I don't really be hearing that as a problem. Oh,
Black women being called ugly is crazy.
they always call them ugly. They call them ugly. But that's just a way to try to make you feel less than, because they.
Ugly is crazy.
Yeah, I do. I think it's crazy. I think black women are beautiful. I'm a black woman.
Okay, so
My
okay,
friend defies
beautiful.
gravity. Are you okay?
All right. So Kyla, are there any ugly white women?
Absolutely, they're all ugly.
All right, all white women are ugly. Okay,
yeah,
cool.
I'm not attracted to Anglo-Saxon.
Okay, all right. So there are ugly white women. Are there ugly Asian women?
Absolutely. Sure. Ugly. Yeah. they are the least attractive, actually. Them and Indian women. Yeah.
So, all right, cool. All right. Are there any ugly black women?
I won't say super ugly, just broke.
Okay, so they're broke black
You're usually
women.
not ugly, you just broke.
All right. So Gabrielle Sabine, the chick that played Precious, is she an ugly black woman?
Actually, she ain't ugly. She's
I don't think
just
she
not
ugly
the European
either.
standard.
She's
I
just
actually
She
don't
has a
think she's
husband.
Yeah, I actually. Yeah, I actually don't think she ugly either. I think that she's just not y'all standard. But if you look at her,
Well, she
and
technically is their
you
standard
look,
because when you look at their baby mamas,
yes,
oh,
but she got really strong African features, but like her eyes and her nose, her mouth aligned. I don't think she's ugly either. And she's overweight, you know what I'm saying? But I think
She's
that,
lost some weight, Mimi, and she
yeah,
has a husband of a different nature, kind that they don't like me to talk about, and she has twins, so she's doing good in life.
right.
I don't think she ugly. I'm sorry. I
But
think the colorism, y'all, because you
it's,
guys
yeah,
are
Yo, so Kyla,
that's what
listen,
I think too.
you're well within your rights to say that you don't think she's ugly. Mimi, you're well within your rights to say she's ugly. I'm not the standard bearer of beauty. I can't. I can say, she's not my cup of tea. She's ugly to me, but that doesn't make it that she's universally ugly to everybody. All right. I forgot the model chick that I don't think she's pretty. And there's white model chicks that I don't think are pretty. But here's the thing, right? And this has to do with what I call the self-aggrandization of black people by other black people. There's black people that will say stuff like, and I don't know if you're serious or not, Kyla. At this point, I don't know if you're joking, you're trolling or not. But there are people that be like, yeah, no, black people, there's no ugly black women. Yeah, black women are beautiful. That, Kyla, there are ugly black women, and it's okay to acknowledge that there's ugly black women. It doesn't take away from black women by saying yes, there are black women that are unattractive. There are black men that are unattractive.
I would say that, but when I look at who you guys marry on a regular, she looks like the typical black woman that you guys marry on a regular. Some light skin, some dark skin, but definitely.
So you think Gabrielle to me, it looks like that? Okay, so
Yeah,
I just want to point this out to you.
I mean, we really want to put it in layman's terms. Y'all are not marrying models.
Okay, so
Y'all are
Tyler,
marrying
here's the thing.
regular women who have weight on them, who are darker or whatever. I could, yes. Yes, y'all are not marrying models. She's not ugly to me. She looks like the average black man's wife.
Yeah, I think
I'm lying. I'm lying.
I agree with you too. And honestly, I think if she was like a slimmer person, they wouldn't call her as ugly as they do. If you know what I'm saying, I don't. Now I'm gonna tell you who I do think is ugly. I think that Whoopi Goldberg today is ugly. But I've seen pictures of Whoopi when she was younger. She didn't look that bad, but like she older, she's aging. I don't know.
Whoopi stayed fooling the older white man.
But she stayed, yeah. I don't think that. I think that. But the thing is, what I'm saying is that black men are not attracted to African features. Their standard beauty is a European standard beauty. So technically, even though they marry him and all that, but they do. I think that I hear online a lot of time, or even in here, they're always calling women ugly, you know. And so I think that maybe now women push back and call them ugly, but I just don't think I ain't really heard the complaint of the reason why black women ain't dating black men are because they're ugly. No, it be about other things. I don't think that black men are just these ugly dudes where that should be the topic. Like their looks is the last things they gotta worry about.
Yeah,
that's what I think.
I agree, and I get with you. I definitely agree with you because I was gonna say I wouldn't even say they got. I think online on social media they got all these European standards like in mass they marrying models, but that ain't true in reality. Like we it's been proven on this app too many times, man. Like we talking cash shit, and it be like, man,
You got men telling me to be fine, fit, and feminine. Okay, cool. When I look at the lady that's next to you, she is about the size of Gabor Sidibe. I don't think there's nothing wrong with her. To be honest with you, the average black man is marrying women her size, same features. I post the models. And I'm not being funny, Mr. Anthony. If you really think about it,
no, them women be straight married. Like the women who.
If you really
I just posted a picture of my wife. All right.
Okay, but the meanest.
You guys are welcome to PTR. All right. I know. Lady Luck had a little picture of, when
Your
she
wife
just
is
came off
beautiful.
of
Y'all
work.
got a tall family.
So here's what's up. Now, all good. It is what it is. You know, listen. I think the odds of the percentage of black women that get married, it's like, I want to say 20, 25%, 30%. It's
It's
not
30%.
okay, 30%. So you're saying that of that 30% of black women, they look like Gabrielle Sabid, the majority of them. That's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing.
Yes, so Mr. Anthony, now we got to go into the medical field. We're going to pull up the stats. 70 to 80% of black women are morbidly obese. So I'm going to say yes. So, and this is no dig, I'm speaking straight to the facts. Yes, your wife, Mr. Anthony, most black men are not bagging that. I'm going to let you, I'm looking at the stats. I'm looking at black women around me. You're getting a Gabor sit back. You know, 9 times out of 10, a man is getting on his knees for a lady that the average black woman, she's a size 18 or 20. Come on now, I'm not making. We're not making. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's America. The average woman in America is a size 16. So she ain't making that up. That's
Yeah,
true.
it's an 18, 20 for a black woman. I'm not making this up. So, Mr. Anthony, if you really think about it, me and Miss Mimi are telling you the truth.
But
I don't think it's funny.
them women, okay, so people be talking, but women, and this is just my own experience, but be women that be, like bigger women, homemaking women, especially for them southern dudes, they always be married. Like the women that sit up in my chair, that you would think it, big woman, not that, appealing or whatever. And I talked to her, she have a husband because, I live in a military town, so they come from the South. And so in the South, it's not that serious. And a lot of black people live in the South. So in the South, they be messing with them big women and stuff like that. Um, y'all act like it's a stand. If it was really a standard of beauty where women had to be a certain size and all that stuff to get a husband, then all black women would be that size. Black women are the size that they men like, fat women, big women. That's the size y'all like.
But so Mimi, outside of that, I have always heard.
You can put an X up all you want, but you guys aren't dating
It's the
models.
truth. They don't. They act like that black men don't. The biggest woman of any race, if she's a big white girl, a big Mexican girl, a big any girl, where in who the fuck she gonna date? A black man? It was this. It was this comedian. It wasn't even a comedian. It's a podcast. It's an old white man and this young black dude. They in the streets, they see this huge, morbidly obese white woman, and not like thick with a little shape, and she was like big belly, just sloppy big, and it was like we gonna dress you up and get you a man. The white man was like, where's the hood? Let's head to the hood. Where's the black barbershop? She can get her a man in the black barbershop, but he was clowning. But that's the truth. Like that woman that looked like that just said, fuck it. Now, he may not have no money and all that, but she could get her a black man. Okay, anytime I look at my 600-pound life and it's an 800-pound white woman, there is a skinny ass, dusty black ass man taking care of her.
Can I be honest with y'all in the room since it's just us?
No, Kyle, I got next.
Let me be
I got
honest.
next.
Okay,
I got
let me
next,
say this.
Kyle.
Let me say this.
Oh, man.
I'm gonna tell you from a woman's standpoint. Black women like Miss Mimi and Miss Lady Luck have always told me to keep yourself in shape so you can get to talk to your man and stay beautiful. Black men, I'm gonna tell you something, Mr. Anthony. I don't have to look my best, and I'm telling you this because I love y'all and we can have a real conversation. I don't have to look my best or be my best to date y'all. Now, as I take care of myself and go higher, the higher caliber of black men I attract.
Right.
Men who keep themselves in shape and stuff, black men, I'm talking about black men, I don't date outside my race. They tend to want more from me, right? So I have to be aesthetically pleasing and I have to be a good woman on the inside and out. An average black man, I don't have to be my best, and I don't have to look my best. I can be exactly what Miss Mimi described, and go about my business. To be honest with you.
Yeah, he may be poor, he may be broke, but he could have. Listen, you could get you some loving from a black man, no matter how you look. Okay, you can look like a monster, and of any race woman, and she could bag a black man.
But
All right, so no, lady luck, please, I gotta go. So I want y'all to see.
So you think I'm lying though, Anthony?
No, Mimi. I want y'all to see the progression of this discussion. I love this discussion. I wish this shit was on replays. This discussion is typical clubhouse shit. The origin of this was whether or not black women are ugly. That was the origin of this discussion. Now we have come to the conclusion, right? Mimi says monsters of any race. Monsters of any race. I love it. But Gabrielle Sabine is the average woman that black men are marrying. This is what I'm hearing. And we went to the medical where we talked about the percentage of overweight black women. So now, in order to make a point, we have black women tearing down other black women. I just want to point out the irony of this conversation.
We're not tearing them down. What we say, ain't nobody tearing them down.
I'm about to run them down. Let me run down the text, Miss Mimi. I'm about to read them off. See, I hate that Miss Mimi, and I love that she's here because we're telling you the truth. So the average height for a woman overall in the U.S., ages 20 plus is 5 feet, 0.3.5 is 6.5 inches. Among racial ethnic groups, non-Hispanic black women average from 5.4 inches, 5 feet and 4 inches tall, slightly taller than the overall female average. The average adult in the U.S. weighs about 170 to 172 pounds, right? Studies report often show black women on average weigh more than the overall female population. One reliable source reports that black women's average weight around 186 to 188 pounds, that is a size 18 to 20. These are statistical averages. Individual body size can vary widely. Now we're going to say, I asked ChatGPT, what size is Deborah Sidibe? Most reliable biographies list her height as 5'5", right? Approximately 211 to 265, and the body measurements around 46, 44, 46, right? She's roughly around a size 20 to 22. She is around the average size of a black woman. So we're not gonna. What did Miss Mimi say that was wrong? That is what you guys are marrying on a regular. So I don't know why you're dissing her.
Because it's her body shape, type. See, if she had if she didn't have the gut and it was on her butt, she'd be a fine African woman from good. They love that big old booty. They love that size 22 booty. Now, and that's the problem. But she can have big ass arms that look like legs. She can have big old titties, but she just can't have no stomach. But she can have a big old booty. That's why they go and just get mommy makeover tummy tucks, and they got the perfect body for a black man. Because the black man want everybody to have a size 16 booty. That's what they want.
They want that flat, that 85-inch flat screen on their back.
Right, minimum a big old size 16 booty. You can't walk around with no size 4 booty to a black man. I don't know. They want to. That's why the other race women be winning that's overweight, and the white men be clowning online about y'all be with their most unattractive woman. It's okay though, Anthony. That's ain't that good character? So black men love everybody. They love everybody.
You ought to see the dump trucks on social media that block me off. I just be looking like, whoa. And it's crazy that a lot of men tell women to be fine, fit, feminine, but you're intimidated to walk up to women.
And face cards. Face cards really don't fucking matter to y'all. face cards really don't
Long as
matter.
she got
Y'all,
a fat ass,
y'all.
Miss BB, they don't give a damn.
Exactly. The face card is that really don't be matter. But it's okay. That's make y'all good guys, you know.
But so
Everybody
hold on,
need
I got a
love.
question. And question.
It do.
Anthony, I got a question. I got a question. Like, so, because I'm gonna say I have heard this for years, right? Now, I would have never guessed the numbers that I just heard. Like, I wouldn't have said 16. I was more thinking like 12, 10, 12 is like the average, woman or whatever. But
You've
okay.
never seen Kevin Samuels.
Um, no. I'm saying I would have thought 10, like a 10, 12, like that's my thought of average or whatever. Like, so I would think, maybe with that size, I would have never, I wouldn't have guessed that numbers say that they're size 16 or whatever. Okay. So anyway, but my thing is, I've always heard the saying like that black men are chubby chasers. Have you never heard that?
They've been chubby chasers.
So lady, yes. Black men, like I think Mimi described it really, really well. I think black men typically we like ass, we like hips, we like nice thick legs. Yeah, these things are true, 100%. There's no denying that. The whole BBL movement. Like, and this is not like I'm just being stereotypical here, so please forgive me. White boys are into titties. You know what I'm saying? She can she can have a fat ass with with a couple of beast things up top. That's the way like are titties like are they a good thing? Of course they're a good thing. Are they not like a huge requirement? Not really, not like that.
No, only rich
Now,
rich niggas like titties. Broke
yeah.
niggas like ass.
I agree. That's fair. I think Mimi's spot on. So, like, here's the thing. So, yeah, black men might be what you consider chubby chasers. What Mimi said is true. If you're gonna see like an 800-pound chick on my 600-pound life, she's with a skinny, dusty black dude. More likely than not, 1,000%. The irony is, I think that when you look at Gabrielle, like she's not with a black dude. She's with mediocre white dude that apparently, no, I'm not gonna say that, but she's with a mediocre white dude, which is crazy. It's almost like even black guys didn't want her, but whatever.
No, she did.
Hold
Hold up.
has to be mediocre and go ahead, Mimi. And how would you know that?
Right, and then he act like you try to
a lot more than him. The joke has always been that she's supporting him, Lisa.
But
she's not. Lisa, I know you're obsessed with white dudes, and I'm not mad at you for it. I could care less.
Okay, so that's it. You can point that out with a lot of black actors, or white or black, where they make a lot of regular average men than that woman do be making more. But that's just what it is in that industry. I mean, they make way much money. But you trying to tell me that she couldn't have bagged no broke ass black man? Oh yes, the hell she could have. Oh yes, she could.
I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying.
Right, so you even black men damn longer. She could have backed her if she wanted one.
But if you look at the switch, even in celebrity culture, right? You know, the Kardashians, they knew what to do to attract you guys. All they need to do is put a donkey ass and the thighs and have the match to get you blacks on a roll, right? When they got done with you and got mixed children, right? They went back to looking like a slim. Ooh, they look good. Miss Mimi, Kim look good. Kris Jenner look good. She went and got a facelift.
They got that booty sucked out. They got that booty
got
sucked out.
They done got rid of all the niggas that's up in the Kim Kardashian.
Kourtney Kardashian looked like an orc. And look at her now.
But guess what? She don't look like it now because she know that ogre look attracted niggas. Let's have a conversation.
Right, she had that. She showed me. She was fucking with
the white niggas. I think they like niggas.
Do you know that your wife that you posted is not the act? She's good looking. She's tall. She got some nice big legs. The average black man not getting that. The average black man not getting that. The average black man is dating a woman that's built like Baby Bot. And the fact that they're lying, saying that as long as you got a donkey ass, you're good to go. Y'all don't, and it's not, this is not to be funny, I'm telling you, as a young woman out here, taking care of my mind, my body, my spirit, and actually becoming more emotionally mature with how I vet, I began to date higher caliber black men.
Yeah,
If I want to eat cheeseburgers and smash burgers all day and twerk or have a gut, I don't have. That's all I have to do.
I
Date
think
one of
that you'll
y'all.
get like a, you know, the, it's, I think you'd be like a poor class, like a guy with less money if you didn't take care of yourself. But it's a guy on this.
Yo, we be sitting out dissing the shit out of other black people all day long.
Listen, it's a guy on this app, right? It's a guy on this app, and he got a pitch. One of these dudes that used to be in the rooms talking. Shit, I forgot his name because I'm perimenopause brain. But so he used to be talking all this relationship stuff all the time, but now he got married. And there's a picture of him and his wife, and his wife is this like. I was like, first I was like, is she light skinned or she white? But then I went to Instagram, and she a white woman, but she a fat white woman who got a tummy tuck. She looked crazy.
Who is this? Who's the dude?
Yeah, did I screenshot the goddamn? Let me see.
Damn.
I'm a whole trip because I was like, oh my god. But and he was talking about relationships and love, and she just was the one, and blah blah blah. And I was just like, they be on here really acting like looks matter to them like that. But I think with black men finances matter. Because I think black men be gold diggers, niggas. I think they marry women for money.
If I was built like a Maytag washing machine from the '70s, I think that I date a homo. You know what? Let me be quiet. Let me be quiet because the conversation is getting too honest.
You could date,
you know what I'm saying?
You know you can get you a.
I'm talking about black men.
You know you can get you a black man.
Could that be why? It's
That's why I tell black women, get your ass in that gym, get in shape, put the peach cobbler down a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Step away from the plate because men like to control women who are overweight with low self-esteem. I'm not gonna play. You're not gonna play the radio with me. You're just gonna stare because good goddamn well. That's what most men do to really beautiful women. They just stare. Oh, she gotta be 5'7" though. She gotta be 5', and then they just gawk at her. And then they pull up with that Gabori Cinnabon.
No, I didn't.
Because they would never approach her because they know, and I've had a man tell me this, Miss Mimi, most men will not approach a beautiful woman because they know that they have to come correct. And I said, what do come correct mean? Men don't approach beautiful women, he said, because they feel like they got their money together, they mind together, they this and that. So they'll go after the women that they feel they don't have to improve with. Well, hey, guess what? Look, he ran up out of here, the MAGA maniac. Guess what? It's true, Miss Mimi. That's what I'm learning. I'm learning that stuff is true. I'm learning it's true. I thought you stepped up. I ain't stepped up. I'm the most down-to-earth chick you could possibly meet. But because I walk around here with man, listen, if women only knew, I'm telling you, you don't have to put up with this mess, man. You don't. Get your ass in shape. Wear your real hair.
Anthony,
strut on these niggas. I'm telling you.
Anthony, do you feel like how do you feel? Because I know you probably got some buddies who date outside their race. Do they date beautiful women, or they date women that those men that's not their, they're not attracted? Because now I may be
family members that date outside their race, and
women are beautiful.
But they got bread. They got bread.
Right.
And,
So
when you a black dude that got bread, you're gonna get some decent looking, chicks.
women.
Like, yeah.
Okay, because the thing is, even in the white race, like the ones who just want to stick with their race, it's usually like a poorer white man, and he'd be with like a Roseanne, or somebody that looked like that. But really, white men. Okay, I'm in San Diego, so white men, typically known to have more money. So women who date white men, all races, they try to stay like slim so they could get a man with money. Like, you know, that's even black
It's
girls who
true.
date, even the black girls who date the white men, they would try to be slim because that's their standard. Um, One thing I think that's not, I don't know if the right word is fair, but with black men, y'all beauty standards change. They go up, down, change. It changed with the music, whatever the rappers say. Because, believe it or not, Kyla, when I was growing up, you had to be slim. That was a thing. It was, Jane Fonda aerobics. Everybody was slim. I mean, you look at those old TV shows, you see everybody was slim. They were, that was the standard. And then they started with this rap and want these big old butts and and they wanted bigger women and then they changed, but now the beauty standards changed to big women. Now they tired of women being big. Now they want women back skinny. Now everybody with a BBL done fuck themselves off because now the men say, oh, we don't like BBLs no more. We need you natural. You have a BBL, now they call BBLs auntie booties. So now people trying to get their BBLs taken out and corrected, So that I will always stay with a classic beauty standard and don't just try to.
Business surgery is
Mimi, could you explain something to me?
double the expensive the surgery.
Mimi, could you explain something to me real quick?
What?
Why is it right that women that have BBLs, and mind you, it's an epidemic among nurses, the whole BBL shit. But why is it that they'll say shit like, "Oh, I didn't do this for no man, I did this for me"?
That because women, people have pride. Y'all, I don't know if y'all think women got pride. People always try to save face and they got pride, but they don't mean that. Because how do you look? You change your whole body, went through the most dangerous surgeries to attract a broke ass nigga. Because I think niggas who like asses, those be the brokest niggas. Honestly, even with the black dudes the black dudes with money, they be breastfeeding just like them white men. So let me not talk about that. Like, so I don't know. Of course, they're not gonna say I don't went and got these surgeries to attract some Tyrone who ain't got shit going on.
Well,
Ooh, that was a bar.
since we're being honest here, and it's just y'all up here, and I love y'all. Black women they only pay attention to the beauty standards of rappers, drug dealers, and athletes.
Yeah, drug dealers,
That's
athletes. They don't try to be attractive to everybody.
My ass up for the next, and you're never gonna meet them, Bucko.
Right.
You want the hood, most felonious nigga in the hood to see how fat your ass is.
Right. They don't try to like be attractive so any man would think they attractive. They only try to be attracted to like ball players, rappers, and drug dealers, like she said.
And do you notice they're the most emotionally unintelligent men in the black community? I don't care how much money that they have. They are
no diss a skinny woman.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they be like she needs to eat because even if Kyla don't date white men, but it still benefit her by looking universally beautiful because she could get promotions at work, all type of stuff because she looked like that. Like it's less intimidating a smaller woman, and so she still will advance even though all she did is black men, but black women they don't be doing they be looking for a nigga, and that's who they try to be attracted for is a nigga, and a lot of them morph their bodies, fuck their bodies up, doing that, and now them same niggas because them niggas go move the goalposts because all they do is just keep moving it because they really ain't gonna be able to do. If they tell you, oh, your booty too flat. Oh, I got a big booty. Now will you marry me? No. Now I don't like booty no more. Take it out. I take the booty out. Now will you marry me? No. You need a flat stomach. I got the stomach. Oh no, you need to be lighter skinned. I bleached my skin. Now will you marry me? Oh no, your hair too short. They grow their hair out. Well, they just gonna keep moving it because they not about to marry. They not married minded. They just
you
keep
so right,
changes.
Mimi. I got a homeboy that was engaged to this chick for 18 years. He met a chick and married her after 6 weeks. Another chick, he married her after
Right.
6 weeks.
18 years of engagement, but these little dumbass women do that dumb shit and sit around. I'm not doing that, and especially if I want to be married, and so with our beauty standards, it's like, think about it, Anthony. Ain't the beauty standards done changed from when me and you was growing up till now? And then now they going back to the 90s body, because now y'all ain't seen that trends where they're like, oh, I'm 90s skinny, I'm 90s skinny, I'm not,
Yeah,
because
compare like the R&B
correct.
videos. Who was
Yeah.
the leading woman in
Even
like
me,
a
Miss
boys
Mimi,
to
like
men
now
video?
that
Right,
I'm
Miss
even
Right. You are right.
even me, Miss Mimi, now that I'm dating more seriously because I do want to get married, I don't wear all that long weave no more. I wear my natural hair. I stay a size 4. That's as big as I'm getting. 6 is too fat for me because I'm 4'11". I'm 4'10". I don't wear all them long lashes and stuff no more. I don't do none of that. Really, I keep it real classic. Like you said, that 90s fine. My fro is just what it is in this picture. I just didn't do anything to it until I stretched my hair like you see in the other picture. But when I want to be taken more seriously now, oh yeah, I'm more natural looking. I take care of my body, my mind. I watch what I say. I'm very minimal with the makeup. You know what I'm saying? My lashes are probably 10 mm, 12 mm for the lash ladies. Y'all know that's short, natural. I don't play games, and I'm always dressed dainty and girly like because men want to do anything for a woman that looks like a little doll, and I take advantage of that all the time. And I don't talk as much. That's when intentionality came in. And guess what? You attract all men. You don't just you're just not attracted to. It's a universal attraction. You're not just attracted to hood men. Imagine being the most beautiful woman in the hood. Who wants to be that? Who wants to be that?
ILD
Who the
don't have
fuck wants to
nothing.
be the most beautiful woman
Hey,
in the hood?
and you know why I know that they be on some BS? Because I do hair, y'all know that. And so I may do 1, 2 weaves a day, right? Everybody else is their real hair. Everybody else is they real hair. But they say all these black women do is wear weaves because that's all y'all look at, y'all see. Y'all don't see all the ones who got their hair, their regular hair done. You know what I'm saying? That don't wear weave. And they don't pay attention to them. They paying attention to the BBL, the lace front wig, and the all that artificial shit because that's the woman that they think they can get. They can attract. They don't even a nice woman with her real hair in a bob with a little dress on, walking around, they look at her like, oh, she probably married or oh no, like she look like she required too much. They like they got low self esteem. But they gonna go after a girl that look like a get 'em girl. That's because they like, oh, I could come over there and say something jive turkey to her. What's up, baby girl, or whatever you want to go over there and say to her.
And also the caliber of men that you attract changes. So every black man might not come up to you, but the certain type of men come up to you. Now I pay attention. I don't care if all these men are trying to talk to my homegirls with me.
Yeah,
You know what I
that
pay
built-in
attention to?
filter.
Yep, you know what I pay
Right.
attention to? The type of men that they attract.
Yeah,
So if you're attracting a ghetto hood looking right now, I'm batting my eyes. I don't care. You're attracting a felonious Philip, whatever the hell you want to call it. I don't know. Felonious, whatever. I don't.
But one thing,
I pay attention to who they attract.
but what I want to say is that
That type of man.
the other women, they always were able. In my opinion, their man, their standard of beauty has not changed. So even when you bringing up your little daughter, when they bring up their little daughters, they make sure that she stay a certain weight because they already know the standard of beauty for them it hasn't changed. But with us, it go up, down, round, around. It changes so much. But I just would suggest always just stay like a classic. Don't do that. Don't go trendy in anything. Don't go trendy in your eyebrows. Don't go super trendy in your hair. You could go trendy in clothes because clothes you can get rid of. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes to stuff that's permanent, like shaving off your eyebrows or like eating up your real eyelashes, and don't do shit like that. Don't go trendy with that. Go stay classic. You know, um, with the people with the lace fronts. It's girls that I see. It fucking drives me crazy when I see somebody online just pull that fucking lace front off their forehead with no alcohol or nothing to loosen up that, to dissolve that glue, and they just yanking the hair out. And even the little hairs on your forehead that everyone, if you your hair, you got these fine hairs on your your hair on your face, your arms, that why would you start ripping that off? So you thinking that, oh, when it damaged uh those hair follicles, those little fine hair follicles, that it ain't gonna start receding and damaging the hair back? Yes, it will, because it's nerve damage, it's stem cells. You're damaging that, and it'll start seeking back. So you're thinking, oh, I'm not putting the lace on my hairline, but it's still pushing your hairline because you didn't kill all of those hair follicles, and it's gonna travel. And if you have any type of hair loss, alopecia that run in your family, that where your hair was gonna thin out when you got older, anyways, you gonna start that prematurely. So I just don't do all that trendy shit. I'm telling you, you can be trendy with clothes, cause
I had to
you can buy
learn
new
this,
clothes.
Mimi. I had to grow up and learn, and less is more when you want to be taken
Yeah,
care
you can buy new clothes, but that permanent shit, the eyebrows, the lashes, yanking out your hair. I'm about to do a girl today. Says she ain't trimmed her hair in a whole year. She wear wigs. She don't take care of her real hair. And then I'm gonna press it out. I guarantee you, I'm about to cut probably about 6 inches off her hair.
and all
That
the
shit's all of it's gonna be trapped. So like, if y'all don't know, underneath the weave, these girls be having hella long hair, but the hair be trash. It ain't no good. But that's another topic. We ain't talking about that. But that's what I think, that you stay kind of classic. Don't go with the trendy black men. All they doing is moving the goalposts so they don't have to marry you, and they keep changing how they think you supposed to look. Don't worry about them.
Well, you know what somebody told me? Think of them like they do with relationships. They're wishy-washy with everything. And I'm just telling you what somebody told me. They just like a auntie Minnie and Miss Layla. A lot of men are wishy-washy. So I always keep your body up for you. She always told me, like, you're beautiful. Keep your body up for you. Men are always gonna change. I ain't never wanted to become. I ain't never wanted a donkey booty. Being slim,
Anthony,
staying slim and
why do
healthy.
y'all like the donkey booty?
It's an
So
African thing.
but then sometimes I'll be thinking, I'm like, why y'all so obsessed with booty? Cause booty.
Mimi, I'm gonna tell you, it's crazy because if you look at if you look at like Soul Train from back in the days with the dancing and shit like that, look at those girls' bodies. Then like look at the '80s music videos, look at the '90s music videos,
Yeah.
and then you can see the progression. Like Tony Braxton back in the days when she was, really Tony Braxton. It wasn't all of that. Like, there used to be a concept that was called slim thick. Slim thick. Like Shorty was slim, but she had some curves. She had like the thighs and the thunder thighs, and like that little that section of a woman that makes a woman. But then like the ass became the obsession. Like I could clearly tell you, like when you started seeing like the Cherokee the ass and porn, and Buffy the body,
And was it the Brat dolls or something like that?
It just became a thing, like, it just kept on becoming more. You remember the tip drill and the loop dances and all of that shit started becoming like a thing, and it became like more exaggerated.
Yeah. Stripper culture,
Stripper culture, exactly.
And because I be watching these, I'm so addicted to these. Like, have y'all been seeing those little African AI short stories? They're hella good. The Africans stay on some bull. It's good drama, but what I do like is they ain't drug dealers or nothing like that. They always businessmen and shit like that. But they be on some bullshit, but it's like AI cartoon videos. Once y'all get down that rabbit hole,
Send me a couple, Mimi, please.
okay, I'm gonna send them to you. They're good. They're really good. And so, but the women got the perfect hourglass bodies. So I do kind of think that like, but they're not fat women. They're like slim. They just got perfect bodies, on these cartoons or whatever. But they all got straight hairs and weaves and stuff. I was like, guess that's something they like. But I just was wondering, like, when did they start really getting obsessed with booties? Because I remember when I was growing up, when you had a booty, you would kind of like wear a longer shirt to cover it up. Like, this is like if you were like in junior high school and you had a big butt, you would wear a sweater to cover it up because it wasn't a thing to just be having a big butt like that. Or you didn't you get had it, but it wasn't like flaunted around. And then it just changed that the girls with the big butt, that's your time to shine, and everybody had big butts. But now I see it's going away. People, you can't, even if you got a natural big butt, they'll say you got a BBL. Now you can't even have a natural. You can't even, when you say you got girls with naturally long hair, they be like, oh, she got a weave. Like, that's crazy. I remember when men didn't know you had a weave. They just assumed everybody had real hair. But, people would wear like a few tracks in their hair. It wouldn't be a whole weave. But, yeah, it's crazy though, that booty thing. So is the booty thing going away or what, Anthony? Or they just don't like the BBLs no more? What y'all doing today? Because y'all change every day. Come up here, exercise, Rob.
Don't get Rob started. You know how Rob will do. Honestly, I think that it's becoming less popular now. I think that
They call them
natural
auntie
bodies.
booties.
Yeah, I think natural bodies are making a comeback.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so now all these women who done put that shit in their booty, first of all, my ass, if I get some fat sucked out, I'm not putting the shit back in my, what the fuck? I'm gonna put fat back in my body for it. That's just crazy. But now they're getting the booties sucked out. They getting all that shit sucked out.
Yes, I was one of those accused of the BBL, and it was so annoying. And like, I didn't start gaining weight until I got in my 30s. So yeah, very, very annoying.
Right, and then some women be messing with their bodies at a very young age, and then they don't know how their body's gonna change after they have a baby. Like, look at Cardi B. You know, she played with her body, and then she had them kids, and then now she said that she has to after she do this tour, she going to Colombia to get the booty sucked out. But and it's funny when she said, but then it's also a very dangerous surgery, and she got kids. But her booty keep on, her booty keep on making her fall. Y'all keep seeing how she keep falling when she dancing.
And that's her booty.
I think it's her booty. I
When
think
she
she's
fell
on.
back with the robot.
Yeah, she done fell twice already. Like she plays and be like, I blame it on the government, but I think it's her booty. That cheer, but she kind of stupid for keep doing that cheer thing. You see Beyonce, what was it? She was on that damn Corvette, and it malfunctioned one time, and she took that shit out or show. She's like, nope, I'm sorry. Um,
You made a good point though, as far as like, women not knowing how their bodies will change. And so I'll try to use myself for an example to like, younger women when we get in those conversations, because I know for a fact if I would have got that done in like 25, I would be looking like a cartoon character right now. Because I don't have no clue.
Girl, just imagine when they be, cause let me tell you, like we always have plastic surgery, but plastic surgery is for when you were like 45, your kids were adults, you just will need a little nip tuck to keep it fresh for the empty nester, your husband, your man, like, and it was for older people, older women, facelifts, tummy tucks. Like I would never think a 21-year-old would need a tummy tuck. What the fuck? At 21, you can you fucking lose weight every day. You know, like your metabolism is so fast when you're young. You know, you wouldn't think that, but these days people be hella young doing things to themselves. And I just, because usually back in the day it was for like you had all your kids, you done breastfed, they're older, and then you want your boobs to sit up, you get a breast lift or breast implants or well, they'll get breast implants back in the day but the breast lift, the tummy tuck, it was like an older woman thing just to keep herself up, as a woman. Now, y'all don't be seeing that. And now it's like the fucking young people getting all this plastic surgery. And I remember a young person telling me they said they was saying that plastic surgery was for young people. Why you at a certain age trying to have surgery and get your body done? I'm like, that's when you should. That's when you need it. When you old, skin start to sag. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. That's when you need it. So when they get old, what are they gonna do? When they already got all that surgery,
The third
that's
round.
gonna be a mess. That third round, and that's when it start messing up. Cause I see a lot of people with it. Let me tell you, the BBL, the first round, it don't be looking that bad. I ain't gonna lie. It's when they go back. I don't know what is the addiction. They go back for a second round. A second round, that's when they botch their booty. That's when it's too much. That's when they botch the booty. So
I thought it was cool, but when I seen everybody could afford it, hell no. Everybody can afford that shit. It threw me off. Why is it $5,000? Why does the you know what? I don't know if y'all hear what I'm saying. Also, like we were talking about tattoos in the chat. I'm kind of glad I didn't get tattoos. I was gonna get tattoos. I was thinking about getting tattoos. And I kind of, now that I'm older, I am happy I didn't get any. But I just, want Miss Mimi, I want to be taken seriously. You know what I'm saying? I want more.
yeah, I always tell girls, not to
Don't
get
get me wrong.
not to get tattoos, but if they do, don't put it nowhere where somebody can just see it. Like girls, don't put no tattoo on your chest. Oh my god, because your chest it start to hang. That's where I don't even understand why you want that type of pain on your chest, but don't get tattoos on your chest. If you get a tattoo, get it somewhere where, if you want to show it, get it somewhere where it's only certain people know you got it. I would get it places that you can hide it at home. Cause when we be doing weddings, when we doing weddings, and the makeup artist gotta come and put makeup on your whole body to cover your tattoos, and we be taxing for that shit. But then it's just so crazy because it's like you scared that this fucking makeup gonna get on your wedding dress, and it really don't because the type of makeup you use. But the fact that you gotta spend extra to fucking cover up your tattoos because you tat it all up, or you could just look trashy with all them tattoos showing on your wedding dress. Like it's up to you. But I mean,
And Mimi, you're so right, because there's only a particular type of man that likes all of that. And usually they're not the ones that can provide for a woman. But these days, a lot of these women, they're not looking for provision anyway. They gotta, they work, they love to work, and they love to contribute. So wonderful. However, I'm so happy that my faith kept me from a lot of this stuff. It was, you couldn't do this, you couldn't do that, and it just saved me. No tattoos on my body whatsoever, no drinking, no drugs, no smoking ever, no going to clubs. I mean, some of the, so I know we always talk about faith and stuff, but mine kept me from doing a lot of things in life, and I'm happy about it now that I'm older, more mature
woman with wisdom and discernment now, because I didn't have it when I was younger, but my faith kept me. My parent, you can't do this, you can't do that. So me buying into the faith that my parents started kept me from a lot of these things that I see women are doing today and regretting.
Yeah, that saved me with the tattoos too. That we weren't allowed to get them. But when I did get a tattoo, I did get one, and it's somewhere nobody can see it. And but I was like 35. I was way grown, like so. And then with being that old, it hurt so bad. I was like, what the fuck? I ain't never getting another tattoo ever again. But what's that, Anthony?
What I was going to say, it's so interesting. Like, I thank God for all of my experiences. I thank God for all the late nights in the strip clubs, the late nights in the cigar. I thank God for being outside and having fun and living life. I thank God for driving cars like at 150 miles per hour, and
hell no, almost dying.
I thank God for I thank God for having real beef. I thank God for being in real life situations. I thank God for everything, man. I thank God, it's like I think I wouldn't change a mother friggin' the worst day of my life is the day my mom's passed. That's the I don't live with no regrets. I ain't got no regrets. That's not the way I live my life. But the worst day of my life was the day my mother passed. I can honestly say, I hope God continues to bless me with life. But this shit's been phenomenal. Phenomenal. You know what I'm saying? I can't say I had a bad day, yo. The worst day of my life wasn't even a bad day. It was a bad day because my mom died, but it wasn't a bad day. I praise the Lord for everything, man.
No, and that's how you're supposed to do. If you're grateful, then you're gonna have abundance. That's right. You ain't supposed to regret it, but I do. We're kind of. I do see tattoos and stuff. It come back to my point when it's like just being too trendy with permanent situations. Like it was a time where tattooing was so trendy, and you a young person and you just getting marked up, with all these. And tattoos were so popular. They had a reality TV show, Black Ink, talking about people with tattoos. Look at the tattoo culture now. People tattooing their face. You would never think they see a woman with a tattoo on her goddamn face. I remember it was back in the day. It was this one girl. She had like a cheetah on her face, and everybody thought she was like a freak show. Like, oh my god! Like now, people people getting tattoos on their neck. It's a note and on their face. Like girls getting tattoos on your face, and I'm like, that's like you'll regret that. That's just you just being trendy, and you just can't follow trends because they're temporary. And then now you got this permanent situation going on with this trendy tattoo, like Blueface. That man know he done made a mistake in jail, letting them tattoo his face up like the tattoo man. Now his face is really blue because of the tattoos. Like, you don't think that he regrets
another
that?
baby. Did you see that?
He was what?
He's expecting another baby with a new woman.
Girl, he since he got out, he kept a woman. He keeping different women. He got his baby mama on the side, and then he keep a different woman every day. He keep a different. That's crazy. He about to have another baby. These chicks is, ooh, that's crazy. That's crazy.
The so-called community, though, man. It's
right.
So-called community, and then if you say stuff like that, you anti-black.
You are.
Listen, man. I don't have any tattoos. I never got a tattoo in my life. When I met my wife, she had a little tattoo on her leg. You can't really see it, and then she tattooed my name. That's that's it for my wife.
Oh hell no, she didn't tattoo your name.
You ain't tattooing no man's name on you, huh?
Hell no.
You reminded me Okay, that's what I was just about to say. Do not tattoo a man name on your body. Cause how if you get with 5 more men in your lifetime? Or you know, now they're gonna be jealous. But you gotta tattoo each one of them on you.
Listen, Lisa, these days they were Lisa, these days they tattoo men's face on their face.
No, you mean a lot of these women.
And a nigga be in jail. He's in. I done seen it. Not just Krishan. Krishan tattooed Blueface face on her face, but and I seen this other girl tattoo a man's face on her face, and the nigga was in jail. You gotta have some power, like to be in jail, and have a bitch like that. Like that.
But you gotta remember, Miss Mimi, a lot of these women don't care who these men are as long as they got money. Blueface got money. These women don't care. You're a bad dad. They don't care if you mistreated another woman. They don't care about nothing. You got money.
Right. But you know, they said that when you tattoo on your face, that's mental illness.
Did you hear that one TikTok rapper, the one that had that one dance? And he goes, "You really good at everything but head. I don't want that shit." That whole TikTok dance. They did a marketing scheme saying that he had 7 kids, and it was all a lie, but just to put up his numbers, and it worked.
Because they like that.
Yep.
Let me see who in here. So, Lady Luck, are you awake?
Here.
So, you know, yesterday I had that room in the shamble because of my the Muslim shit. And them people be messing with people that be like, men that be having all these kids and stuff, and they be talking like, I, I just, women do like men with a gang of kids. And then they gonna wind up being baby mama number 4. If you're baby mama number 4, what chance is it that he gonna leave you with your baby when he gets sick and tired?
Looking pattern. Like what you told, I was like, oh my god, like that was crazy.
You got all these, but that it be like sometimes a lot of time women be having all the evidence right there, and they just I don't know why women I look better than her. Looks we just said they fuck with Quasimodo niggas. A woman I don't think looks I think they'd tell you that like to just keep you. I don't know why they be telling you that to keep you. Maybe they can control you more, telling you, oh your looks, your looks. But that looks ain't kept nobody faithful. Like the most beautiful woman in the world, some nigga tired of her and cheating on her. You know.
That's
So
Exactly. Look at how these men did Halle Berry.
right.
And so, hello?
Mm,
So, yes, I never worry about looks. It's about the character of the guy. Oh, I look better than her. Oh, I do. Oh, no, y'all are all, you know, each woman has her own unique quality about her. And we shouldn't, you see what I mean? So we shouldn't be competing with that. We should be being the best person we can inside out. And then just, you know, and then work with what you're working with. But to think that a man, oh, I look better than you, and da 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 da, really? With some of these women, I mean, we got to get a magnifying glass out, but some of these girls, chicks, don't be looking that hot. But I guess for the type of men they attract would, I guess, you know, maybe she's a baddie in that arena. But the way you talk, you know, the way you look, you might, you know, I need to look at your teeth, your feet, it just, you don't, you're not giving off good vibes to me for being a feminine woman with the way they talk and all of these type of things that hear on here for years. But I just sit back and listen because I'm like, but he didn't marry you. Okay, you're a bad chick. You're number 5, but he's not marrying you though. So
right.
and he because because he doesn't need to, because you've already done everything usually that a wife would do for him. You know, you're taking on all of these children, the different baby mamas, all these kids, you're picking them up in the car line and all this stuff. I don't get it, but hey, somebody got to do it, but it just won't be me.
Right. It's because baby mama. If a man can convince you to be baby mama number three, listen, he should be a good ass salesman because, but women sign up to be baby mama number three, number four. Like you get with this dude, he done already. Okay, people can make a mistake. You know, you try it out one time. That second time, you need to be intentional. It ain't no such, especially when it comes to kids. It ain't no just.
Shaman and my hands are messed up, so please forgive me for interrupting you. I got a quick question. Did Cardi B play herself by getting with this dude, Devon?
She's a fool.
Yeah,
She's a
always.
fool.
Cardi B played herself again with her husband. He was the same. Like he was a.
She played
But
with her
Cardi,
children's lives.
right?
She'll be okay.
But Cardi B was never a. She was a hood rat. Period. You know what I'm saying? Like she was from the jump. She's cleaned up, and really just because she's funny, but she was low standard. Even getting with them. Offset with all his damn kids and all that.
No, he got a bunch of kids.
Yeah, and she still be taking care of her husband's kids. Like that's crazy.
No way.
You know,
She
so
is she Puerto Rican?
right. That's their that's their siblings. So she, you know, she was baby mama of the year.
Yeah, Lisa, she is. Yeah, she is.
She is okay. So she should
I
have.
thought she was from the DR.
Dominican.
Okay.
Oh,
Dominican.
okay. Yeah.
Dominican and Caribbean.
Oh, I thought she was
Trinidadian.
Oh, okay. Okay, so she should have had those, in my opinion, since we're quarterbacking this, had children with her own people. You know, just like Jennifer Lopez did. She had you see what I'm saying? At least she had her children. Oh, and they just turned 18, like yesterday or something. Her twins she had with Anthony, and they're of the same culture. You see what I mean?
That
So I
reminds
don't
me of
understand.
Nick Cannon.
Wait, what'd you say, Miss Ryan?
That when you talked about J-Lo's kids, that reminded me of Nick Cannon and all his baby mamas.
Hey, no, like I don't care what nobody.
Somebody had my ass blocked. Must be me, bitch.
But you know, Cardi B is black.
Oh, I got that text, but I left out of here when Mamiya start talking. I leave because I can't deal with. I can deal with Letitia, but I can't deal with Mamiya and Letitia at the same time. I can't.
It had to be them because the room came back up for me now.
But T-Love, next time just message me so I didn't know, so I would know, and I
was
They the experts of love.
Girl,
man.
they ain't got no doctor. I was listening to it. I was in Big E room being a creep on a burner because they had me blocked. But one thing that Dr. B said that made sense is like she got all the theory, but in practical, you can tell they ain't got no experience, and that is so fucking true. We can, because if you can sit up there and read all these statistics and what someone said online, people be lying online and these surveys. People don't be telling the truth. Would you survey yourself and say you got herpes? Hell no. Now a doctor could do a survey and say, oh, this is how many people have contracted it, but the motherfuckers don't be answering it correctly. Oh, I want to be married. They don't be, man. And then they be a lot of that dating shit be from dating sites like Cupid.com, and I mean, everybody's not on dating sites. Like, what percentage of people really use dating sites? Because I'm going to tell you something. None of my homegirls use dating sites. It's just not saying there's something wrong with it, but I don't use dating sites. I maybe need to get on one. But everybody not using dating sites yet. What percentage of people use dating sites?
I mean, I don't know. But I also be wondering when did some of these things happen? It's like, oh, this person, this, that, and the other. I'd be like, when? 20 years ago? 10 years ago? 15? Like, when? Like, is that current? Because, like, when did this scenario happen? When did this? I'm like, man, I don't be believing none of that shit. I was like, man, you can tell me whatever you can say whatever you want. If you need to go to sex, man, if you don't go sit down.
Yeah, like where they said that black women are the most least desired woman. They got those statistics off a dating site. They didn't. Ain't no Pew research asking are black women attractive. They got it off a dating site because they said that we get clicked on the least. But what type of black women are on dating sites? Do you think that beautiful, high value black women need to be on dating sites, or is it gonna be a certain type? Because on the online, it is a certain type of person that be on dating sites. If you're a black woman and you live in a black city, you just walk outside. There's gonna be somebody trying to holler at you.
So Mimi, I understand what you're saying, right? But like the way my understanding of statistics is like this: if you have truly a random sampling, let's say you ask 50 people a question, it's a real random sampling. That when you extrapolate that to 5,000 people, 50,000 people, the data tends to be very consistent if it's a truly random sampling. So the idea behind it is, yes, it's like you have only X amount of women on dating sites, but the data should be consistent. And
How can it be consistent when it's a certain type of woman on the
so
dating?
you
The
think there's
sample
only
is
certain
not.
type of woman that is on
Yeah,
so your point might be fair.
yeah.
You're saying that it's not really random.
Right, it's not random.
Okay,
It's
that's
only a
fair.
certain
That's
type of
fair.
men and women that be on dating sites.
Okay, no problem. That's fair. There's people that would push back and say that it is like this all type of people. But you make a very good point.
Think about the pretty girls, right? Pretty girls. Let's think about because we're gonna go from the low to the high. So if it was a sample, it would be like the most beautiful woman to the most unattractive woman. Those beautiful women, they're not on the dating sites. You may get some cute girls
That's an excellent
because
point.
all they talk about is getting catfished, right? When they meet the girl in real life, she is
Absolutely.
butt ugly.
She doesn't look as good as she looks in her profile. But so Mimi, here's the thing, right? Now, are you going to have exceptionally handsome, accomplished men on dating sites? The argument would be no, because they already have
they already got the pick of the litter.
Exactly. So they don't need to be. So now we're getting to like and like. We're getting to average men and average women on dating sites. So that would be the concept. But Mimi, let's just.
But they say all black women, or they say black women are the most least attractive because of what
least desired.
Least desirable. Least desirable because of
the amount of clicks that they get on that dating site.
Cupid, but it ain't even. It ain't even like. Because there's dating sites
Stop
for black.
letting them tell you that. That's not true anymore.
It ain't even blacks. It ain't even
stop letting them tell you.
I'm not, Nina. I know what I'm talking about. Okay.
Nina, this is a data point that Mimi brought up. Nina,
right.
Bring up
and
the
so it's like
data point. Mimi brought it up,
right?
And she's trying to rebut it. I'm just trying to say to her that there may be validity to it.
No, but what I'm saying, because even so the thing is, you got to look at what data site they got that data from. They got it from Cupid.com. I ain't really even heard anybody in urban areas be on Cupid.com like that. And then y'all took that statistic off of Cupid.com and ran with it and said that we are the least desirable. And y'all be talking that. And then y'all even got white men saying that on podcasts and stuff. But when you go back and look at where they got that data, that survey that they did, it was off of Cupid.com, and it was black women on that site. And it wasn't even Tinder. Right? It wasn't Tinder. It wasn't. You would think it would be a website that it was more everybody on, but Cupid. Who do y'all know that be on Cupid.com?
Mimi, no problem, right? So, Mimi, let's say, for example, back in the days, when everybody was into short-term rentals, they had a bunch of short-term rental rooms. And let's say that there was a survey in those rooms. Of all demographics, which customer avatar is your most difficult to please and deal with? Do you know which one came up consistently? Really, and I'm being honest, black women. Black women came up as being the most difficult demographic to deal with. And this isn't just a sampling of white people. It's not a sampling of black people. It's like, Mimi, like, all right, when you stop and you look at the stereotype of a Karen, what's a Karen? This high-pitched voice white woman that's gonna cry and she's gonna call and she's gonna get help and the world is gonna stop. What's the stereotype of a black woman? She's gonna be sassy and aggressive. Strong black woman. Black women, it's always preceded by strong black woman. So we're talking about socialization. When men are looking to say, I'm looking for a mate, men have ideas in their head. They might say, yo, I got a fetish for black women. I love black porn. I would love to sleep with a black woman. I've never been with a black woman. Yo, that might be a thing for them. And they might be desirable in that way. But when we're talking about long-term relationships, the perception might be that black women don't have the characteristics that you want in a long-term mate. There may be some validity to that idea. When we look at cinema created by black people, white people, Asian people, and we look at the way black women are portrayed, how are they portrayed? They're not portrayed as these soft, loving, shrinking violets that are easy to deal with. It's always sass. It's always aggression. So, like, if we want to stop and be like, nah, this isn't true, the data is lying, well, we can make that the conversation. We want to examine, why do black women have to be that way in society? Is there validity and is there anything we could do to combat that? Yo, that's a different conversation.
Well, I just don't. I hear you, Anthony Edwards, but I think it's kind of like cap. Like men like the woman that they like. White women, black women who are more aggressive. Cause I've been seeing mean, aggressive women with husbands. I don't be seeing these little dainties, sweet ladies. Just only the sweet ladies get married. So and another thing about the Karen situation, people think that black women, we're aggressive when we complain, but what it is that when the black woman complains, you already assume that she's being sassy and her complaint ain't valid. White women complain just as much or even more than us, but white women get their complaints solved. Now, the Karens who just complain for no reason, that's what a Karen is. She just fucking with people for no reason. But a woman any day, every day, if she come into an Airbnb and it's dirty, and if she a white woman, you going to be like, oh, sorry, massa. Oh, I'm going to clean it up. I'm going to actually give you a free night, and ain't going to be no problem. She's going to get the respect. The black woman, in order to get the respect and get treated fairly, you're going to have to, just to be treated fairly. You're not going to, who are you, nigger, complaining? For what? What are you complaining about, nigger? That's how black women are perceived, but we are not going to bow like a black man. What y'all do, if you get your food and it's fucked up, or if it's unfair, you gonna be like, man, leave them white people alone. I ain't even say nothing. I ain't gonna even say nothing. Leave them white people alone. Black women are.
No, we ain't gonna say leave them white people alone. We're not gonna send our food back typically. We just gonna eat the shit.
You ain't gonna say nothing. You'll be like, they'll be like, leave them white people alone, man. Fuck it. We'll just work with it.
It's like, yo, Mimi, you gonna send back food to people and have have them re-prepare your food after you've been complaining?
Yeah, but if you didn't trust,
I'm gonna stick with the plate I got.
If you didn't trust them, listen, the plate you got could have been old food that gets you sick. You know what I'm saying? And if you didn't trust them that bad, then you shouldn't even be eating there. You know what I'm saying? We need to just leave. You know, but a black woman do that. White people do that all day long. All day, every day. White people, if something ain't right, they're not wasting their money. They don't over tip either. We gotta over tip. You would say the food sucked, you know, but tip them extra so we won't look too bad to the white people. Man, no.
Yes, boss. Yes.
Oh yes, ma'am. Yes,
Oh my
boss.
God, y'all are so foul. Here's what's up. I go to the black establishment, and you know what happens? They automatically add gratuity. Automatically. So you know what happens when you have an establishment that automatically adds gratuity to your check? The service sucks because the server has no incentive to be a good server when they automatically add the gratuity.
Well, you guys live in states that don't pay them fair wages. If the state would pay them at least a minimum wage, then you wouldn't have to add the gratuity, because it's not like that in California, because they getting paid $20 an hour plus tip. So you add the tip.
Whole viral thing
That's
going
because
on
y'all
right
only.
now.
That's only because y'all.
There's a whole viral thing going on right now about black people in Ruth Chris. This is a whole thing. And yo, it's wild. Like, if you guys actually listen to what they say, it's wild. And it's black people saying this shit. Black people are saying this.
What did they say?
Yo, if you talk about Carnival cruises, yo, like, I'm
Anthony, when they made you, you ain't the last one they made, okay? Like, you think this, you know? But the thing is, it is service, but if your complaint is valid, unlike a Karen. Oh, hold on, I gotta take this phone call. You lucky.
Yeah, my thing is that, but I feel like I'm gonna just say what I feel like I'm hearing in this argument. It's like black people shut the fuck up and deal with it. Like, don't say nothing, right? Because nobody talks about Karen who sends her damn food back. Nobody talks about the trailer park trash and how they do whatever they do wherever they at. It's just like black people. Oh no, you just be lucky you here. Don't you send your food back? Yes, boss. Yes, boss. Like, that's what I hear. That's what it sounds like. You just be a good nigga. You just sit down and be quiet and you be a good nigga. That's what it sounds like. That's what I hear. Like, it's so crazy. It's like, if I'm going to an establishment, right, and I order something and it's not correct, like, why am I looking bad at if I send my food back? Now, if you ignorant, if you gotta cuss out the way, if you gotta do, anything crazy, I'm gonna look at you crazy no matter, black, white, blue, or purple, right? Like, but the fact that, now, granted, I hear your argument, right? Like, I'm just not. I hear people say that or whatever. That I'm not sending no food back or whatever. But I'm like, why is that just automatically negative if a black person send their food back? Like, they paying for it. It's what they paying for. It should be right. Why?
Lady,
Why should
I hear everything you just said, right? No problem, right? Here's what's up. First and foremost, typically black men are not going to handle the situation the same way as black women. Like, there's a perception of black women specifically. There's a perception. And I think, some of it is fair and some of it is unfair. It's not like there's a divergence going on between black men and black women, if we're being honest. Like, this whole thing that, like, black women, they feel, there's a lot of black women that feel like the father to the child is an accessory, not a necessity. They feel like he's optional, not required. It's two completely different mentalities. There's plenty of black women that will tell you, yo, I would rather have an uninvolved baby father than having this dude all up in the business trying to tell me how to raise my kid. This is what they'll say about their kid's father. We could try to deny it. We could act like, nah, this is all bullshit. I don't know black people that move like that. I don't know which black people you'd be around. We could do that till the cows come home. But that's not productive and it's not honest. And then, before, right, there was a lot. If you scroll up in the chat, there's people that said some of the comments in this room was racist. So sometimes we want to talk about black people in a demeaning fashion, but then there's other times when you bring up things about, black people, then all of a sudden, no, black people ain't like that, or it's yes, sir, massa, and yet, like, we can't have it both ways. We can't be both things. If you listen to the conversations that black people have about other black people, a lot of times it's not very kind. It's not very positive. If you listen to conversations black people have about black businesses, they'll talk about the substandard service that they get at black establishments. I'm not making this up. This is talking points on Clubhouse constantly. So, like, we can pretend, we can, shrug our shoulders and act like that is just racism and the society is fucked up, or we can be honest.
So I hear you. So are we gonna sit up here and pretend like wasn't the whole like that whole red pill movement? Wasn't that started by white men talking about their damn white women?
Lady,
Right.
if you know the real root of the red pill movement, there are plenty of seminal black figures in the red pill movement. There was, the friggin' the Proud Boys, which is, the ultimate red pill. They co-founded by a black dude, led by a black dude. Like, just because we might not have been the dominant cats in that movement, didn't mean that we weren't integral to it.
My hope is that groups of people, when they sit among other groups of their people, to act like they don't have certain discussions, and to act like, we the only group of people that talk about stuff. Like, come on, man. I just don't think it's a genuine conversation. Like, but I hear just things that like I got a friend who has dated white women, right? And I remember like the first time he dated a white woman, he had certain comments. Maybe by the third one, he came back. He's like, I'm not gonna. He was like, I'll come to the conclusion. He done dated some other groups of people. He kind of liked the whole rainbow, right? He's like, man, I kind of come to the conclusion women are women. They might handle things a little bit different, but man, when you outside, like women are women. So everybody has their issues. Everybody has their issues, but I just think it's always this like thing like, oh, black women are just so bad. Oh, it's always black women. Black women do this, and then we also never look at the root of where that stuff started. It's like it's in a vacuum, right? And then it's always what's so wrong with black women, but like it's never this like side by side comparison, right? Like I don't know, like it's just like I feel like we don't look at the root. I feel like we also it's like, oh, the black women are just so bad, they're so bad, but it's like, dang, then when we had the arguments when we feed into that about the black men, it's like, oh, no, it's the same kind of thing. It's like I don't know, it's just like tit for tat to a certain extent.
Yeah, and honestly, if we tearing each other down, and y'all know women are more emotional, you claim, which I don't believe, but if we tearing each other down, what make anybody with any type of self-respect, they're not gonna like, cheer for that person that's tearing them down. Like, so if you hear black men all the time tearing down black women, and then you wonder why black women are not like cheering for y'all anymore, and vice versa. Y'all, we both looking at each other crazy if you just keep tearing each other down. It's like, to me, it doesn't make no sense to keep tearing each other down, because it's just going to divide us further and further apart, because you can't trust a person who look at you like that, like everything you do is wrong. Like, everything a black woman do is wrong. Even fighting for her rights.
Even sending her food back, like, damn.
Right. Sending her food back. She gonna give you $150 for some crappy food that ain't fucking right. But the white woman, anybody else can Say, hey, you made a mistake. This the food is wrong. Oh, sorry. We're gonna comp that. Blah blah blah. When a black woman do it, she just was ghetto and she wanted a free meal. And not saying that women don't do that. There is women of all races that do that. But when a black woman do it, if a black woman complain and call, oh, you guys know this. This what just happened to me. T-Mobile was charging me a whole extra $100 on my bill, and I've been paying an extra $100 for like the last 8 months. They on the 5th they gotta give me this big fat ass credit. Okay, this big fat ass credit they have to give me, cause the dude, when I got a new phone in the damn store, they put me on some of this premium plan with 4 lines so he could get commission. I'm like, I don't have 4 lines and all this stuff. And he's like, and you're on the highest premium. He said, so you didn't know that you was on this plan? No. My brain, you know how my bill come out automatically. And I did see the bill was $300, but I was thinking like it'll clear itself up one day. I'm thinking it was like activation fees and you know how it go. But then it just kept being like that. And then just the other day, I seen it came out of my account, and I was just like, why is my bill 281? That's crazy for a cell phone bill. And then I called and I figured it out. But because I'm a black woman, I was supposed to just eat that shit, Lady Luck, every month. Just don't complain. You just a complaining black woman.
Don't say nothing. Just be a good nigga.
Just be a good nigga. Just be a good nigga. It's just crazy. That's all it be, because black men be scared to complain. Because they think when they go complain, they going to get beat with a billy club and go to jail. So they be like, just put your head down, leave them alone. Don't worry about it. So what? We bought a broken toaster. I'll fix it.
Just sit down and be quiet. You know it is white folks let us in that good establishment.
Right. You embarrassing. Just like when Jamal was complaining at a hole in the wall burger bar, complaining that the black woman was bouncing her head to the music he didn't like. But if he was with a white girl and she was like wasted and she was like, oh woo hoo, and you know how white girls get when they get drunk and they be loud and dancing and maybe jump up and swing their hair in a circle and hey, and like, oh, we had a good time. She had energy, she was energetic, she was positive. That's how they look at a white girl when she be like white girl wasted and y'all know how they be acting.
Right.
Spinning their hair around and shit. Well, I love this song. Come on, Jamal, let's dance. And he would have been, it would have been no fucking problem. But a black woman said, hey, that's my song. Oh, and you in a fucking hole in the wall dive bar. A fucking hole in
it's also funny too when I think of when they be like, all these black women and these babies and this that and that. I said, but you think they changing laws behind black girls?
Fuck.
They changing laws behind Becky in the fucking trailer park not having no babies and doing all kind of shit. They be thinking about black women like, man, it's just everything. A black woman can't do nothing right.
You can't.
I ain't never heard as much negative about black women until I came off of
It's the
like, I'm not a real dude that talk bad about black women like that. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's not like we, because you know how we be on here talking and I be at work. And I work in a shopping center. And so, UFC Fit is right next door. And then there's a grocery store. And then so um, I'm like, okay, there's a gang of white people because I'm right by the beach. And a gang of white people. Um, so I look at the white women and their face is regular. They're not smiling. They leaving the gym. They getting to mind their business, get in their car, pull out. They're fine. They don't have to smile, nothing. They could just live their best life and not be bothered. Black women, if she leaves the gym, black men want her to have showing all 32,
Right.
smiling. she, if she don't smile, then the black woman's so mean looking. I said, what woman is walking around smiling? Period, all day. Like, what the fuck? Oh, they can smile at you. You nigga, y'all can smile. Like, that's a slavery shit. Like, you know, niggas, you better look friendly and smile. Like, black men be treating us like slaves. Like, they treat us like white supremacists. That's how they treat black women. We better check and job. Y'all better walk around smiling. Even though you don't even like me. You think I'm ugly, but I still gotta smile at you. That's crazy.
And the crazy part, I laugh sometimes because I'm just like, man, but hold on, but wait, don't forget, she Latina, she spicy. She
Oh,
spicy.
yeah.
She only spicy. We like them spicy.
Hell, and the Latina women don't play with their ass. Some bitches will kill them dudes. They love that. Oh, she's spicy.
Spicy.
You know better than to cheat on a Latina woman, don't you, Anthony? Because you know she gonna bust your windows out and cuss you out, and I guess because it got an accent, it's sexy. Uh, you know, black woman, you get cheated on, you supposed to just be quiet, put your head down. But if y'all look at these African short stories, because it probably come from Africa, honestly. These African short stories, y'all, these men would get a woman, and the woman ain't, if she barren, and so he'll just bring another woman in to have his kid. It's like, and she just has to accept it. Like, it's just so crazy, these stories, and it's in Legos and stuff. And I'm like, well, damn. Now the difference between those African men that they be having, well, they portray them to have the money, to take care of the two women. But one woman, she be so hurt and crying, the little fake AI tears and stuff. But these men would replace these women like it's nothing. It's just insane. Like, it's kind of cringy. Like, some of the things is, I like it. Like when the African woman, she'll move to Dubai, and international be rich. And so the shows, I mean, the little short stories are good. But then some of them, like when they in the village, and like one story I just seen where this woman, she moved to America, and her and her husband moved to America, and they left their daughter with her sister, and then she was paying the sister money, but the sister was mistreating her daughter. The daughter kept getting moved around all over Africa because people kept mistreating her, and the parents would say, well, can you take care of her? Can you take care of her? And then, I mean, just the little baby getting dogged out just for America. The mama finally said, fuck America. I'm going. It's been 8 years. Where's my daughter? I'm going back. She went back, and, it was still some drama, but she wound up getting her daughter, and they working out after she learned about all the abuse her daughter endured, like going to family member, and they was just, all they were doing was just juicing them for their money in America, but they were mistreating the little girl that they left behind. I was like, you should never let your baby, you should take your baby to America with you. But yeah, but it's kind of like, is it our culture? Because some of these men, and these women be beautiful. The cartoons is AI, but they be dogging them women out. Like, the men always replacing them. Like, this is my new wife, and even the mamas. Oh, an African mother. Ooh, they the worst. I I haven't seen one short story, and I'm addicted to it, where the African mother was a nice woman. No motherfucking African mothers. You cannot have a child from my son. You're no good. You this, that. Just like, it's so fucked up. I'm like, dang.
But
Them African mamas.
so this is the you looking at that right, and you seeing that. I won't say something, but I don't want it to come off fucked up. But I'm gonna just say it's a pretty large community, African community around me, right? But anyway, I'm gonna just leave that alone because it's definitely anecdotal. But anyway, but the thing is, let Clubhouse men tell it, and not all of them, but the ones always talking about black women. Um, it's only the American black women that's the problem. Everybody else, all the others are so wonderful. Go get them because they're so wonderful. And you American women are so terrible. You American black women, let me be specific, are so terrible.
So they portray because these are AI cartoons. I'll put one in the chat, but they portray the African women to be like very like submissive to their husband. The whole thing is, I love my husband. I want a man. That's their whole goal. But they also portray them to want education. You know, education is a big thing, which I kind of like that. That even like going to school, like getting master's degrees and stuff, that's not frowned upon for a woman to get in Africa. And then the men are like always businessmen, own tech companies and stuff like that. They're not like gangster drug dealers. You know how they portray African Americans? Like if this was African American, they would be like having us portray, because this is like an AI cartoon. They would have us portray as something so crazy. But then the African mamas are these mean, big, burly, mean women, just fucking evil.
Yeah, well, let me be clear before I say this because I definitely know that's not all of them, right? But I will say, man, I have three neighbors on my street. The man that the one next door to me, she mean. I ain't gonna even lie. Like I done like clutched my pearls almost. And I done heard her yelling, going off on her daughter. Oh my god! Like damn! Like I be scared myself. Like she mean. She mean. I ain't gonna even lie. She mean. She definitely mean. And there's another one down the street. Her husband speak, and he always polite and talk and all of that. That lady ain't never said a word to me. She would not like her.
They are very mean.
I'm like, damn. She like her husband friendly as hell, but I said, damn. I hope she don't think I want his ass.
They're very strict women, even with their husbands. So I put one. I just because I watch them so much, they just pop up. This is the first one that popped up. But just once you start watching them, they're gonna send you different stories, and you go down the rabbit hole. But you could go on YouTube and watch the whole story, and not just the clip. But they're pretty entertaining, and they're in Africa. The setup, but they're pretty entertaining. But it's funny how these husbands, they be married with two kids, a husband, straight out here dating, getting with a whole nother woman, trying to get that woman to be their girl, their woman, but they got a wife and kids at home.
Like the most. I hate to feed into this stereotype, but I hate that this. I hate that I have real world experience with it. Like so, the craziest thing that happened. Like so, is they down on the other side, right? But anyway, like one day I'm just walking through the neighborhood, right, and I'm like close to my street. But I'm like, okay, I'm gonna walk past and I'm gonna just walk on, further, right? And so I'm like walking, and next thing you know, like, so I'm passing my street, right? So out like from the deck, basically, this guy flies past me like running, and I'm like, like it kept caught me off guard. So I turn, I look. Next thing you know, I see this other man following behind him, running after him with a knife. Over African man. So like, long story short, it ended up that the police, like, I called the police because I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I was like terrified. And I ended up finding out that basically somebody I don't remember how they knew each other, but they was like coworkers or something. But somebody was sleeping with somebody's wife.
Yeah, they be sleeping. They be sleeping around.
They hanging out, and then it came out. I guess somehow I don't know all the details, but somehow it came out as whoever was at the other house. And so I guess so that's what happened. It's like the guy was chasing the other guy because he found out he was sleeping with his wife. I was like, oh my god.
And then, lady. So I don't know how true these cartoons are, but y'all, it's good. It's better than being on Clubhouse. But so the ladies, the African women are. I'm not gonna call them gold diggers because I think that all women, only black women get shamed for hypergamy or wanting a man to provide. Only black women are ashamed for that. But in that culture, it's like that's what the dudes do. They spoil them. They take them to the shop in Dubai and buy them 5 Birkin bags, 5 at one time, because he was born into wealth, and then he still made wealth on his own, and that's all it is about. Oh, I have my boyfriend. He's taking me shopping, and he's getting me like the men when they do pick up the woman, they take her on a date. It's always somewhere nice, extravagant. Ain't no IHOP or no goddamn cheesecake factory. That I ain't never seen that portrayed at all in these videos. It's always somewhere nice and glamorous. They always taking the woman shopping, sending her money to pay for her school, all that. Like it is nothing. And then it's like, oh my, you so lucky. You have a rich man. You're so lucky. Yes, like it's not. It's feminine. They don't look at it like, black women do that. We get treated like dirt. Like it's so crazy. The culture is so different because, and the men know. And they called and said, "Did you get the money I sent you?" Yes, thank you, baby. Thank you. It's just so crazy how we are African. Y'all need to start doing that to black women, sending us some money, buying us Birkin bags and stuff. No.
What they can't do,
Go ahead, Lisa. Go ahead.
they can't do that because they don't have what it takes. So they spend all of this time on social media, on this app for 6 seasons, trying to dumb you down and make you accept mediocre. They want you to accept their words and their 10-inch beans and nothing else. I thought that was so odd when I got on here the first season. And I was trying to fight for women who like in our community. But a lot of them were throwing rocks at me. So I sat back, by 2.5 seasons. I took some time off because my mother passed. But after 2.5 seasons, I was like, you know what? Just go with it. If they like it, you gotta love it for them. But what you're saying is so true, Mimi. In other cultures, they do that as well, and they don't see anything wrong with
Nothing wrong with that.
advancing their woman because it's a reflection. Your woman is a reflection of
you.
who you are in society.
Right. I seen this one uh, little story that this one African lady from the village, and she left her village, and she worked and supported her man through college and everything, and he built this business. Said, I can't be with you. I can't. I'm gonna leave you. I don't want to be with a village girl. My status is too high. I found someone else. She's educated. She has money. I found some. It's like crazy, but they really they want their women to be educated. So the village girl, because these are dramatic stories. It's just dramatic story. But the village girl, basically, she fucking left her family, sacrificed her life to build this man, and she never got education, and he left her because his status was too high. He didn't want. It didn't look right for him to be with some village girl, and he had to send her back to the village. It's crazy, but that's story. Like what? If anybody, I need one of y'all to get addicted to these stories like me. There's a gang of them, like all over, different types. And, they're very entertaining. But you know what? What I say about I know it's a little bit off. AI got a lot of work to do. I mean, I don't know if these people, because like look, in the videos, the hair would change. You'd be a third arm. Like what the hell? Um, so I was like, AI. They say AI about to take over. I do think it's gonna Hell, but they got a lot of work to do. I don't think you're in like immediate threat of your job. I think they got a lot of work to do. But they're still very entertaining.
So, BB, where can I find this on YouTube? Because I don't want them sending me nothing. I'd rather go to YouTube. And what are they? What is it called?
Well, I guess you could. I put it in the chat. Let me see this.
Okay.
This.
Because I'm driving. Okay then.
I'll send it. I'll send it in your back. This lady is Tales of Abina, and that's her thing. This is a good one. And she was one of her short stories. She moved to Dubai and got a rich man. When she went to Dubai to work, at first when she was going to Dubai, I was like, oh shit, they about to show them getting shitted on in Dubai or something. But no, they didn't. Because Africans, they protect their culture too. They don't portray themselves to be some loser people like African Americans do. Even though that is um, some people, they do go get African women and do crazy shit in Dubai to them. But Africans got enough sense not to put that out. You know what I'm saying? They got enough sense not to betray themselves like that. Because I think Africans own the Shade Room and Media Takeout or some shit, and they got scandals and stuff in their country and BS, but they don't put that put that shit on the Shade Room. They know better to do that. They know better. Only black people don't know that you shouldn't dog your people out in public like that.
Exactly, and especially the men. But I noticed when I had came on this side, there's no covering for black women. I was going to say you all, but there's no covering. No, but I'm being funny. But there's no covering for black women, and I'm like, wow, this is how you get talked to. I mean, I just don't get it. In my real life, I've never been talked to and demeaned the way that these men do who have never met me. But it's okay because I'm not, they don't qualify. However, for the women that do like them and are race loyal, like you all are, they're very demeaning and they don't take up for you. They don't cover you. So I always thought that was weird.
I mean, I agree with you. I don't see this outside either. I don't know. I think this clubhouse stuff be funny, but I will say I think it's like I don't know if I'm gonna say it's equal. I don't know. I think, but I do think the same stuff happen. Like you, the men are egregious and the women are damn egregious too. Like the women are egregious too. So I don't know. Like yeah, Clubhouse is interesting. It's definitely interesting. And I will say, I don't think it's everywhere on Clubhouse, but I definitely think the men are egregious. I mean, some, obviously, some are egregious. And I definitely think some of the women are egregious too. Because the men disrespectful, the women disrespectful. It just be a lot of disrespect. I don't think it's just the men. I don't. I definitely see some things where I'm like, God dang, okay. I think they both egregious. I just tend to see, and I'm not saying it don't happen. I just tend to see more of the men bashing, it's more spaces where men are always talking about what's wrong with black women. I see that in more than I see the spaces where black women are just having rooms talking about everything bad about black men. So I think that's where I see the air quotes, I guess, inequality, if anything. It's just like it seems like every day, all day, it's rooms about something that's wrong with black women. I don't tend to see, and I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm just saying I don't tend to see rooms all day, every day with a title about something wrong with black men.
And I don't be understanding why they be on these women's backs like this because these are the same women that they have at home. These are the same women that raise them. These are the same women that will loan you money and know they're never going to get it back. These are the same women that'll let you sleep in their basement. These are the same women that'll let you drop them off to their job and you don't have one and you're using her car to go see someone else. So I don't understand why they have all this vitriol for these type of women who have supported them their entire lives.
It's because if you a woman, if any person, if a person don't demand respect, then people ain't gonna respect them. So you think you're being nice, doing these nice things for these guys, but the man don't got no respect for you. You letting him use your car while you at work. You sleep in your basement. He ain't got to do shit. That don't help a man. That really hurts a man. Making them do like you making them be like that, like because if he if a lot of men if they didn't have women to fall back on, they would have to step to the men, and if they step to men, then they will get their shit together. Like they'll borrow money from their auntie because they know she ain't gonna embarrass them, but they won't call their uncle because they already know they gotta pay him back, and they gonna be embarrassed and they gonna get some questions asked. So I think it's like when you coddle dudes like that, they don't have no respect for you. People, period, but men especially. That's why men that run to women for money and to save them and shit. Them is weak ass dudes, and they ain't got no respect for no woman.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
When they got rich uncles, rich daddies, like they can really help them, they will not. They will fucking go to their broke ass sister with 2 kids and be like, let me borrow $200 instead of asking. Go ask Uncle Bob if he could give you a loan so you can get your shit together. Hell no, because they know you got to pay him back. You're going to get some questions asked. You're going to have to be accountable. You got to stand up as a man, embarrass yourself, have some pride.
but so maybe I think you said it, but I'm not 100% sure. That's like a certain type of man, because like even some of the conversations that we've had on here, like I'll bring it back and ask my question. I've yet to find a male friend that's like he comfortable with asking women for money. Like you know what I'm saying? Like I don't know. It's definitely a pride thing. Like every time I give a scenario where they be like, man, I'd rather ask my homeboy first than ask a woman. Now, if she found out about the scenario and help him out, whatever happens and help him out, cool. But they don't they don't like asking women for money. So I don't know. Like I think it's a certain type of guy that's just like gonna be out here with his hand out to women. It's not like
We be having whole conversations in this room, bottle service by the wood, where these men say that a man's supposed to go to their woman for money, and that's where they gonna get it from. What that not no man? They say that's what you there for. I done did this and that, so that's why you gotta be careful. He done took you on all these dates, and he was penny pinching, spending some money, but he gonna get it back when he need to borrow 10,000 at in the middle of the relationship. So you gonna wind up paying 50-50 or even all of the dating because he gonna get the money back from his woman. Like they say, that's where you go. It's to your woman. Now I didn't know that either. I thought you supposed to have so much pride about yourself that you don't even want your woman to know you doing bad. You go get that from a homeboy, a bank, somewhere else. But these guys in this room, bottle service by the wood, they been saying that, shouting that. You supposed to go to your woman for the money. Didn't you hear that, Lisa, or am I tripping?
no. That's what I'm saying. Like, but every time I ask that conversation outside of Clubhouse, I've yet to find a man that's like, yeah, I'm comfortable. Like, I'm cool going asking women for money. Like, they don't practice that. Let me say it that way. If that
Of course, of course, I've heard that, Mimi. They laugh at me when I say that men should, even in the sixth season, men should build with other men. They should know the VP of their bank. They want to come back and say, oh, ain't nobody know the VP of their bank. Huh? Our 16-year-old son does. Hello? What are you talking about? We'll get to know him. So it's strange.
I be conversations offline, and I'd be like, I just be sometimes I kind of laugh at some of the different answers because it do sometimes be the opposite of what I mean. Actually, a lot of times it be different from what Clubhouse. Maybe your friend is here. You want to deal with him or no?
Oh, who's my friend?
Your favorite grandpa.
Oh, hell no, that nigga's nasty. But y'all, it's really snowing down where in New York and shit. Like, it's really snowing. When is it gonna stop snowing, y'all?
I don't know. I haven't paid attention to, so I wonder if, well, I probably should check before I say it, but I'm saying we got snow Sunday into Monday.
You got snow where you at too?
We got more, but it wasn't like a lot. It was enough to be a little annoying, but it wasn't a lot. But yeah, I did hear New York got a bunch of snow.
So you got a coat, you got a real good jacket, huh?
Oh yeah, we've been having. It was so, but yesterday it was considered warm. It was 30s. Well, actually, the last week has been warmer than it had been. But like I think yesterday was like 37. So yeah, we have to have a real coat. But that was like warm compared to it was like 17 like 2 weeks ago maybe.
Yeah, I was just like, wondering.
I just like the fact that when I leave Clubhouse, I see black people together. So
You know, my environment is very mixed, so it ain't this negativity like this. And then the black men and women, they like even when I play it in the salon, they be like, "What the hell are you listening to?" And it's just negative. And even when I be asking them about stuff on social media, it's your algorithms, it's what you listen. Like we listen to this, so we probably get on Instagram a lot of dating stuff pop up all the time. But like if you gotta just realize the internet, people think, well, this real life. No, it's not a real place because it's not like a it's not like a tool where you go and look for things that you're interested in. It actually targets you and feed you stuff that they think that you're interested in. So you click on dating shit, all you're gonna do is get fed all type of negative stuff about dating. Like they look and say, oh, she watched this whole video bashing men. So we gonna send her videos of bashing black men and telling you how bad black men are. That's not mean. That don't mean it's true. It's just that's how the internet use you, and people don't understand the internet. Like now that like I've been looking at these African short stories, that's all that's been popping up. All the little ones popping up on my feed, which I don't have a problem with. I really like they entertaining to me. But yeah, so that's what's popping up. So you got to just know that, be careful of that because it's not real life. Like it's whatever you're interested in. You look at something and you know, okay, she watched that whole video of this woman bashing this man, and so all I'm gonna do is send her that because that's what she's engaged with. And then people be thinking it's real life. Did you see on Facebook this happened, on Instagram this happened? No, that is what is feeding you. It's feeding you that. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not what's really going on in the world.
Yeah,
Then you get out the matrix and you go outside and touch grass, and it's not nothing like that. It's like regular people. You see, if y'all ever went out, if according to Clubhouse, everybody is a standard of beauty, everything. But if you ever go and people watch and see the couples there, it's odd. I was at the DMV yesterday. Oh, goddamn day. But I did get my life fixed in it. So it, but it's all type of couples, shape, sizes, races. And I mean, I don't know how they doing in life, but who cares? You know what I'm saying? People getting with people doesn't matter. I think people that's stuck in the matrix, there's gonna be a lot of people just like that are a lot of people who are addicted to the internet and video games and the computer. I think they're gonna be fucked up. Just like if just you hear that? I'm up here talking to them my Alexa. See, we fucking computers. Okay, these the computers is taking over our life. And so I think that just like when you take the computer away from your kid because it's too much screen time, I think adults is being affected just like a kid. Like if kid with too much screen time, they don't develop words, they can't talk. They could be on the computer and they can navigate that computer all day, whoop 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 whoop. But when you ask them a question, they don't have a vocabulary, they can't speak, they don't talk, they're introverts, they don't know how to deal with people, have social issues. That's the same with the adults. The people on the internet, all they do is they can speak, they can comment, you know, Twitter fingers and shit like that. But then when you ask them a question in real life, they shy. They all those little on here when they do the little fake dates and like scenarios, they be choked up men and women because they're not even used to just having conversation with people in the dating scene. So I just think it's just the same as with little kids with the screen time. You got to be careful with it. And if you're going to be on it, know what you're actually on. Know that it's not real. Know about algorithms and what it's feeding you, you know? Because it really is targeting you. It's feeding you. Whatever you know.
yeah, no, I agree with you because I was gonna say I don't get all the, I don't follow none of them relationships. I don't get that. However, I do get what you mean because since the whole 50 and Ti thing, so since I've been like I don't follow either one of them, so I had to go to their pages to listen to the Ti stuff. I had to listen to I had to go to his page and listen to it, and then I went to 50 Cent to see what ignorant shit he posted, and I'm like, God damn, now I'm getting all of this Ti 50 tiny, all of this stuff in my damn feed. I said, oh man, I done messed my algorithm up because as soon as I get on Instagram, I see all of this. Like I'm getting all of this tiny stuff in my feed, all of this Ti. I'm like, oh my, and I never used to get that stuff. So I'm like, dang, all it took was one day of going to their page and now my algorithm all messed up. So yeah, I've been bombarded with that stuff now. I'm like, I'm seeing all of these. Like I done got to the little daughter page. I didn't even know she doing all of this different. I'm like, oh my god. So yeah, my whole algorithm is now.
But you see how it targets you, like
yeah,
you clicked on one thing and then now that's all it's feeding you. But then when you explain it to people, now we all understand that, and so we can't say the internet is real because it's only feeding you what it think you want to hear. So that's not reality, you know. But you say that to some people, especially some dumbass dude, they would think it's real. Well, no, I'll click on all type of stuff. And no, it just this is what's going on in the black community. No, it's not. It's what they feeding you. Black people, it's just like every other people, just trying to survive and live and do what they need to do. And y'all act like every day y'all see some ghetto black people in the middle of the street with swords fighting and women in the middle of the street with their three babies patting their weaves and I you I ain't how often do you may see that? I don't see it. Maybe every other year or so. I don't never see it really honestly, but I don't live in like a super black town. But even when I go to Houston all the time, and I may see something funny that's kind of like weird, but it's where I'm at. I'm in the hood, or the city, on Westheimer, at a HEB in the urban, the city part, and then maybe somebody walking there, but not everybody. The majority of the people are good-looking black people. You know what I'm saying? Kids looking good, everybody looking good, respectable. Then there's somebody that came from one of them hotels or something, walk up in there looking crazy, but it's not like, but the majority, the over the majority of the people look decent. But we see that one person that's out of the line, and they be like, look how black women be looking. Like,
And the other thing that, and I live in a black county, let me say it that way. So I do see a lot of black people, but I'm like, even, and I don't get me wrong, I know what the statistics say, right? But I'm like, man, the only unmarried people on my whole street, which is predominantly black, black, American, Caribbean, African, whatever, right? It's me and one other person, one other lady, and I low key think she. I mean, I don't know. I think she don't like men. Let me say it that way. Um, that's what I think. I don't know for a fact, but I'm leaning that way or whatever. She a newer neighbor, so I don't know her like that or whatever. But I'm like, everybody married, literally. Everybody is married. So I'm like, ow. So I definitely know what the statistics say. Don't get me wrong, but being in a very black county and just looking at my neighborhood, I'm like, it's not the statistic. It is. I don't know one. I'm gonna just say, in like let's say 3 blocks of me knowing people, I don't know a single, a single. I know, like I said, one other one. She don't have no one other unmarried lady. She don't have no children or whatever. But I don't know all of these single baby mamas. Like it's none. I like literally. So I'm like, even that, I'm like, I don't be seeing that when I walk outside. I see a whole bunch of families. So I don't know. Like I don't live in an apartment, so I don't know. Maybe if I lived in an apartment complex, it'd be more. I really don't know. But I'm like, my neighbors is married. So I mean, like I don't know. Like just all of these, stereotypes. I'm like, I guess I don't know what the numbers say, but I'm like, around me, I see families. Like, definitely.
I wonder how they like, and then like my daddy always told me not to be a statistic, right? You ain't no statistic, don't be a statistic. That's what he always would say. And so fuck the statistics. That's what my daddy would say. It wasn't a thing that black people really like, because they used to always beat us down with statistics and try to tell us who we are with their statistics. And so it was like frowned upon, like fuck a statistic. But now it seemed like black people define themselves off statistics. And then now this is me with my conspiracy theory. I'm putting on my foil hat. So if this government that they claim that hate black people, want to destroy them, you can't trust them for nothing. The government don't. Why would the government give you real statistics, and if they know that that's going to really hold you down and lower your self-esteem, and they see how statistics are so important in our community, why would they give you all these great statistics that would help you? How do y'all know that the statistics are real? Because you know, I mean, and I know that's my foil hat. I'm not saying, but because if a statistic tell you, it's a pretty good chance that you ain't gonna get married, right? Only 27% of y'all get married. Do you think that that's gonna make people want to work harder to get married, or say, well, fuck it, why try? You know what I'm saying? Well, why try? Well, why can't I be hot girl summer, and why can't I just live my life, get my degree, make my money? I ain't even worried about a man for nothing but casual sex, because I'm not gonna get married anyway. According to statistics, you ain't gonna. It's a far chance that you're gonna be married anyway. So
You got a point. I think too. So I agree with you because, like I said, you wouldn't know who. Like, well, I don't know. They another one that I don't know what they are. So it's two white ladies on my direct street, right? I don't know if they, because yeah, they it's Karen and Susie. That's what I call them, right? Because she definitely a Karen. Um, but I don't know if they sisters or if they a couple. They ass ain't got it's no man over there, and it's one white man, and his ass is single too. So like it's crazy because all the other people, the black people, they all married. But I'm like I don't know. So you know you might got a point there. They like it's like the opposite of what the stereotype or what people think. Two white women that I ain't never seen no man ever. Like I don't know if they a couple or not. Think she just nosy as fuck. That's all I do know. And the white man he a newer neighbor too, but it's only just him. And he like a middle aged white man. They definitely middle aged white women. So I don't know, but all the black people they all married. So I don't know.
I don't know either, but I don't think that sitting around sharing all these negative statistics is putting in any type of hope or ambition. Stupid people, if it ain't a good chance that you're gonna win, why even try? And these black people's statistics look really bad, and so I don't think most people are not gonna work harder to beat the statistics. Most people are just gonna give in to it, you know.
But I think
Be like, fuck it.
I think that's why I think so. Like I'm like for real, you could almost look at some of this like just use Clubhouse for example as the op because like all like think about it like if you came on like let's say you play which yeah let's say you came on Clubhouse 5 years ago whatever and you had right but 5 years of black women this, black women that, black women this, or even on the men's side, if they feel like that's the way, I don't know. I don't really hear them say that they feel that way as far as the women on here, but whatever. Okay, let's say they do, right? But black men ain't this, black men ain't this, right? Like, don't you think you would be beaten down by now? Don't you think if you had hope 5 years ago, after 5 years, we see six, essentially 6 years of uh, everything wrong with y'all, everything, like, you don't think that like would make people lose hope?
Yeah,
Like,
I can see the change. Like in Bilal, I've been knowing him since the beginning. He used to be a nice young man. He was getting his master's. He was a nice young man. He was like hopeful. Like he was a nice young man. I'm just gonna let you know. Now he be hosting these rooms, women hating rooms. It's just, but he didn't used to be like that at all. But on here every day, and then people probably tearing him down, calling him short and him broke, and so many girls did that to him, like on here, and I was just seeing him just get tore down. I'm telling y'all, I've been knowing him since he began. He was a nice young man.
yeah,
He was.
but that's what I'm saying. I think it's just like the op, like
A nice, strong young man. His voice used to even be deeper. Now his voice ain't even as deep.
damn.
His voice used to be deeper. He would come in the room and all the girls would be like, "Hi, Bilal." Then he got a hold to some lawyer chick, and while he was in school, he was doing her homework, and he got her a C, and she wanted to air him out that he wasn't as smart as he's supposed to be, and then she was tripping because he's like, send me $5. Because you know how like you become friends on here and they be really thinking people they friend. And he might need her to send him $5. But she busted him out, like.
Oh, now that you damn, a lot makes sense. Cause I don't like I didn't well, yeah, I didn't know him earlier seasons, but even just from the little bit of time that I've known him, I'm like I done seen a bit of a decline. Like
Yeah.
I think the same thing, and then now I see how I ain't gonna say I hate to say bitter, but you know what I'm saying. Like I see the difference or whatever. And so like it's like never mind, let me be quiet. But anyway, yeah, I see the difference.
He used to boost up the bigger women, so he claimed he liked the big.
The men beat him down about that, make him.
Yeah, now he's down to like normal size. Yeah. he used to be like a nice young man. I'm telling y'all, like he was going to school to get his master's. He had a breakup that was bad that he used to share about, but he was just like, but now I can't even stand to go in this room. I just be like, this boy,
Yeah.
and he got a whole damn posse full of crybaby ass niggas. I can't deal. One thing about me, child, a crybaby ass dude. That I can't. Cause look, I can't cry. I'm a woman, and I don't care. I'm a strong black woman. I don't give a fuck what they say is a bad thing. Okay, I ain't about to be weak. Okay, in this fucking world, please. I ain't about to get swallowed up by nothing. And but if I can't sit around and cry for nothing, I sure don't want my man to. You know.
Yeah, but dang, it's so. What you just said make a lot of sense. Cause I was just like, what the hell? Like it was so weird to me, and I'm thinking like, dang, you let these dudes like turn you a certain way. That's what I was thinking. But then, cause like it got to the point where I would go in there and be like, what did black women do today? What y'all complaining about black women about the day? Like, cause it's just like, oh my gosh, every day. How do y'all find so many topics to talk about? What's wrong with black women?
I
Like,
mean, the title, you wouldn't even go in there. The titles be so bad towards black women.
No,
I be
I
like,
go in there, like I would go in there, and I got to the point that I was going in there every day, like, what black women do today? Like, cause it was just like every day. I'm like, man, what black women do today? Like, I know it's coming, some crazy title about something black women did, or what's wrong with black women. So it got to the point that I was like that, and I think he got in the way with that, cause I'm like, well, every day it's the same. It's a topic about something black women did, or something wrong with black women. So shit, it's every day. So hey, I'm just what they do today. So
all right, that's all they talk about
but I,
in that room. And then that's the young room of that. And then the gentleman's club is the old man version. Poor little, why can't a woman love me with my ED and I'm still living in a little ass apartment and I don't got $50 to take you out on a date, but why you a gold digging woman? It's like, the gentleman's club is like the old man version of the AOG.
that's funny. So I haven't been in there enough, so I don't really know. I don't really have a good grasp on. Well, a little bit, but I haven't been in there enough, and I haven't been in there like I guess from before. But that's funny, isn't it?
And in the wood, they just like old pimps. They like fuck bitches.
The old pimps, you stupid.
That's what they. This is funny though, because people call this a woman bashing room too.
It's clubhouse.
But we just do it. Just yeah, the clubhouse. That's what it is. And but that's what get people to come in here. You know.
What did black women what did black women do today? It's clubhouse. Like I'm telling you, like you know how
And they ain't been around a black woman in forever. They ain't smelled no lace front glue in decades.
But you know, like how men be saying, and I don't know, right? I was too young to know, but you know how men be saying back in the day, it was like when they be like, oh, Oprah and whoever the hell else, was like, oh, he's talking about black women, black men, and all of that stuff. Like I imagine that's what it was like I'm saying, like Clubhouse is the version, the modern version where they talk about they have changed it up and they talking about the women, because that's how I felt. Like, damn, is this how the men felt when they was like, oh, back in the day when how me one of them ones
But if
saying
you
that.
watch old Oprah videos, I mean, talk shows, that ain't even true. There was sometimes she would talk about dating and all that stuff, but Oprah would be like talking about like current event type stuff and psychics and now Maury, you know what I'm saying? Oh, and am I lying, Lisa? Oprah was always
No,
kind
and
of, she
her
was like the news, yeah.
right, and her target audience was white women who could afford to stay at home or middle. You see what I mean? So
Yeah.
why would she always? She wasn't always talking about
Talk
black
about black men and the black
men,
people
not
that's
at all. The
right.
only black man she, Sidney Poitier and the guy
Interview
that
Mike
was
Jackson or
right,
something
and then
like
the
that.
guy that was dang, I forgot his name, the president in Africa. She had them on there, but she liked them. She idolized them.
Now we
So
had magazines
But
that
yeah,
would
but
talk
yeah,
about
I know
relationships.
be saying that. Like I don't remember, obviously that I was too damn young to know what the hell if I was even born at this time frame you talk about. But I ain't never heard men say that.
Yeah,
But
I hear, and I don't be want to argue with about it, but I was like, I don't remember Oprah doing that. I'm sure she probably, I'm sure she probably had a couple of shows talking about relationships and dating, but it was mostly to me current events that she was talking about. But we did have magazines that used to be talking about dating, and you would do surveys like Cosmo and stuff like that. But they weren't just targeting black men; it was just all men, And so, it was a lot of magazines like that that you would look at that was talking about dating tips and what to do in relationships. We did have those. And back in the day, magazines was a big deal. You would, every time I went to the store, I would be begging for a fucking magazine so I can get the pictures out of it or read, you know, stuff in there. So magazines was a real big deal back in the day.
y'all want to know,
And
but I want to know with the last. I'll be real quick. The last 6 years we've been on here, they could have went and got these black men that complain could have went and got a degree by now. You know what I mean? They could have done their income should have increased in 6 years, but they're still on here with the same rhetoric. Even the ones that say they're fit and work out and all that, they still have the same mindset, and that's what's sad. Some of us women have evolved. I've went to real estate school. I've gotten other certifications. My son's moved. Now he's in high school. People have evolved. People have gotten new cars, trucks, property, women. So what are these men doing besides being on here all day? Get off of here. Get a mentor, like I told you, season 1, and elevate. Get around new people. If you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. We always encourage our son to find the most brilliant people to be around because they will help elevate you. I think that I'm brilliant, but I need people around me who are more brilliant, who will challenge me, who will allow me to go to the next level because I still want to go to levels. Now, if you're satisfied where you are, then this spiel isn't for you. But I'm just surprised that they still have the same talking points 6 seasons later. I land my check.
yeah, no, I hear you, Lisa. I was. Oh, you on stage? Why the heck is you typing in the chat? I'm trying to. Well, again, I don't know, but I know I have heard him say it so many times. Well, nobody had that smoke when they were talking about black men and da 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 da. This, Oprah and this person and that person and this thing used to talk about black men. So I'm like, I don't know. That was before my time. I don't care enough to go look and try to find it or whatever. But he always have that talking point. So now they air quotes switch. Now it's their time. It's the men time to vent. You're like, well, all women used to vent, whatever, whatever. And I'm like, well, if Oprah's audience was the white people, white people, right, white women or whatever. So, and what was the other one he said? I think it's Ricky Lake or something. I don't know, but she wasn't black. And I'm like, so I mean, I don't know who her audience was. I don't know. I was too young to be some damn Ricky Lake. Um, so I don't know, but I don't know. I gotta. If I had the capacity to deal with 2 more hours of him, I would ping him in here. But I don't have the capacity to deal with no more of him for now. But the next time he is here, having the media show, I'm gonna ask him about his stats. That whole thing that he'll drop and talk about. And like, well, why is it an issue when I talk about it? Why is it a problem now? Y'all had your time. I'd be like, man, I don't know. I don't know. I don't. I didn't. I mean, maybe it happened. Let me not say it didn't happen. He's brought it up. I'm sure you got some data somewhere, but
No, so
It
I think
wasn't
it's like
over,
Ricky.
Mimi. Wasn't
Not
Oprah all about elevating? She was about
Yeah, she was
elevation.
about
So,
elevate, and even the black community. She was about. Now she did sometime have like shows, like I think about history. It was some shows that talked about certain topics, or maybe someone was set on fire in a marriage or something. But that's one part. Like it was just an interesting story. She was like a news lady. Like she was like a news. But now Ricky Lake and Maury, you would think they would have more smoke for them in the black community because they used to, especially Maury. Maury would chair the black community up.
With them, but hold on. So, and I can't. I feel like there was a period of time. So, like, I feel like my great grandmother used to watch Maury, but
I used to love me some
it
Maury.
was no. Was it? I think it was a period of time where he started doing them paternity tests. I don't. I mean, if I remember correctly, I don't think it was always that because I know my granny wouldn't have been watching that. Like, but I remember for whatever reason, I remember Maury as a little kid, but I know that it was not about no paternity test. My great grandmother would not have been watching it. So I'm like, did it? It just would. I don't know if like whatever he ran his course and then that was the way for him to stay relevant. But he didn't always have shows. I'm almost certain of it. I probably can Google and find out.
yeah,
Because
you're
I
right.
remember.
He didn't.
Okay. Yeah, I'm like I remember my granny watching.
Maury, Jenny Jones, Ricky Lake. I felt like Ricky, and they had all race people, but they also used to have a lot of black people on their shows because the black people wanted to go on the show and cut up, and they would get the ratings, and they would go on there, Ricky Lake, Maury, Jenny Jones, and they would cut up. Oprah, he act like every day Oprah had a show about bashing black men, and that is not true. Like it was Oprah was kind of boring to people because it was just current events, old lady.
It wasn't
Like,
enough mess.
yeah, it wasn't enough
Drama for
drama.
black people. That's why
Yeah.
she didn't target them. She never, you know. So exactly. But I just don't try to get off the channel. I'm like, huh?
Yeah.
I'm like, that's not Oprah. I remember, and I have all of her seasons because somebody bought it for me for my birthday one year because they know I loved Oprah. So it's just like, no.
And again, I don't know. Like I
And then the color purple. Let's talk about the color purple because I never knew that was a man bashing movie.
Don't my black heart, but I'm gonna be honest. I have never watched The Color Purple from start to finish ever. Like I've seen people, like little snippets, but I've like like somebody might be watching it, and like maybe I came in on it, but I have never actually watched it. People, okay,
I just think it was just a movie about back in the day, old times, and it was just a deal with it. I never thought that it would turn into this. Oh, The Color Purple was just bashing black men, but okay, because there's movies like that. What is that movie? Fences? Ain't that the same kind of movie as The Color Purple? Um, but there's old movies where women weren't treated right because they didn't have rights in all races. But I I just thought that was just an old movie like back in the day. But I never knew they was like.
Mimi, I'm gonna be honest. That's one of my favorite movies too. By the way, if I cut it on, I'll watch it 2 times.
I will watch it too.
So now I got to go get my Color Purple out. But anyway, I always felt bad for Celie because this depicts, and the way these the men who are like this, they remind me of Mister. They want to keep y'all down, and that's why I was coming on here trying to, take up for black women because I don't like the way that black men generally treat black women. That's why I won't have one of them. I just don't like it. It's like they're a slave. They got to be everything. They got to, even though their shoulders are more petite than theirs, they got to broaden those shoulders. Because they have to take the the brunt of the family because these weak men won't do it. So so that's maybe it's bringing some flashbacks for them. But Mister, he was a lot like a lot of these men we've had to endure over the last 6 seasons on CH.
Yeah, but Mr. was the only mean man on The Color Purple, right? Mr. and then the dad that sold Sealy. But the rest of the dudes was just, it was just, back in the day. But this guy said that Oprah did a more of a number on the community than Maury. And I'm like, what did Oprah do? I really would like for them to explain it. I just think that they hate successful black women. Like, they hate, that's why they hate Kamala. They hate motherfucking Jasmine Crockett. They hate Oprah. They hate Rihanna. They hate black women that are successful. They do not like that, especially if they single, especially if they don't have no damn man. But yeah, the Color Purple was I thought it was really about racism. That's what I thought Color Purple was about, racism. And
Exactly.
yeah,
And
I
telling
didn't.
the story of how Mister had the nerve, and this is what some of them promote on here, had the nerve to have Celia as his wife. Now he didn't want her. He picked her, but he wasn't. She wasn't his chosen choice. His chosen was his side piece, Miss Avery, Suge Avery, and her real name is, her last name I think is Avery in real life. But anyway, that, and then the audacity of this, the audacity of him to bring his mistress inside the home. A lot
He
of them
didn't
would
care
love
about.
to do that.
Listen, I just told you with the little African short stories I've been looking at. That's what they do. They don't. They got this wife, and on the stories, these wives are beautiful, but so and she can't make them a baby, or they want another woman, another wife. They just bring the new wife in, and she gotta just move over. Remember that scene on The Color Purple? And this is true. People need to pay attention. When Celia came and the kids seen her and they hit her in the head with a rock.
Yes, I knew you were finna go there, and that's another thing. A lot of women these days endure all these
Oh,
kids,
right.
And raise them, and then the kids are just nasty
Nasty
towards
to her. Yeah. And you get dogged out by this man's kids you taking care of. Poor Celia.
Now he did run after Harpo with a belt. He did. Harpo, come back here. Come here, Harpo. Because he was like, this your new mammy. And then they like, that ain't my mammy. And boom, hit this lady and then hurt you. Oh, me. I felt so bad for Celia. For so long, I couldn't watch anything that he was in, the actor. Because, I was like, oh, what's his name?
Like I never seen
Danny
Roots.
Clover.
I never seen Roots before. I never seen that.
Oh, you haven't? Oh, you should. Oh, you're gonna want to watch every
And
episode.
I remember like it was at school or something, and then we got a permission slip that we couldn't watch it, and then I never watched it. I've never seen Roots. I never seen
Did you
what was
see
this movie?
Beloved?
Yeah, I've seen Beloved. I read that book too, Beloved, and but what um, it's another what is it? It was another African movie. This guy, he got so mad at me. Oh, it's Kuta Kinte, I think. That's a movie called Kuta Kinte? Yeah.
He's depicted in Roots. He's the main
Oh,
character.
yeah, no. Okay, so it's another black movie. Then
Amistad?
Shaka Zulu, Shaka Zulu. I never seen Shaka Zulu, and I was talking to this dude. You guys, I promise you. See, what it is that he just judged me about my environment. That's all it was. Like, and some dudes be intimidated by things about you, and so he, because I didn't like Good Times, and I never seen Shaka Zulu. He was like, "Oh, you ain't black enough for me." Like, he basically didn't want to talk to me no more because he thought I was like not woke enough. You know what I'm saying? And but I did. But you know, y'all, I talk too much, and so I did say like I don't listen. I said I don't watch Good Times. I don't want to see black people struggling and hungry all the time. And he was like, they was never hungry in Good Times. They always had food. They wasn't hungry. I was like, well, but they was always poor. Couldn't pay. What was their problem? They couldn't pay their rent every month. They had a problem every month. He got so mad because I said that they was hungry. And then he got mad. I said, I don't like to watch slave movies. And he's like, Shaka Zulu ain't no slave movie. And blah, blah. Now, mind you, this same dude, he'll still hit me up today from time to time, talking about what you doing. But I was like, fuck you. You gonna diss me like I'm not woke enough because I didn't like the fucking Good Times. And I ain't never seen Shaka Zulu. You, you seen Shaka Zulu before, Algebra?
I haven't.
Oh, he off of mute.
I didn't know
But,
I was on the stage. Yeah, I seen it.
so, it says, so you get your black card taken if you it's like certain movies you ain't seen. Your card. He is so mad. But I was like, when I was little, I used to like The Facts of Life, and I liked, what was that other show? Was it The Facts of Life? Oh, and not Give Me a Break, but the other one with Rerun. What was that show? It was funny. With Rerun and stuff. I like the comedy. You know, I didn't want to sit there. I didn't think that good.
What's happening or something like
What's happening? Yeah. I like that show. Good Times, it was not funny. They was always, and then the mama used to scare me because she was so. Because I was a little kid and I didn't understand that mama looking like a man. I did not understand that. I did not understand the way the mama looked. Well, was I wrong for that? Did she match any of our moms?
Who you talking about, Miss Esther Roll?
Yeah, Esther Rowe. I didn't understand her looking like that.
Oh, well, isn't that a real African look? With the afro, she wore her natural hair.
Yeah, she
and
was.
She's a darker skinned lady, so I mean, and I think she was from Haiti. I think she's Haitian. Her family,
Yeah.
she was the 10th of 15 children or something like that. So she was a very brilliant woman in her own right. She was in theater, all of those kind of things. She was educated. I think she went to an Ivy League college, university. So, but anyway, so in that respect, hopefully, my mom had a degree. Some of our moms are educated.
But that ain't how she. But that's not how she portrayed herself. Like she was a old beat up ugly lady that was like, damn, James. Like she couldn't feed her family. She was always sad and poor and didn't have nothing. I don't know what I'm gonna do today, and and so the guy got mad. Okay.
I thought she was the backbone of the family, which most black women are. To me, she was a lot of laughs. She was always smiling and upbeat, and she kept a clean house. The children were clean. JJ, she didn't even like the direction of how Mr. Norman Lear was taking uh, the family. That's why she got off of there, and Mr. What's his name, James Elmo, Amos, he got off of there too, because they didn't like the way they were depicting the black family. She wanted an upbeat family to show that two people could be in the home, mom and dad married, raising the children. Because at first they weren't going to give her a husband, but she fought for that. So that's how Mr. James Amos came along. But anyway.
No, but the husband. So the thing is, the husband that they got for her, she might as well been a single mother, because he was always losing his job, and they were so poor and broken down. And Booker had to always come fix something,
And you're right, but I do applaud her for wanting to keep her husband, because remember, in real life that's how they did black families. That's how all these women got on welfare, because you couldn't have a man. You couldn't have a man there, and I think it was orchestrated that way. But she chose to raise her family with her husband, and so it's sad to me that a lot of women had to choose between having their man there with their children and being the covering, as to opposed to getting rid of him in order to get a little welfare. So I applaud them for keeping the family together and raising the children together. And outside of him being a jokester, he was quite brilliant. He was an artist, and look at that work that he did. And so finally, they were able to sell the artwork, and a lot of times that's what helped them pay a light bill or get some food. He would give back and give to his mom. So I that's how I seen it. I thought it was a positive, being that it was in Chicago projects. It was as positive as it could be, depicting them. Not as positive as they could have been because of the writers. The writers were white men. However, within the scope of things, I thought it was positive that they all stayed together. That's what I'm getting at. I like my job.
I mean, I get it, but as a little kid, I didn't understand that. Y'all want me to tell y'all what I was really thinking?
Go ahead, Mimi.
When I was a little kid, I thought that mama was so ugly. And I used to think that they were just poor. And when that came on, that's where I fell asleep. That's where, you know how, like, you be watching shows, you had to watch what people was watching, and when Good Times came on, it didn't keep me entertained. That's when it was time to take a nap. It was like Good Times. The Jeffersons was cool, but the Jeffersons was like that for me too. It was like Good Times and the Jeffersons. I used to like, you know, Facts of Life and Give Me a Break and what's the other one I just did you tell me to? I used to like those, like them kind of comedies like that. You know, I used to think, you know, so the guy, he got so mad because I didn't understand them living in a project. You had a mom and dad. The kids looked like they were all grown, and they still, we ain't got no money for what was every month they couldn't pay their rent. What was it? It was like they were poor.
Yes, they were struggling to pay the rent, but they also had that
In the
guy
projects.
he was a landlord, but he was a slumlord. So he
Yeah.
would just make up prices for the people. So say if it was $100, he might the next month say it's gonna be 175. So now she had the $100, but now she has to come up with the 75 because of a slumlord like that big guy. But he was a black guy, their landlord.
Yeah, that was Mr. Booker, right? The only episode that I like on Good Times is when Penny got burnt by her mama. That was a good one. Remember?
Yes, that was so
And
unfortunate.
and everybody was like, "You gotta watch it." Penny got burnt by her mama. Oh, I used to like 227 too. I guess I kind of like goofy. Maybe I like goofy comedy. You know, like super goofy comedy. That's what entertained me as a kid. But you know, when I got older, I watched Good Times and stuff. I could, but it wasn't something I like. If I'm changing, I'm watching TV, I'm not gonna watch Good Times. But let me tell you something though. As a kid, and well, not a kid, even a young adult, that when a young adult, I found some older shows funny, and I used to watch I Love Lucy. As a kid, I couldn't watch I Love Lucy. I'm falling asleep. But as a young adult, I used to fucking love I Love Lucy. And Sanford and Son, I was able to watch it as an adult and see the comedy in it and thought it was so funny. Sanford and Son was funny. But and I Love Lucy. Did you watch I Love Lucy?
Yes.
Yeah, that was funny.
I loved it.
The Golden Girls got funny to me as an adult.
Oh, yes, I love the Golden Girls. However, if we notice when they did the Cosby Show, you see, they didn't want us to have, I will say this because it is true, they didn't want us to have a good depiction of what a black family could look like with two people in the home married and had children through a marriage and were doctors and a lawyer. And all the children cared about education and they showed up for all of the children's things that they had going on in their lives and they were into music and all of these different types of things and I don't like how they, uh, made that show just because of Mr. Cosby's choices outside of the show that it tarnished it. And I think that we should demand for more shows like that as black people because again, as long as you're clowning around, you know, uh, you know, dancing and performing, we're okay. But if we have a civil environment and there's no drama, now there's a problem. And I think that too many of us don't stand up, myself included, because I mean, who do I call? But I guess if we don't if we don't watch these shows that they project to us and the ratings are so low, then we should demand better writing for shows such as The Cosby Show.
They used to have a lot. To me, they used to have a lot of good black shows back in the day. The Cosby Show, even Family Matters, even those little shows that came out like by LL Cool J and the Wayans and all that. They were husband wife family shows, kids, upper middle class. Black people living their best life. But I don't know why they changed that. They just changed it. I used to love the Cosby Show because my uncle was a doctor and his wife was a lawyer. So even though that was on the Cosby Show, but that was like our real life too. It was like, oh, that's like our uncle. Because we have an uncle, and I think that they mimicked because they went to a HBCU and then I don't know what medical school he went to, but his it was somewhere in Tennessee, but um, they had that little. I think they copied the Cosby Show. Him marrying a lawyer. His my auntie. They've been together since college, and so and she became an attorney. And I used to think that they copied the Cosby Show. Okay. And, yeah. They used to have a what made like the what was that the 90s when they had all these like more positive black shows? Was that the 90s?
Sorry, I was just. I think that was the mid '80s, was it not? Didn't the Cosby Show come out?
Yeah, the Cosby Show, but I'm saying like
You
you
mean
know like Family Matters
I think they all were around that time.
yeah, cause like Full House was a white show, but then they had like Family Matters with the black show. It was like equal, like it wasn't. What made them start putting us out there as Shaniquas? Because now, what family show? Have y'all watched the Miss Pat show? Oh Lord, it's funny, but it's crazy. And the family, I don't even think they have sitcoms anymore. But I don't know. I don't know. But they don't have those good wholesome family shows where you could just let your kid watch it and don't have to worry. Like our parents did not have to worry about us watching Urkel. You know what I'm saying? Like they could just go into the kitchen and do what they needed to do. Cause now you gotta, man, your kids sit in front of the TV. You gotta see what the hell they watch.
You basically can't let your children watch TV. And I'm glad our son doesn't even like TV, Mimi. He doesn't have a TV in his room, and we only have one TV in the home. And I'm the one who watches it. He doesn't watch TV.
A lot of people don't. A lot of kids these days don't watch TV. They do not watch TV. But maybe you know what? You know what changed us a lot was NWA. NWA because then they started doing them boys in the hoods and colors and then stuff changed. Stuff changed after that. With black with the it started that reality, the reality like showing the reality of the neighborhoods instead of just this clean cut, so they just it's like reality rap where they were showing like what's really going on in neighborhoods, and then shows used to mimic that. I blame it on NWA.
Oh, okay. Well, to me, I blame it on parents who, are letting these children get, if you have a boy, in my opinion, why would he need an earring? I wish my son would ask me about an earring. Why would he need to be tatted? Why do we need to see that he wears Calvin Klein underwear? Why? You see what I mean? We've never dressed him urban, because I don't even like urban. We were always dressed, classic, preppy. That's how we were dressed as children when I was a child, and we dressed our son that way as well, and he still does it. Doesn't own any Jordans, not doing it. If he wants Jordan, we can do Jordan stock, but so he can become a billionaire like Mr. Jordan, but we're not going to do any shoes. He doesn't need that kind of thing. What he needs is a brilliant mind and experiences where it can take him and position him to be one of the top 10% in the world as a man. That is what he needs. And so to me, a lot of times, these women, they start dressing these boys, I guess the way their dads or the kind of man they want, chains and all this kind of mess, but these children can't spell Nike backwards. I don't get that. So that is on the parents, and usually these single moms that are doing these kind of things and getting these boys everything they want, but yet they don't have a brain. So now they're not going to have the education to go be an engineer or in tech in STEM. They're going to have to steal or be on the street and all of these kind of things. That is on us as a community. I'll end my chat.
Yeah. I think rap music really influenced it. It don't totally influence it, but it do. It's a little like because that's when stuff started changing. Because I remember what era was that when black people used to wear dashikis and medallions and African medallions, African earrings. Y'all remember that? Like the red, the black, and the green.
Is that the Panther? Is that back in there? Back that time?
No, it was when I was a teenager, and this was the style. It was the style to wear African colors, African medallions. You would go like to the swap meet to go get your African necklaces and earrings. And Algebra, are you awake? Maybe it was a West Coast thing. Algebra. What era was that when we used to wear African medallions and dashikis and stuff?
The 80s.
It was the 80s? The 80s, we were in elementary school though, algebra.
Yeah, someone else is even saying it. They said the late 80s.
So I thought we were in high school, at least junior high.
No, my area, I don't know about you, but we had a couple things going on. You had the whole black liberation movement, you had the Panthers, But then you had also from the music, you had the Public Enemies.
Yeah, remember Public Enemy,
So they was pushing
Queen
that.
Latifah?
Yep. They was pushing that from the East Coast to the West Coast. And like I said, we had, like Lisa said, we had the Panthers here pushing it heavy as well. We got it from both ends, from the music and local revolutionary culture. But yeah, I remember the mid to the late '80s. We had we had we had the medallions and stuff like that.
I don't know why I thought that I was a little older um, when we wore like the African neck, but it probably was junior high school. It was probably junior high. Because I remember I used to have a little, I bought it from the swap meet, this little African necklace. And then I had these earrings shaped like Africa. And then you would wear the African colors. I remember that era. But that was a thing. And then it was, like you said, Public Enemy, Queen Latifah. It was like about respect culture. And then it just flipped and went to gangster rap. It just flipped and went to the whole different thing. Look, coon ass. I saw this man sitting in his car, Lisa. This was on social media. He was so stressed out. He hated his wife. And he, when he get off of work, he just sit in the car for hours because he didn't want to go inside the house because he hated his wife so much. But he couldn't leave her because they a 50-50 relationship, and he said that he can't afford, yeah, he can't afford to live on his own right now. And so he just can't divorce her because she basically helped him pay his bills. Like he wouldn't be able to live. He's thinking about like, where am I gonna live? How can I live on my own? I was like, that's why it's good to be 100% man. So if a woman leave, you know that you can make it on your own. He was like, I was like, damn. But I wonder once she see that post, she gonna kick his ass out.
And see me, but yet, however, they say something when I say that's why a man should have his own. That's why a man should make enough how he the way he wants to move around in the world. And see if he was, he could move. He could leave her. See what I'm saying? But again, they're gonna make it the woman's problem. When you always have to fault a woman for something, that's a you problem. That's a man's problem. You should never be in the position in your life as a man, in my humble opinion, and always blaming a woman. But what's wrong with you? What's wrong with your 2 feet in your brain? I don't get it.
Me either. I guess this room done died out. Coon ass. Was you in here the other night when Coon was talking about his sex life? That was crazy. And then Biggie was like, this is a crackhead. Crack kills. Oh, Lisa, you was in that room, the Sexy Cigar Lounge yesterday, right? When I went off on them, Lisa.
Hold on a minute. I'm gonna put the
Okay.
boxes in my car. Hold on. I
Okay,
don't want
hold
you
on,
to
hold
think
on.
I'm ignoring. Okay. Okay. I'm back.
Oh,
Mhm.
so you was in that room when I cussed that girl, the people out yesterday, and
Yes, I
it
didn't know
was
what was going on because I had put my phone down and I was like, oh my goodness, what's, but you know. Mhm.
because that dude Neil every day he come into that room and he talk about Muslims, the Muslim religion, and he talked negative about it for no reason at all. And I don't really practice no religion, you know what I'm saying? But
Yes, I agree. That is disrespectful
but
because if
it's
someone,
disres
when people talk about Christianity and stuff, if I can, you know, if I'm on stage or something or in the, I will be like, okay, Jesus ain't got nothing to do with this. Keep them out your mouth, you know.
right.
So yes, that is
That's
disrespectful, and for this to be the season where, you know, what did you call it?
Ramadan,
Yes,
and
that's very disrespectful.
it's so disrespectful, and he do it every single day, and they so-called Christians in there, and they think it's funny and that it's okay, and I'm like, that's crazy. Like some things on the app you just don't play with. I said if I came into a room and would talk about Christians and God like a dog every day, you know what I'm saying? Y'all would look at me like I'm crazy. Like, guess this crazy girl don't get the hell up out of here. Like, you
And
don't
some
do
people
that,
would probably report it, like if you're a Jew
right?
or Arabic or any,
Right.
you know, any other um, religions, it would be reported because you're not supposed to be doing that, talking down or creating hateful scenarios and things of that nature on here. That's not what this platform is for.
Right. And so, it, yeah. So I just was like, and y'all shouldn't um, allow him to do this. And then the girl, yeah, 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 with that loud ass mic. And then I said, okay, well, if it's okay for him to talk about Muslims and pick apart the Quran like that, well, let me pick apart the Bible. And then I started saying stuff, and they get the up in the road because religion is complicated. I mean, if people really read any of those books, it's all type of crazy shit in there that you'd be like, what? But that was back in those days. That's what they had to do. That don't mean today we do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, especially when it come to women, like women were like women when they started periods back in the day, and it wasn't looked at as nothing. It wasn't looked at as pedo or nothing. It was that's just the way it was back in them days. And but it's evolved and it's changed. So you get talking about Aisha and all that in the Quran and I was like, well, how old was Mary? You know what I'm saying? She was a teenager. They say some people say 12, 14, 15. Okay. But that's just what it was back in the day. And it's like, so, but it was just like Mary's age ain't stated in the Bible. Aisha name, I mean, age ain't stated. Everyone assumed her age. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not making no excuses, but whatever they did back in the day, we don't do that shit today. Okay, and so him to sit up there and be talking about Muslims all day, every day, and they accept it, and then the girl, she was like got that loud ass mic, and she jumping in the fight while checking this nigga. Instead of her just staying on mute, she jumped in it, and so that's why she got hit with a stray. And then now you owe her an apology. No, the fuck I don't. She should have stayed out of it. Like, oh, you know, apology. The hell? You with that loud ass mic and you button your ass up in and please. Them do people in that room be getting on my goddamn nerves.
Right? Yeah, I go when I want to be entertained or hear about the latest
Some
gossip or
bullshit,
whatever's
right?
going on, I go in there. And sometimes if I'm sitting in there, I'm doing other things, I'm working or whatever, and have my phone down because they talk too loud. So if I'm doing business, I can't even have the phone up because
Right.
on my lowest, with them yelling and screaming and using all types of profanity and vulgarity, I have to just cut it down or cut it up. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because of people who I'm associated with, it'll be like, Lisa? Like, we've never heard
Right.
you say and you're listening to that, so you'll be judged. So I have to cut it down and put down the
Right.
phone and do what I'm doing.
Like when I'm at work, I can't. When I'm at work, I can't go into their room because it's too. They cuss too much and it's too ghetto. It's just so low. But it's entertaining if you're not. Like if I'm not at work, I could go in there like early in the morning. I could go in there, but once I go to work, I can't go in that room because they just too. And they think they so fucking smart, and they be so judgmental on people, and they all fucking look like Teletubbies. Like if you don't shut your ass up, your poor ass.
Exactly. And then at this grown age, still using a woman to work to help pay bills while she's
Right.
on the phone all day.
All day
Doing
playing.
something unproductive. I see
How
people's making money and she don't require it. I'm just like, ooh.
that guy Neil claimed that he this big time cybersecurity master in DC with all this shit where he be looking at people and all that. But be on the app all day long talking. I just don't get it. This dude Neil, he from DC. He from
I thought he
DC and
said he
he's
was with ICE. Does he work for ICE or
yeah, work for he claimed he worked for like the government, Irish something, yeah, something with the government with the and he act like he be like brushing shoulders with like all the politicians and he on in DC working with like but I'm like but he's never at work. He's on there every day active talking. This is cigar lounge. And then this is what I don't understand. If you have a security clearance with the government, why would you use your government computer to pull up people's information and say shit about people when you claim to have a government security? Um, that's why they give certain people the security because they trust them not to abuse it and use the information they find out about people in real life. So he basically willing to breach his security clearance in order to tell somebody on Clubhouse where they live at and who they really live. He does that all the time. And I just don't understand you having that type of clearance and, you know, risking it getting taken away for Clubhouse. I just don't believe you got it. I don't believe you got it. I don't believe him. I think he's lying.
exactly, but this is play world, so a lot of people have learned from season one on CH that you can reinvent yourselves. I think the people that they want to be or see themselves being, but have never done the work to become it, uh, they play it out on stage here.
Yeah, I think he claimed I do a lady here who worked for ICE too, but she been with ICE before all that, and she a supervisor in the detention center where they house them. And she was like, she don't never tell, she don't tell nobody that. She's still against it, like, but he always bragging about it with his little ass feet. He's short and little. It's like, man, shut up. I be like, shut the hell up.
What was the last part you said?
I be like, shut the hell up. I'm telling them to shut up. And then I don't understand. Like, this is the part where I feel like Trump wasn't wrong when all of them. The only one to me that really be working is Saint, cause he will be listening but not speaking. But Rock work for the government and be at work all day on this app. The dude Neil, and then Saint. And I just don't understand how you at work and sit up on here all day talking and gossiping. You stealing time because you're not working.
Exactly. And that's how you could get a lot of these people, and I'm good for doing that. When I had employees, I look at the time clock first because that's going to be the way I can get you out of here. You know, stealing my time, stealing time, so you're stealing from the company. They wouldn't want to work for me though, Mimi, because I have your business, especially a man. You're gonna be busy. Not gonna be getting overtime from me from just sitting around. And then when it's almost time to go, now you want to do your job, what you were supposed to do between 9 to 5, and now you want to get some overtime. No.
Exactly. What you say? What you mean you used to do the time algebra? Still time?
No, just it's it. Like no, I don't. It's not stealing time because I'm an FTE. And so if I work 20 hours, I get the same pay than if I work 80 hours. So my job is focused on getting the job done, however long that takes. So that's why, at least in my industry, they like the contractors. I mean, there's still for engineers at least. There's no concept of overtime unless you're a contractor. Now that's different. You know, if you're a contractor, you still you have 34 hours. Sure, that's still time. But when you are a full-time employee, full-time engineer, you, you know, it's based on it's totally 100% based on whether or not you finish the job. And plus, like weekends and stuff, holidays, engineers work on weekends and holidays all the time. You finish the work. In fact, the corporations mostly have to tell us to force us to take PTO. Because, you know, you have certain rules, certain rollover rules in California and stuff with other states. So I was always forced to take PTO. And then now what they have is unlimited PTO. So they just, you know, you take it whenever you want to. And people even still don't abuse that. So, yeah.
Not like a relationship with God would be like through another some shit like that. He's reading it out.